It has been demonstrated that some amphibians are able to use celestial bodies for orientation. The Encyclopedia Britannica. No doubt the world is entirely an imaginary world, but it is only once removed from the true world. Isaac Bashevis Singer. Thursday evening, April 5th. Just back from Timbuktu. 4 p.m. The day the stock market falls out of bed and breaks its back is the worst day of your life. Or so you think. It isn't the worst day of your life, but you think it is. And when you give voice to that thought, it is with conviction and a minimum of rhetorical embellishment. This is the worst day of my life, you say as you drop a salted peanut into your double martini. On better days, you drink white wine and watch it sink. It spirals downward more slowly, more gracefully than your own plunging fortunes. The pretty little gin bubbles that gather around the peanut a marked contrast to the lumps and burrs and stinging things that are attaching themselves to your heart. It has been approximately 4 hours since the market slid off the roof, and the shocked and at times hysterical roar that had filled the Bull and Bear earlier in the afternoon is starting to give way to a slightly dimmer din of elaborate survival strategies and cynical jokes. You share neither in the desperate ploys nor the false mirth. You hold your prematurely graying head in your hands and repeat, "This is the worst day of my life." "Come on, kid," says Phil Craddock. "The market'll be back." "Maybe the market will be back, but I won't. I've left my clients so far underwater they're going to need gills to breathe." You gulp a fireball of martini. Posner knows it, too. He passed me in the hall right after the bell and asked me if I didn't think nursing was a noble occupation. Maybe he meant for him, huh? You laugh in spite of yourself. Posner emptying bedpans? Before that happens, the Pope will star in an X-rated movie shot on a mink ranch. No, Phil. The old man sent me a signal that said, "Sell your Porsche, baby, and line up for food stamps. If there isn't a major bounce back on Monday, I am puppy chow." Monday's 4 days off. Oh, thanks for reminding me. A whole extra day to go crazy in. Well, Good Friday's famous for its executions. "Settle down, little lady," says Phil. "Now's the time to slip into your bulletproof bra." At the reference to intimate apparel, you redden. It was fine and dandy for you to joke about X-rated movies. You've never seen an X-rated movie. X-rated movies are unreal to you. But when a man, even a man like Phil Craddock, looks you in the eye and speaks of things personal, things private, and tinged with naughtiness, your inevitable fluster paints such dollops of pimento on your olive cheeks that they would be fit to garnish a martini, in this case the third of the afternoon, all doubles, and when you attempt to stem the blood, it makes you blush all the harder. Your propensity to be easily, blatantly embarrassed is one of the several things that annoys you about your lot in the world. One more example of how the fates love to spit in your consommé. The company at the table is another. Phil Craddock trades soybeans and pork bellies, and, except for the loosely knotted tie around his neck, looks as if he might farm them as well. Come to think of it, the tie is rather a farmer's tie, a chronically unstylish, country prayer meeting kind of tie, broad and outdoorsy and turned up at the tip. There is only one person in the Bull and Bear more slovenly attired than Phil, and that is the man at whom Anne Louise, your other table-mate, is staring. Actually, Phil is considerate and congenial, but that annoys you all the more because he reminds you of your annoying supposed boyfriend, Belford Dunn. Phil and Belford are really very much alike, except Belford is a decade younger, and of course one could hardly imagine Phil sharing his apartment with a born-again monkey. As for Anne Louise, you don't know her well. She joined Posner, Lampert, McAvoy, and Jacobson about 6 months ago, moving from New York, where apparently she was a house-afire broker, and where, gossip would have it, she indulged an inordinate fondness for sodomy, practicing it with practically every bigwig on Wall Street, including a few who are household names. Anne Louise is middle-aged and squat, but not unattractive, and you suspect you could learn a thing or two from her in the area of business, but Anne Louise has a reputation. And, moreover, she's barely acknowledged your presence, having spent the last half hour staring at the back of a long-haired stranger, strange to you, that is, who appears to be holding court at the bar. You lack the angle and the eye power to see him clearly. In any case, it's no wonder you're irritated. Of all the brokers, managers, and investment bankers in the Bull and Bear with whom you might hold mental hands at this critical, even historic moment, before whom you might pour out your zing spiel of personal defeat, why did you have to end up at a table with these two outcasts? It is unfair, although not untypical, an insult pasted to your injury, and further evidence, you think, that this is the worst day of your life. The worst day? Gwendolen, you are forgetting, perhaps, that day, was it 8 years ago, when in the same mail you received notice that you had been rejected for graduate study at Stanford, Harvard, Yale, and the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. In the same morning's mail, turned down by all of your top choices, and you, a female member of an ethnic minority at a time when institutions, in a befuddled, heavy-handed attempt to compensate for past injustices, and in an almost panic-stricken scurry to be perceived as sociologically correct, were falling all over themselves to add persons of your description to their folds. The worst day? Surely it would require more than the market's freefall with you in its arms to eclipse that day when your mother scribbled one last sonnet in her lavender notebook and stuck her head in the oven. The worst day. You are only 29 years old. There will be other days, other catastrophes. Perhaps in the very near future. In fact, something may be building at this exact minute. Something connected to, if not wholly precipitated by, the born-again monkey. 4:50 p.m. Located in the failing heart of Seattle's financial district, the Bull and Bear Restaurant and Lounge is an old-school, masculinized establishment with pressed zinc ceilings, dark wood paneling, and passages of velvety maroon wallpaper dotted with rows of spiky gold fleur-de-lis, which some patrons, after a few cocktails, habitually perceive as mutating dollar signs, money symbols grown lush, radiant, and, they hope, prophetic. On any Friday afternoon, its bar is crowded with noisy bookies, as they call themselves, winding down at the end of a stressful week in a stressful occupation. But on this Friday, which is actually a Thursday, the population of drinkers has nearly doubled, and it gives no indication of thinning out. Indeed, many of the brokers will remain in the Bull and Bear until it evicts them at 2 a.m. It isn't simply a matter of pouring alcohol on their wounds or of a reluctance to go home and look the family in the eye. There are practical reasons. Everyone is on pins and needles, or fleur-de-lis, waiting to learn how the foreign markets will react. Then, and only then, will it become clear whether or not this plunge is the big one, the death crash, the financial apocalypse that will put the broke back in broker once and for all and leave the United States of America's standing in the international economic community somewhere between that of Portugal and Mongolia. To that end, all eyes are on Tokyo, where, due to the 16-hour time difference, the international dateline, and daylight savings time, the Nikkei is just now beginning to light the gas under its morning teapot. Every brokerage house in downtown Seattle has left a scout or two in the office to watch the wire, and throughout the evening the spotters will phone in to the Bull and Bear or, in some cases, deliver in person the latest report on the state of the Nikkei. It is Good Friday already in Europe. Markets there closed long before it became apparent how much of America's doo-doo had hit the propeller, and they will not reopen until Sunday night, Seattle time. When a bartender shouts, "Gwen Maddie! Telephone for Gwen Maddie!" a momentary hush falls over the room. Could this be the first dispatch from the front? As you scoot your chair from the table and rise, people from Merrill Lynch, Prudential Securities, and other prominent firms gaze at you with eager, almost envious orbs, not stopping to consider that were you a major player, you would have had your personal satellite phone alongside your martini glass. Your colleagues at Posner, Lampert, McAvoy, and Jacobson suffer no illusions about your importance. Yet, because they are aware of your ambitions, they do pause to wonder if you might have bribed the office sentinel to call you instead of Posner with the early numbers from Tokyo. "Here!" you yell and wave your arms. The phone is attached to the wall at the far end of the bar, and you set out for it, gingerly threading your way through the mob. As soon as you are out of earshot, which is a matter of inches, Anne Louise turns to Phil and says, "That girl is finished in this business." "Why you say that? You hear something?" "Let's just say I have a feeling in the seat of my pants." Anne Louise grins lasciviously. On you push, sustaining an occasional elbow to the breast or a blast of cigarette smoke in your face. Inebriation is rampant. Liquids are being spilled, glasses shattered, confessions exchanged. Cocaine, when is the last time you've seen cocaine in this milieu? Snorted. Brokers are openly necking with their sales assistants. Managers are caressing their secretaries' thighs. It is akin to the sudden outbreak of war when all social rules are temporarily suspended. As you squeeze past the table where Saul, your firm's chief analyst, is sitting, he gives you a faint, rueful smile and says, "Après nous, le déluge." The fun has stopped, mon ami. You pat his shoulder and press on, but as you near the telephone, you hear his voice behind you. The fun has stopped. You reach for the receiver. There will be no co-worker on the line, no exclusive flash from the Nikkei wire. It will be, rather, Cujo Huffington, your supposed best friend, calling to tell you she is waiting for you at the Virginia Inn. You are well aware that Cujo is waiting. You had arranged to meet at 4:30 at that arty tavern among whose bohemian clientele Cujo is very much at home. You don't much like the place, since it reminds you of your supposed parents, the kind of place they would have frequented. But it is far, far preferable to having Cujo, all 300 embarrassing pounds of her, show up at the Bull and Bear. You are annoyed that she is impatient. Could she really expect you to keep your date on a day such as this? Not if she has listened to the news, she couldn't. Alas, Cujo listens only to the music of the spheres. "Hello?" you snap, sounding as gruff as your little schoolgirl Candy Valentine voice can manage. The voice on the other end belongs to Belford Dunn, your assumed beau. "Gee, honey," he says, "sorry to trouble you with this on a terrible day." Belford has heard the news. "But Andre's got out. He's run away." Belford is virtually sobbing. Yet you feel more annoyance than sympathy. Leave it to Belford. Your career is sailing down the greased chute to hell. Well, the entire American economy is sailing down the chute, while Belford goes to pieces over a runaway pet. On the other hand, Andre is no ordinary pet. Andre is a monkey with a past. And he has not so much run away as escaped. "Belford, please," you hear yourself plead. Somehow, the alcohol has distanced you from your voice just enough so that you can listen to it as if it had been pre-recorded. Still, you can't be entirely objective about it. Nothing about yourself annoys you quite so much as your voice. This is the way, you think, a package of Hostess cupcakes would sound if a package of Hostess cupcakes could speak. Cujo, on the other hand, says your voice is your lone saving grace. She claims you are the only career woman she has ever met for whom dental drill was not a second language. You explain that business women have to talk harshly in order to compete with men, and if your voice is as airy and warm and vulnerable as Kyujo says, it is only because you have been unable to alter it. Once you took up smoking in an attempt to produce deeper tones, but cigarettes made you nauseous. What Kyujo hears as sexy, you perceive as squeaky. That, regrettably, was your childhood nickname, Squeak. Your mother never called you anything but Gwendolyn, but to your dad and everybody else, it was squeak this and squeak that. Made you feel like a goddamn mouse.
Please, Belford.
You make it clear that while the market has been closed since 1 p.m., that while its sudden 900-point decline probably has given you a permanent haircut, that while you may be in a swell saloon swilling gin, you nonetheless are technically still working. You owe it to your clients as well as to yourself. Your personal account has been bled of some relatively serious juice, to remain on duty, as it were, until the heathen Japs for whom the anniversary of our Lord's crucifixion is just another day in the shop, demonstrate whether or not they intend to follow us to the bottom of the lake. However, not wishing to appear insensitive to Belford's plight, you, in spite of your responsibilities and woes, offer him a deal. To wit, if Andre hasn't turned up by supper time, and you are confident that he will not forgo his raisin bread and banana popsicles, you will join in the search. Furthermore, you will bring Kyujo along so that she might apply her considerable psychic powers to the determination of the monkey's whereabouts. Relieved, Belford thanks you profusely. So profusely, it annoys you.
Meanwhile,
you say in your most efficient manner,
you can scour the neighborhood and better notify the police.
Yeah, I guess I'd better. He concedes unhappily. I don't think Andre would revert or anything, but I guess I'm morally obliged to tell the authorities. You are about to ring off. Expressions such as morally obliged rather irk and embarrass you when he says, "At first, hon, when you talked about waiting for news from Japan, I thought you meant Dr. Yamaguchi."
Who?
Well, you know, Dr. Yamaguchi. He's due in town tonight.
Oh, that cancer guy. What would he have to do with any of this?
Well, Belford says he's from Japan and he's bringing good news. That could help the market. You sigh your best long-suffering sigh and hang up. Since you are in the vicinity, you go to the ladies' room and urinate as hard as you can, forcing a stream against the porcelain that would knock a small animal off its feet or put out the eye of a cyclops. Then you commence to fight your way back through the crowd. As you move parallel to the bar, you find yourself directly behind the man at whom Anne Louise has been staring. A tall, slender man with bleached, stringy hair hanging halfway down the back of a worn leather jacket. He's in tight but frayed jeans, and you notice a gold earring in his left lobe, as well as some sort of tattoo on the back of his hand. If it is incongruous that a fellow of uncouth appearance would be standing at the bar of the Bull and Bear, it is all the more unusual that throughout the afternoon other, more acceptably attired people in the business, Posner even, have been stopping to chat with him. There are a couple of brokers around him now schmoozing it up, and you think, this couldn't have happened in the 80s. This could only happen on the worst day of my life. When on the spur of the moment the stranger spins around to leer at you, a high-pitched little yelp minnies out of your throat, and you flinch as if you were a ripe tomato that's just heard the creak of the garden gate. Small wonder you are startled. The smile that slices across the bony plane of his stubbled jaws is as fierce as a paper cut, and his eyes are as reddened as bed sores, as probing as coat hangers. You feel their gaze in your uterus. Before you can move away, he lays a single bony finger against your wrist and nods towards Saul, the analyst. The fun is just beginning.
he whispers confidentially, and his bad grin widens like a rip in a wetsuit.
Back at your table, you slide with exaggerated helplessness into your chair and slump there.
"Good grief," you exclaim. "Who is that scumbag?"
"Why, that's Larry Diamond," says Phil. And Anne Louise adds, as if it explains everything,
"He's just back from Timbuktu."
5:15 p.m. Because you feel a trifle queasy after draining your third martini, you decide to order food. For years, you have subsisted largely on green salads made from exotic plants with astringent flavors and unpronounceable names. Try saying arugula or radicchio after a hard day riding the range, and drizzled with vinegars that cost more than good champagne. But today, the rules have been suspended, and your taut tummy is crying out for animal protein. Being a traditional meat and potatoes kind of cookery, the Bull and Bear's Kitchen is quite prepared to fill your request for chopped round steak with caramelized onions and steamed asparagus. While the waitress is arranging your utensils, your bread basket, and butter dish, Phil volunteers some information on this distasteful Larry Diamond character. Seems Diamond used to be an ace, quite possibly the hottest broker in the Pacific Northwest, but he threw his darts a bit recklessly and lost his job and his assets in the last crash, the crash of '87. "We knew about him in New York," Anne Louise interjects. "For a Hooterville like this, he generated jumbo juice. But basically, he was a churner, and smiling and dialing will always bury you in the end." At that, she shoots you a pointed glance. You cannot help but blanch. "Yep," says Phil, running his clunky farmer's fingers through his white hair. "Old Larry was prone to go dialing for dollars. Wonder what he's doing nowadays." "He's just back from Timbuktu." "Yes, Anne Louise, you mentioned that. But why, you ask? What would a guy in the business be doing in a place like that?" It is Phil who answers, "Maybe he knows something we don't." "About Timbuktu?" "Hey, we got a global economy." "But Timbuktu? I mean, that's supposed to be the end of the earth." "Well, everywhere else has been tapped. Thailand, Argentina, Turkey now, and Vietnam. Maybe Timbuktu's a play." "What's their economic base?" asks Anne Louise. "I don't think there's very much there." And you say, "Mr. Diamond doesn't strike me as a man on the prowl for a foreign market play. He looks more like a biker, like some kind of a wild musician or something." Try as you might, you cannot say the word musician without thinking of your father, but that is a separate issue. Anne Louise smiles indulgently. She is on the verge of responding when a wave of noisy excitement rolls over the establishment. The crowd starts to mill, individuals pivoting first one way and then the next, as if a famous movie star were about to enter the room naked, but nobody is sure through which door. The looks on some faces, however, suggest they expect an armed terrorist instead of a celebrity. Obviously, a rumor is loose in the room, running amok, goosing people, biting their ankles. The hubbub mounts. Then, in an ever-softening smorzando, peels away like sonar pantyhose, when an elderly man, a senior vice president at Merrill Lynch, climbs precariously atop a table and croaks the announcement, in a hoarse old voice, that the Nikkei has opened sharply lower, yet not as low as many had feared, and that it shows signs of stabilizing. There are scattered cheers. There is cautious applause. Then everyone begins to speculate at once. Your meal arrives and you are ready to masticate your initial hesitant forkful of meat, only to have your jaw muscles lock when you overhear someone at an adjacent table remark, "I'll tell you why I think the Nikkei's holding. I think it's because of Dr. Yamaguchi." 6:10 p.m. By the time you have finished eating, there have been 2 more flashes from Tokyo. The earlier of these has the Japanese index pissing off a pier. News of this downward trajectory is greeted with resignation, if not fatalism, at the Bull and Bear. A subsequent report that the Nikkei has turned upward again is met, depending upon an individual's temperament, either with optimism or disbelief. Not knowing how to react, you order a glass of port, just to keep some sugar in your tank, and repositioning your chair, join Anne Louise in her scrutiny of Larry Diamond.
"Is that what happens to brokers who get the axe?" you ask. "Am I going to end up a bum like that in a few more years?"
It is a rhetorical question, but Phil responds. "Larry was some kind of genius," he says quietly. Anne Louise nods, looks at you, and smiles.
"Well, excuse me," you say to yourself,
but you regard the genius with a bit more care. What did he intend when he said the fun was just beginning? For that matter, what did Saul mean when he said the fun had stopped? As far as you are concerned, the real fun stopped back in the 80s, before your time. In those days, somebody in your position could earn major money, jumbo money. You read about it, dreamed about it all through college. How typical of your luck, that when you finally arrived in a position to poach your golden eggs, the goose had a hysterectomy. Seems as though the day you got your license, America's economy started to unravel. Well, if it can unravel, it can re-ravel, right? No, you vaguely recall you heard somewhere that unravel and ravel mean the same damn thing. In that case, you don't have a Chinaman's chance. Or, to be more precise, a Filipina's chance. Ah, but Gwen, that won't do either. If you refuse to acknowledge your race, how can you blame your misfortunes on it? Rather drunkenly, you contemplate the bad sign under which you are sure you were brought forth. Although self-pity usually annoys you, you are mainlining a veterinary-sized syringe of it when it registers on you that Larry Diamond has left his station at the bar and is shuffling toward your table. How disgusting, you think. He even walks like a derelict. "How's it going, Larry?" asks Phil. "Mr. Diamond, I presume," gushes Anne Louise. Suddenly she is as bright as the tip of her little cigar. Mr. Diamond ignores them both. He just stands there for a while, shuffling in place, looking as loose as the collar around the neck of eternity. Then he says to you, "I'll wager you and I have something in common."
"Oh, I doubt that," you say. "I haven't been canned yet."
His grin is alarming in that it is simultaneously violent and generous, antagonistic and admiring. His red eyes, which resemble Spanish peanuts, dance demonically as they look you up and down. "I didn't come here to talk shop," he says. Then, still grinning, he nods toward the spot where your dinner plate recently sat. "I ate asparagus, too," he confides. "Do you realize that for the next 5 hours, our urine is going to smell exactly alike?" 6:30 p.m. At least the weather is nice. Seattle's winter rains, which usually follow hard upon the fungus-infected, blackberry-stained, spectacularly mildewed heels of its autumn rains, had petered out the previous week, and with each passing day the sky seems to be getting lighter and higher, as if the sky has come unmoored and is drifting away from Earth. The Chicken Little syndrome in reverse. It is said that in the crash of '29, the sky was dark with the falling bodies of erstwhile millionaires who had thrown themselves out of windows. But this evening, when you look up, not so much as the button off a Brooks Brothers suit lands on your pretty face. And yes, Gwendolyn, you are pretty. A fact that periodically irks you because it can lead to encounters such as the one that has caused you to flee the Bull and Bear. Of course, you've never attracted an admirer quite so vile as Larry Diamond before. After Diamond's perverse remark, which Anne Louise and Phil found surprisingly amusing, you grabbed your purse, arose with as much dignity as you could muster, blushing all the while, and attempted to stalk off to the powder room. He blocked your path. Perhaps he wished to apologize, but you didn't give him a chance. "Out of my way, bozo," you said. Now, you intended to speak coldly, and with good reason. On the other hand, how much frigidity can be conveyed by a voice that seems to have been designed to incubate baby bluebirds? Yet Diamond reacted as if you had both slapped his cheek and handed him the key to the treasure. His leer folded faster than a lawn sprinkling service in Bangladesh, and his wickedly glinting eyes became abruptly sober, suspicious, imploring, "Do you mean bozo as in tribe, or bozo as in clown?" You couldn't answer. For some reason, he scared you more now than when he was acting lecherous. You stood there dumbfounded until he seized you roughly by your shoulders and stuck his stubbly face into yours. You had thought, from his appearance, that he would reek. But when you gasped, involuntarily sucking in his aroma, you discovered that he smelled metallic and sugary, rather like a tin of fruit cocktail. Did that reassure you? Not in any way. He was shaking you gently. "Bozo tribe or bozo clown?" "Clown," you blurted, fully expecting him to pay back the insult by causing you bodily harm. However, with a disappointed little smile, he released you instantly and stepped aside that you might proceed. And proceed you did, on wobbly knees, to the front door and through it to the street, where now you stand, letting the mild April breeze blow your hair and skirt about, while you watch the sky float off beyond the stars. 6:40 p.m. Wisely you elect not to drive your car. You still owe 30 grand on that Porsche, and with your current streak of luck, you definitely could count on bashing it against something inflexible and collecting a DWI citation into the bargain. The Virginia Inn is within walking distance, but after a thorough survey of your surroundings, you decide that pedestrianism also is out of the question. Downtown Seattle has come to resemble the slums of Calcutta. So dense is its population of beggars, vagabonds, hustlers, buskers, maniacs, thugs, winos, addicts, and the physically and mentally impaired. Now that the rains have ceased, they have staggered, crawled, hobbled, or strutted from doorways, overpasses, condemned buildings, sewers, and vacant lots into the finest streets of the city. There they hawk their merchandise, play their accordions, and petition, vocally or via cardboard sign, for alms, alms, alms. Some of these wretched creatures are threatening, others merely pitiful. For example, the family sitting in a semicircle in front of a cheese shop, Papa Panhandler, Mama Panhandler, Junior Panhandler, and Baby Panhandler, festooned in rags, twinkling with snot, squatting there, weathered and sore, yet hopeful, waiting for the Good Samaritan, church-sponsored or governmental, who they firmly believe will show up sooner or later to sponge their brows and buy them a color TV. In your favor, Gwendolyn, you entertain a flicker of compassion. Largely, however, it is bewilderment you feel. What's the matter with these people? You ask yourself. How did they let themselves get in this fix? Where are their tidy cottages? Where are their cute farms? Where, oh where, has all the money gone? The money. The lovely money. Cujo contends that it is your grasping for material wealth that has caused 23 gray hairs, she counted them, to sprout on your black Filipino crown, but you know it isn't so. It is the Welsh blood from your mother's side of the family that is to blame. Anyway, there is no grasping on your part, no vulgar greed. Rather, it is a biological drive. That's right. Pushing 30, you hear the clock ticking. Only it is not babies you want to make. It's cash. You long to swell up with a pregnancy of moolah and expel silver dollars like a slot machine. Alas, the money is going away. It is leaving America as fast as its stubby green legs will carry it. America, who loved it so dearly. It has already left the lazy and the stupid, and now it is leaving you. You are heartsick about it, and you'll be damned if you will give baby panhandler that 5-spot you have semi-drunkenly, semi-guiltily pulled from your purse. Hey, folks, you've got financial problems too. Have you ever? At least these people don't have Porsche payments and a condo mortgage to worry about. Before you reach the taxi stand on the corner, however, you give the $5 bill away. You give it to a decrepit old geezer whose beard is like a shock of hazardous asbestos blowing in the wind. The gentleman has a placard around his neck, grotesquely lettered. The sign reads, "Many things are destroying me." With that, you can identify. 6:50 p.m. The cabbie who picks you up sports a Jamaican do, having wasted untold productive hours teasing and rolling his hair until it looks like an infestation of elongated woolly worms. Worse, he smells like your dad, which is to say he stinks of freshly burnt marijuana. Jesus, why you? What is there about you that attracts such people? Well, you suppose, if one is indiscreet enough to rendezvous with Cujo Huffington, it is only fitting that one's transport to that rendezvous be weirdness on wheels. Briefly, you consider ordering the driver to carry you directly to Belford Dunn's, but you realize in time that it is the gin working in your glands that is responsible for this annoying urge. There was a year in which you drank a fair amount of scotch, in hopes that you would develop a nice, low, whiskey voice. Alas, you learned that hard liquor arouses you sexually, so you switched naturally back to white wine, better squeaky than horny. Driver? Yes, sister? Oh, never mind. In any case, Belford would be otherwise occupied with the location and repatriation of a backsliding primate. The cabbie, who despite his Caribbean accent speaks better English than the average American fraternity boy, begins to talk to you about Rastafarianism. Just to be polite, you ask him how come Haile Selassie, a modern-day but quite dead Ethiopian emperor for goodness sake, came to be regarded by the Rastas as their high priest and principal saint. He explains that once upon a time, he thinks it was in the 50s, Jamaica was experiencing a devastating drought. People couldn't remember when they had last seen a raindrop. Then Selassie flew to Jamaica on a state visit. The instant his plane touched down, there was an unexpected cloudburst, and it rained every second Haile Selassie was in the country. It poured for 3 straight days, and when his plane took off again, it stopped. There you have it, sister. All you can do is shake your head. Good grief, you think. Guy has a bad vacation and they found a religion on it. You shake your head some more. The 23 gray hairs shake with it. Indeed, Gwendolen, it is a very strange world, and it's getting stranger by the minute. Thursday night, April 5th. Barking at the moon. 9 p.m. It is night now, no longer evening, but fully night, as in black as, if not precisely dead of. Evening usually has the afternoon hanging on its coattails, has actual flecks of daylight clinging like lint to its lapels, but night is solitary, aloof, uncompromised, extreme. The safe margins of the day, still faintly visible during eventide, have been erased by night's dense gum. obscured by its wash of squid squirtings, pajama sauce, and the blue honey manufactured by moths. Is the night a mask, or is day merely night's prim disguise? Most of us are born in the night, and by night most will die. Night, when tangos play on the nurse's radio and rat poison sings its own hot song behind the cellar door. Night, when the long snake feeds, when the black sedan cruises the pleasure districts, when neon flickers free at last in a dozen lost languages, and shapes left over from childhood move furtively behind the moon-dizzy boughs of the fir. It is the night of the alleged worst day of your life. Have things gotten any better? Not appreciably. While the American eagle flaps like a headless chicken in the stock exchanges of the Orient, panicking the traders with a globby shower of blood, you hold your girlish breath, cross your fingers, and watch Q. Joe Huffington devour pork chops as if pork chops were about to follow money down the road out of Dodge. You are seated in a padded plastic booth at the Dog House, a downscale restaurant whose motto is, "We never close," a declaration whose truthfulness is reflected in the weary pantomimes of the waitresses, some who appear to have been on duty around the clock since the restaurant opened for business in 1934. For the most part, the Dog House caters to an aging blue-collar clientele, although in the cracked hours after midnight it is heavily infiltrated by the more extreme elements of the youth culture, by punks and basers, grungettes and metalheads, thrashers and ninja boys, and by slumming high school thrill-seekers from Mercer Island, Hunts Point, and other ritzy suburbs. Battle-hardened waitresses keep the kids in line, but you are relieved that the hour is still early, and the diner is less disturbing than déclassé, which is not to imply that you are anything but annoyed to be here. When Q. Joe named the Dog House as her dinner destination, you assumed it was a joke, a silly pun relating to the fact that so many people in the Virginia Inn were barking. Yes, barking. There they were, Seattle's poets, painters, musicians, and filmmakers, people whom one would guess might be cultured and sophisticated. But were they discussing Gödel, Escher, or Bach? Were they casting a particularly illuminating light upon the stock market crash, relating it to McCloonian technology theory or the fall of the House of Usher? Maybe they were at that. One hardly could account for every nuance of every conversation in the tavern, especially with the recorded music of African-American bluesmen being played at a volume that would have prompted those old Negroes to drop their homemade guitars and run into the forest with their hands over their ears. In fairness, there might have been at any given table intellectual speculation of invigorating quality. All you know is that you failed to hear the words Dow Jones, Deutschmark, or Michel Foucault pass through any lips. But you did hear an inordinate amount of barking. And when some bespeckled gallery poof, all certifiably hip beneath his crimson beret, would let loose a little bark, many around him would join in. Then, and this was the oddest part, everybody would beam in a bemused fashion, as if they were delighted, yet did not understand in the least the source of their delight. Good grief! Was this some new fad? When you queried Q. Joe about it, she shrugged and said, "Oh, Dr. Yamaguchi," and brought up the Dog House. Naturally, you kept expecting hidden connections to assert themselves. In time, and quite synchronistically, they would. But for the present, it was a matter of pork chops. "Gwendolyn, you went ahead and ate without me, you thoughtless bourgeois bitch. Now you gotta step aside and watch the big dog eat." It is something to see, all right. Q. Joe glides into the platter of pork chops like a killer whale nosing into a school of salmon, smoothly but deadly, taking a bite out of first one chop and then another in turn, chop by chop, leaving them maimed and unable to flee, then circling back to finish them off, one at a time, fat and all, finally sucking every last droplet of gravy from the bones so that what remains is clean and white and polished, like markers in a Chinese board game. And when you leave the table to use the telephone, she orders a second platter. The bathroom scale does not exist that can instrumentally accommodate the poundage of Cujo Huffington. She pegs the needle at its furthest reach and would have to transfer to a commercial scale to determine precisely how far beyond the 300-pound barrier set by mechanical limitations and public decency her weight has actually wandered. As for her cholesterol level, it is not in 4 figures, but very nearly. Moreover, she smokes at a ruinous rate, cigarettes that she rolls herself from black, coarse, sinister-looking shreds of Indonesian tobacco, smokes them at a pace that leaves you woozy and wondering if differences other than volume exist between her lungs and the tar pits of the Mesozoic. One would presume that a woman as sensitive and aware as Cujo, a woman whose precognitive abilities are so convincing that they have made a believer of a skeptic as skeptical as you, one would suppose that such a woman, a professional tarot reader for goodness sake, would take a special interest in nutrition and good health. And she does, as long as it is the health of others. She denies, however, that either altruism or hypocrisy is involved. True, she is a giving person, and eating is one way of getting something back, a way for her to be nourished in return. But there is more to it than that. "I smoke and eat so that I don't fly away," she explains, meaning mentally fly away, although you picture her bulk hovering over the city like the Goodyear blimp. "When you're in the astral plane as much as I am, you need food and tobacco to bring you back into your body. For me, they're a grounding device. They are also protection. Apparently, Cujo is an emotional sponge, a walking psychic antenna who, even as she rips pork chops asunder, has to struggle to block the unconscious transmissions of fellow doghouse diners from her screen. Obesity affords her a measure of insulation, an extra layer with which to reduce her vulnerability. Tucked away in a sanctuary of fat, her psyche does not feel quite so exposed. Privately, you have always found Cujo's size appealing. From the day you met, you have experienced and rigorously suppressed a strong impulse to jump onto the perfumed acreage of her lap, to rest against the Buddhas of her breasts, and let her rock you in her baobab arms. But while others also are fascinated by her purple turbans, her multicolored caftans, her welding spark eyes, cavernous dimples, Santa Claus laughter, patchouli effluvium, ebony cigarette holder, and rings whose stones are the circumference of goiters, you nevertheless are embarrassed to be seen with her in public. God forbid that your employers or clients should ever discover that this baggy flake considers herself your companion. It continually humiliates you that the fates have seen fit to match you with such a friend. Once you have moved into your new condominium, if by some miracle the stock market's duck dive has not annihilated those plans, you intend to see less of her, although less of Cujo is still aplenty. 9:10 p.m. "So, what did you find out?" Cujo wants to know when you return to the booth and your recently refilled coffee cup. "About Andre or the market?" She looks at you incredulously. Andre, of course. The stock market doesn't mean shit to me.
It means more than you know. If this collapse is as lethal as it could be, it'll impact the lives of everybody in this country.
Ha! She guffaws and licks a temporarily cold sore of mashed potato from her upper lip. It'll screw up the lives of those people who allow it to screw up their lives. The rest of us will get along just dandy.
Yeah? How dandy will people get along when their investments fail, when their pension funds are belly up, when federal programs run dry, and factories and banks slam doors in their faces, and they're out of a job? You have a mortgage yourself, do you not?
They'll get along just like they've always gotten along, before there was any such thing as banks and mortgages and factories and jobs, before they bought into this bogus melodrama.
What bogus melodrama?
The one you've based your life on. Now drink your coffee. I want you sober as a judge when we go out that door.
Good grief, Cujo, you were just so naive. You live in your own little world.
It ain't so little,
and think everyone else can do the same. Well, anyway, even though you're not interested, a guy at the office told me that it's Rubber Ball City in Tokyo right now. Index hits the floor, hits the lid, hits the floor, hits the lid. Every time the Nikkei starts down the drain, the pharmaceuticals rally and fish it out. Where it's going to close is anybody's guess. You are visibly excited.
Gwen, baby, please ask the waitress to bring us 3 walnut shells and a dried pea. I know a fun game we can play.
Look, my whole future's at stake here.
Yes, yes. Cujo sighs a sigh as big and luxuriant as a barge load of catnip. You've been saying that all night. Confusing future with career. Confusing career with that roulette wheel you spin every day. A crash could be the best thing that's ever happened to you.
You've been saying that all night, and I don't want to hear it anymore. If you aren't going to do the cards for me, let's forget it.
I'm eating, Cujo says. It is a statement impossible to refute. 9:15 p.m. Cujo gnaws. You sulk. What gall she has, criticizing your profession. She, a fortune-teller, one cut above a grifting gypsy in a dusty storefront. Then there is that other job of hers, the one nobody in the whole world does but Cujo Huffington, a job so wacko it doesn't have a name. What would a person call it anyhow? Travel agent after the fact? Surrogate boredom victim? Marginal employment any way one slices it. Yet she insists that you are trafficking in illusions. What nonsense. Confused, whimsical Baroque, her aspirations are immaterial in the truest and most regrettable sense of the word, whereas you dream on solid ground. Pure, clean, the sweetly insatiable yearnings of a young bride. In a little ruffled apron yodeling with strawberries that you embroidered yourself, you kneel at the oven door of the world, keeping a nervous but hopeful eye on the money soufflé. Cujo's version of this scene has you a vampire wrapped in the curtains. Well, she says, interrupting your pout, did you get hold of Belford? Yes. I reached him on his car phone. He's still driving around Queen Anne looking for Andre, rather upset that we aren't helping. I promised him we would. Almost done, she says. From her full red lips, she wipes the last stains of the flesh of the pig. Let me just grab a dish of their tapioca pudding. A body can't hardly find old-fashioned tapioca pudding anymore. Belford's in a state. I've never seen him worked up like this. He's usually so calm. You pause, reflect. Naturally, I hope he finds Andre, but you know, it might be a positive thing for him if he's rid of that monkey. Oh, I disagree. The brutal truth is that monkey's the one and only interesting thing about Belford Boy. Without Andre, he's the Duke of Dishwater and Earl of Dull. She pauses, reflects. As far as I know, that is. I have no idea what he's like in the sack. It's the fact that some men conceal the greater part of their personality between their legs. She flashes a grin you could slide a dictionary into. Care to comment? Good grief, Gwen. Your face turns so red you can see it reflected in Cujo's silverware. The Vice Squad could hire you as a smut detector. You are sputtering toward an irritated response when, thankfully, a beehived waitress bustles over to take Cujo's dessert order. You excuse yourself and set off toward the lavatory, passing en route the ice machine, the milk dispenser, and a case in which humble proletarian bowls of pudding and jello quiver with passive resentment in the shadows of opulent slices of pie. If this amounts to a confectionery model of impending class warfare, it is no secret where your sympathies lie. You all but nod hello to a particularly patrician wedge of coconut meringue. The toilet is a shock to your sensibilities, not because it is in the least unsanitary, but because it has been freshly painted with untold quarts of yellow enamel the color of a canary with liver disease. Blinking at the unrelieved brightness, wrinkling your nose at the perfume machine, 50 cents for a squirt of evening in Paris, remembering with a sudden fondness the understated elegance of the Bull and Bears facility, you, fully sober at last, let yourself into one of the twin screaming yellow stalls, hike up your dress, pull down your panties, vigorously scour the seat with a wad of tissue, then sit. Although the cocktail lounge is at the other end of the restaurant, you can hear Dick Dickerson at the organ as plainly as if he is being piped through the plumbing. Dick is offering a rendition of Lazy River, and a few of the customers are singing along. Your father used to listen to Lazy River, a jazz version, of course, accompanying the recording on his bongos, those cursed drums that ruined your chances for a normal childhood. You are sitting here, half in reverie, half in annoyance, when your body abruptly twitches in a mild, startled reaction. Cutting through the residual aromas of stale tobacco smoke, cheap perfume, oil-based paint, and piney woods deodorizer, cutting through the loo air with a golden track, comes the smell of your own micturition, a smell heightened 100-fold by your recent ingestion of asparagus. And the instant your brain identifies the odor, it thinks of Larry Diamond. Just as the perverse bastard knew it would, you are disgusted with yourself and furious with him, and as you discover when you wipe your labia, recognizably and quite inexplicably aroused. 9:25 p.m. You storm past the pie cabinet where the jello has started to look alarmingly upwardly mobile, and catch up with Cujo at the cigar counter. She is chewing on a toothpick and paying the tab.
Belford Dunn is the nicest, most decent man I know. His sex life is nobody's business, and besides, you don't even have a boyfriend.
You say this through clenched teeth while practically balling your tiny hands into fists. Whoa, whoa there. Take it easy, lady. No need to get defensive. Belford's a sweetheart. The whole damn town knows Belford's the sweetheart. If the nimble-minded should ever put him on trial for terminal dullness, I'll testify under oath that he's twice as nice as he is tedious. Fair enough? Your inclination to vigorously condemn this faint praise is tempered by the embarrassment you feel at the way the cashier is regarding the pair of you. You make an edgy move toward the door, and Cujo says, "Good. Now let's go try and reunite our boy with his red-assed ape." She lays a thick, sweaty palm on your shoulder. "I suggest we begin by checking the jewelry stores." 9:45 p.m. Near the crest of Queen Anne Hill, Cujo pulls over and eases her geostorm. The fact that so many fat people drive small cars
might be worthy of a behavioral scientist's attention. Right up to the rear bumper of Belford's huge Lincoln, like an ambitious cocker spaniel sniffing out the estrogen level of a Doberman bitch. When she turns off her headlights, you can see the silhouette, the squarish head, the wide shoulders of the man you have vowed to ease out of your life by July 4th, Independence Day, yet whose honor, if not élan, you have just passionately, though incongruously, defended. The ambiguity is not lost on you. It irks you, in fact, and there may be more to come. Any moment now this man will spread his mouth over your mouth and, duration depending upon how distracted he is by Andre's disappearance, mash it about. To what extent will you find that agreeable? Considering that obsolete boyfriend or no obsolete boyfriend, market crash or no market crash, worst day of your life or no worst day, your glands are blithely brimming. Cujo opens her door and, like a discount Houdini trying to escape from a golf bag, begins pulling herself free of the car. Belford opens his door, slides out, and rushes to Cujo's assistance. You sit there. You look him over. You wonder. Belford Dunn used to be a logger, what in earlier, more colorful times was called a lumberjack. He resided near his birthplace on the Olympic Peninsula and felled cedar and fir for his livelihood. At some point, he read the handwriting on the sawmill wall. It said, "Timber is a dying business." Right next to it was a wall upon which was written, "A tree farm is not a forest." Belford put two and two together, concluding that at the rate Americans were selling logs to the Japanese, it was merely a matter of time before we ran out of woods, and that the plantations that were being established in their stead were without appeal, being devoid of wildness and beauty, diversity and danger, curiosity and reverence, that primal reverence that has forever been inspired by the unknown place. The place unknown, that is, to all but such messengers of our psyche as the moon and the mushroom and the owl and the stag. When Belford packed up and left Port Angeles, it surprised his parents, who always thought of their son exactly as he was described in his public school evaluation. Lovable, but average. Perhaps, Gwen, that is the way you think of him now. Lovable, though he may have been, however, he was at 33, unmarried, and he had only a few compunctions about leaving less foresightful buddies behind to whine and howl about the eventual loss of logging jobs. He did try to talk some sense into them, but their vision extended no further than the nearest tavern, the length of a pickup truck, the panel of a VCR. So, adios, amigos. Once settled at the Seattle YMCA, Belford enrolled in real estate classes. He earned a realtor's license, landed a job, and within 18 months was selling more properties, both residential and commercial, than all but a handful of Puget Sound agents. He proved to be a natural salesman, primarily because he liked people, and they liked him. They trusted him. Belford's brain chewed its cud as placidly as a moo cow behind the broad, open facade of what is commonly known as an honest face. Indeed, he was honest. From his thin, sandy hair to his shoeshine, he was active in the Lutheran Church out of genuine piety, not as a ploy to make contacts, although contacts he did make in abundance, and money he made in abundance as well. 10 years later, he still generates what you, Gwen, call jumbo juice. But most of it he gives to the church or to charities. And even more disturbing in your estimation, he is planning to quit his job in September so that he might go back to school to become a social worker. Good grief! The upside, you suppose, is that if nobody can successfully apply the Heimlich maneuver to an economy that is choking on a dinosaur bone,
America will need more social workers and real estate salesmen. But who's going to pay them? And how much? It was from Belford Dunn that you bought your apartment. At the time, it was his apartment. But having proclaimed it too fancy, he moved several blocks away to smaller, simpler digs. His idea of fancy hardly coincides with yours. The building, a 1930s low-rise, is solid, and each of its units has leaded glass windows, exposed beams, tiled fireplaces, and Swedish hardwood floors. In short, old-fashioned charm galore. But no one could claim it as a chic address. How could it be? Cujo Huffington lives there. Some months ago, you put your unit up for sale and signed a contract to buy a Marine View condo in a desirable upscale high-rise downtown. Goodbye, marginal neighbors. Hello, concierge. The deal is scheduled to close next week. But next week you and the fellow stockbroker who was negotiating to buy your current place may be sipping your morning coffees in the unemployment line. The timing of the crash could not have been worse. When you think about it, you scarcely can prevent yourself from screaming foul language and stamping your little feet. At any rate, Belford seemed like a good catch at first. Even today, you are not prepared to admit that personal wealth and emotional stability are inadequate substitutes for savoir-vivre, nor that unrelenting decency can wear on a person's nerves. What you will admit is that if you knew you had to spend the rest of your life with a social worker, you would blow your brains out. You might do that anyhow. Your mom did. Out on the curb, Cujo is giving Belford a high five. "Hey, you big flamboyant, fun-loving, spicy guy!" He knows she's joshing him. He's not stupid, but he smiles good-naturedly. It's a smile a girl could bring home to mother, if she had a mother. A smile a girl could pet like a pony, sip like a lemonade, hum like a popular tune. A smile a girl would feel safe with in a dark alley. Not that Belford would ever take you down a dark alley. Except for assorted camping trips and fishing expeditions, which you found tiresome, dirty, and boring, Belford has never taken you anywhere. Belford is not given to the romantic vacation, the luxury resort, the spontaneous weekend in Palm Springs. 3 years ago, shortly after you met, he went to Europe. He thought he ought to see it. You were annoyed, frankly, that he didn't invite you. You slept with him earlier than you might have in the hope that he'd ask you along. But alas, it was a package tour. Pre-sold and all that. You didn't sulk for long. It will polish him, you consoled yourself. He'll be more sophisticated after he's seen London and Rome. What you hadn't counted on was that he'd spend the entire month in Saint-Tropez fighting to gain custody of a monkey too hot for France to handle. 10 p.m. On Queen Anne Hill, there are a lot of places where a monkey might hide. It's a residential area, an area of yards. To be sure, the hill is ringed with apartment buildings, yours is one, but it's primarily a neighborhood, an extensive neighborhood of single-family dwellings. And single-family dwellings have yards. Front yards, backyards, side yards. In these yards there are shrubs, bushes, hedges, trees, bordered by tool sheds, garages, patios, gardens. There are schoolyards, too, and a couple of parks. There are even several wild wooded patches, spatially limited, yet adequate habitat for small animals. If opossum and skunk and raccoon could hide there, survive there, year after year, decade after decade, almost in the middle of a teeming metropolitan chock-a-block, think how an enterprising monkey might fare. As distraught as he is, the kiss with which he greeted you turned out to be no more than a matrimonial peck. You would suspect that Belford would be driving around willy-nilly, mistaking for Andre every pussycat that darted behind a rose bush. Yet, surprisingly, there is a modicum of organization to his efforts. A modicum.
His method has been to motor very slowly up and down one section of Queen Anne streets for 20 minutes, then to speed back to his apartment to see if the prodigal Simeon might not have returned, then, disappointed, to select a different section and repeat the process. You could greatly improve the efficiency of this operation, and normally you wouldn't have rested until you had done just that. Tonight, however, you haven't the starch for it. Fate has sicked the witches on you, and only a miracle in Tokyo can keep your innards out of their menudo. So Belford continues to do what he's been doing for hours. Only now, while he scans one side of the street, you half-heartedly scan the other. And behind you, taking up most of the Lincoln's roomy back seat, sucking on shaggy, smelly cigarettes, tugging at the folds in her caftan, Cujo cranks up the psychic radar. "Getting anything, Cujo?" Belford asks. "Nada. But that's hardly surprising. I don't read monkeys." Over your shoulder, you shoot her a glance. "Since when?" "Jackasses, yes, and jackals. Maybe a baboon now and again, but just the two-legged kind." "Andre's only got 2 legs," Belford objects. "Yeah, well, I suppose that's true. He'd have to have hands and fingers to do the things he's done." Now would be the perfect moment to segue into a discussion of Andre's past activities and the possibility that he may be trying, at least, to resume them. The ideal time to bring up Cujo's proposal that the search party cruise the downtown gem shops, the museums and first-class hotels, but neither Cujo nor you dare pursue it. There's something intimidating about a strong man on the brink of tears. Moreover, Belford has yet to contact the police. He's refusing to face reality, you think. Turning back to the window, you recommence your monkey watch with half-open eyes, reviewing in your mind the mistakes that left you so personally vulnerable to a market meltdown, facing a little reality of your own. Easter falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon following the vernal equinox. Therefore, as it is a cloudless night, there must be a moon in the sky. And whether waxing or waning, it must be virtually full. Sure enough, there it is, poking over the tip of the Queen Anne Communications Tower, big and bulbous and shiny and pitted, like the nose of a vaudeville comedian. You, alas, are unmoved by it. A tissue of worry lies like a layer of cirrostratus between you and the moon. Your eyes are oblivious to the heavens, but when the Lincoln, on its way back to Belford's place, glides past several couples socializing in the moonlight outside the popular 5-spot cafe, your ears are reasonably certain that they hear people barking. 10:25 p.m. "Hi, Yamaguchi-san," says Cujo in a fake Japanese accent. She chuckles. "Right," Belford agrees. "Dr. Yamaguchi." He, too, manages to cough up the husk of a laugh. "Hey, what is this with Yamaguchi and people barking?" you demand. Something is afoot, something silly and stupid, no doubt, but you are irked that you seem to be the last soul in Seattle who isn't in on the joke. "I didn't personally catch it on the tube," Cujo explains. "But, look there," Belford interrupts. "Is that him?" "What? Where?" Belford brakes the Lincoln and angles it to the right so sharply that its front tire blackfaces the curb. You entertain a whiff of burnt rubber and the feeling that the curb is down on one knee about to sing Mammy. Then you see it. An anthropoid shape scrambling on all fours across the lawn of a duplex. Only a millisecond separates the synapse that falsely registers the silhouette of Andre from the one that accurately informs you that the shape is much too large for a monkey. "It's a man," says Cujo. "Yeah," Belford reluctantly agrees. The bellows of a huge sigh fills the car with the vapid carbon dioxide of his disappointment. As the three of you look on, the man crawls into the shadow of a rhododendron shrub and all but vanishes there. Think it's a burglar? Cujo scoffs at you. Gwen, the guy's in his underwear. The poor fellow's drunk, says Belford, or disturbed. Probably a stockbroker, then, you say. You check your gold Rolex. In another 35 minutes there could be a guy like him behind every bush in town. You issue a bitter little laugh and lay your hand on Belford's. It's the first time you've touched him tonight. Let's keep moving, dear. Belford, however, is already reaching for the door handle. He may need help, he says. He might be in pain. There's no use trying to restrain the socially responsible once they are locked in on their suffering target. You pull back and let him go. Cujo makes a move to follow him, then thinks better of it and lights up another noxious cigarette instead. You're wise to stay in here, you say. What if he's on drugs? Belford's lucky if he is. People on drugs are always less trouble than people on booze. As your supposed boyfriend slowly approaches the night-crawler, for an ex-logger it's amazing how daintily, almost primly he moves. You strain to remember if your father was more trouble when he was drinking Dago Red or smoking Humboldt weed. Trouble may be the wrong word. Seldom was Ferdinand Matty trouble. He just wasn't much of a dad. Out of the shrub shadow, an arm suddenly materializes, long and alabaster in the moonlight. It is reminiscent of those disembodied appendages that in old horror movies strangled one by one the occupants of Gothic mansions and played tortured Rachmaninoff solos on grand pianos in the middle of the night. The arm is vigorously, frantically waving Belford away. Belford does stop, but failing to get the picture, asks the flailing arm, "Friend, are you okay?" At that instant, the front door of the lower duplex flies open, and onto the tiny porch bursts a man in a postman's uniform. The man is wielding a croquet mallet and appears agitated and potentially dangerous, except for the fact that his progress is impeded by an equally agitated woman wearing a red bra but no underpants, who has a firm grasp on his collar. The woman is weeping and wailing, and the man is attempting to shake her off, while his vision adjusts to the dimmer light outdoors. "There's two of them!" the man yells. He lunges forward so forcefully that the woman falls, releasing his jacket. "Were you fucking two of them?" As he bolts down the steps, brandishing the croquet mallet, you call out, "Belford!" Your voice sounds so high and tweety to you that you were embarrassed to add anything further. At the same time as the disembodied arm is retracted into the shadows, Belford raises his own arm in a conciliatory gesture. Belford wishes to pacify. Belford wishes to reason. However, neither reason nor logic nor gloom of night shall stay this courier from his appointed rounds. The postman takes a running swing that grazes the sleeve of Belford's placating gesture. Now it's Cujo's turn to holler. "Get behind the wheel," she orders. For some reason, you cannot move. You sit there as if mesmerized by numbers on a computer screen while the mallet whizzes around Belford's head. "God damn it, Gwen, get behind the wheel and start the car." Cujo pokes you hard between your shoulder blades with her cigarette holder. Thus prodded, you slide across the seat, turn the ignition, and whimper. Will the worst day of your life never end? Whoomp! The sound of the mallet smacking Belford's face mimics the sound of a fastball landing in a catcher's mitt. Belford has not tasted so much cellulose since a limb fell on him his first week at work in the woods. Spotted owls circle his skull, chased by miniature pooty with their diapers on fire. Belford is staggering. The mallet is rising for another whoomph when the night crawler darts from his hiding place and lopes off down the street. Switching attention, the presumed cuckold follows him in hot pursuit. Prodded by Cujo, you inch the Lincoln forward. Cujo opens the door for Belford, whereupon you experience simultaneous horror at the blood he is dripping and jealousy at the way he waved goodbye to the pantless blonde on the porch. 10:55 p.m. Although Belford's apartment is clean and tidy, it reeks so of monkey that it turns your stomach. Cujo's sinister cigarettes will soon mask the animal odor, but the tobacco has been punching your nausea bag as well. You slip out onto Belford's narrow balcony for a suck of fresh air. The night is coolish, but mild enough to be restrained by your Armani trench coat. Trees newly leafed block your view of downtown and its lights, but you can see, good for you, that the sky is a prickle with stars, and that the moon looks like a radiation blister that a primitive physician has treated with sulfur. That your brain cells might be catenated to those distant fossilized fireballs would strike you as preposterous, but only slightly more preposterous than your emotional links to the fellow who was lying on the sofa with an ice pack on his face. Neither you nor Cujo can claim any first-aid experience. The stricken soul who relies on either of you for CPR can kiss his tush and his ticker goodbye, but between the two of you, you accurately determined that Belford's nose was merely bloodied, not broken, and that the cut in his lip should not require stitches. Cujo made him pinch his nostrils together until the blood flow clotted. You sponged his features with a wet hand towel. You weren't as gentle as you could have been. Damn Posner if he thinks you'll take up nursing. But Belford didn't complain. When he spoke at all, it was to express pity for those involved in the duplex triangle, which, of course, annoyed you since you believed that the sordid of the world get what they deserve. Now he's speaking again. Muffled by the ice pack, no intelligible word makes it as far as the balcony. Intuitively, perhaps, you shoot another curious look at the stars as if the constellations might hold an answer for you. And could you project your gaze all the way to the suburbs of Sirius? Indeed, they might, although not to any question that you have so far thought to ask. Then you go back inside. What were you saying, Belford?
He says, Cujo replies for him, that he wants to look for Andre some more. He wonders if you'll mind driving him.
I guess I could. You consent with a minimum of enthusiasm. What time is it? You follow the rhetorical question with a glance at your watch. Good grief, you exclaim. It's 11:13 p.m. You knock over a chair and bounce off an ottoman in your explosive sprint to the phone. Good grief, good grief, good grief. How could you have allowed the crucial moment to pass unnoticed? Damn Belford and his meddling. Damn proletarian immorality. Damn the monkey, and damn the stars. At Posner, Lampard, McAvoy, and Jacobson, the phone burbles. Burbles. And burbles some more. The first few burbles mimic electronically the sound of neurological urgency. The next few, the sound of the heart's frustrations. They sure as hell got out of there fast, you think. The Nikkei not closed 15 minutes, and they've already blown the disco. What does it mean? Banzai or harakiri? A hollow, recorded voice comes over the line, informing you that the offices are closed until Monday and wishing you a happy Easter. Slamming down the receiver, you wonder if God doesn't have an answering machine to screen out the prayers of the venal and the boring. And in which category has he placed you? Ignoring the encouragement that Belford mumbles through his ice pack, you let your fingers run, not walk, through the yellow pages. R is for restaurants. There are so many. The only yellow pages list longer than the restaurant list is the one for attorneys. So one eats out, one breaks a tooth, or finds glass in the chowder, or gets food poisoning, one sues. What does that say about America? Here it is, Gwen, the number of the Bull and Bear. Punch it in. Once again, you are privy to a crosstown attack of chronic burbling. You try to imagine conditions under which the Bull and Bear might have emptied out, but you are not quite that creative.
At long last, the receiver is lifted off its cradle, and you hear the aviary gabble-gobble of a crowded lounge, followed by the bartender's curt hello. You ask to speak with Phil Craddock, good old Phil, and while he's being paged, strain to hear if you can pick up any clue concerning the Nikkei's performance from the tone of the barroom babble. It is definitely not subdued. But is that a skinny blade of panic snicker-sneeing through the roar?
Not here,
grunts the bartender. As clearly as if he were on closed-circuit camera, you can tell he is hanging up the phone. Wait, you scream.
Yeah.
Try Saul Finkelstein, would you? Thanks.
Phil is a commodities trader, a different breed. He's probably home in bed, snoring like an overturned tractor. You should have asked for Saul in the first place. Good old Saul. As you await him, you hear, or think you hear, from somewhere so deep in the phone that it might well have emanated from a source other than the Bull and Bear, might have danced off like a stray spark from another conversation on another circuit, perhaps in another city. You hear, or think you hear, the word bozo. It gives the back of your neck a most puzzling tingle. You are still trying to make sense of it when the bartender comes back on the line.
Saul's not here, he says.
Well then, would you please page...
Lady, for Christ's sake, I'm not your social secretary. I'm busy.
He bangs down the receiver, leaving you with an earful of dead but vibratory air. You bury your head in your hands. You can almost feel random hairs, strands that a moment ago were glossy black, turning gray in their follicles. Number 24, 25. 26. Your presumed friends hasten to console you.
We haven't consulted the cards yet,
says Cujo, stubbing out a cigarette in a thick vortex of gagging smoke.
Could put this whole affair in a different perspective.
Gwen, honey, says Belford, removing the ice bag and sitting upright on the blood-flecked sofa, let's think about this for a minute. There's got to be someplace else you can get the information you need. Oh, it doesn't matter, you say, your voice is burnt out as a picnic marshmallow that's fallen off its stick. It doesn't matter how Tokyo closed. I'm doomed anyway. Goddamn doomed. Baby, that's not so, Belford says. He puts a blood-stained arm around you. Cujo just looks at you. She is hardly astonished that the Wall Street quake is rattling skeletons in your personal closet. She and the tarot have suspected for quite a while that you've been picking toadstools without a field guide. Midnight. Obviously, a birthday candle's worth of optimism continues to flicker in your heart. Else, why would you be stopping by the Bull and Bear on the way to fetch your car? Belford had dropped you off at the parking garage, and while he'd been occupied with emptying his wallet for a delegation of the derelict, the dipsomaniac, and the dispossessed that had found in him a sympathetic ear, you slipped around the corner, still intent on reception of a report from Asia. Cujo had gone home to bed. She had scheduled an early morning tarot reading for which she must be rested, plus a noon appointment to eat cucumber sandwiches and watch out-of-focus videos of an elderly widow's tour of the gardens of England. For pay. This was Cujo's second job. As you hugged each other goodbye, the two of you had made a tentative date for a mid-morning consultation with the cards and a firm date to go out together Friday evening. To a nice escapist movie, if you have your way, to the Werewolf Club to catch Betty's spaghetti and the meatballs if Cujo is allowed to choose.
After weak tea and underexposed vistas of anal retentive planting habits, I'm going to require loud sounds and plenty of them, she said.
You hate music clubs for any number of reasons, including the distinct threat of encountering your father in one of them. But you consented to consider the Werewolf, since it has a state-of-the-art ventilation system, and since substantial persons, real persons, persons with incomes above 5 figures, had been known to show up there, although should they observe you in the company of Miss Huffington, it could do you more harm than good. Once Cujo, trailing a plume of acrid smoke, had been seen safely into her building, you had suggested to Belford a change in the Andre strategy.
2 cars can cover twice as much territory as one, you reasoned.
Regardless of how he might covet your companionship, he could not argue. And regardless of your fatigue, a result both of the day's blows and the martinis with which you sought to soften them, you were intent upon demonstrating your often unappreciated goodwill. Thus Belford eased the Lincoln down the Queen Anne incline, carrying you to retrieve your beloved Porsche so that you might enlist it in the sweep of the monkey-haunted hilltop. Belford hates his automobile as much as you adore yours. For the present, a luxury car is a necessary accoutrement to his realtor's image, but he is looking forward to the day when he can exchange it for an unassuming little egalitarian model such as Cujo's. He had mentioned this again as you neared the bottom of the hill and the cardboard lean-tos of the homeless came into view. As usual, it annoyed you. The trouble with Belford, in your opinion, is that he achieved financial success without ever dreaming of it. A situation contrary to the American way of life. The American dream is wasted upon those who never dreamed in the first place. Now that the schism between rich and poor has grown so wide, the old style, anything is possible in America dreams, are falling through the crack. Today, the road to the pot of gold is paved with lottery tickets and frivolous lawsuits. A thoroughly cheesy way to go. How grand, how noble your dreaming has been in comparison. If only you had had a wit of fortune, had not been forced by circumstance to cut corners, bend rules. What happened today, Sweetums? Belford's question had jarred you loose from your musings. I mean, how could the stock market fall apart like that? At last, he had finally got around to it. He was pooping the question, as opposed to popping the question, which he had done on a couple of occasions as well, meeting with an evasive response. You wanted to keep your options open.
I should have seen it coming, you confessed. I did see it coming, only I didn't do anything about it. Why? If I had pulled my clients out of the market and it shot up, which it did last year, they would have hated me, deserted me. I would have been the lone dumb wimp who missed the rally. On the other hand, if I'd stayed in and the market sank, everybody would have been in the same boat. It wouldn't have been me in the dunce corner all by myself. So I kept my people in. Worse, I stayed in myself. Yesterday we tested HIV positive. Today we landed in intensive care.
Yeah, but why exactly?
Well, it's no big secret the economy's been skating on thin ice all year. Stocks overpriced at the same time that earnings have been weak. Money flowing out of this country, not much flowing back in. In their hearts, most Americans believed the government would sooner or later do something to reverse the stream. That's giving the government credit for more brains and more integrity than it's obviously got. The equities market's been chugging along on faith alone. There was a real vile character in the Bull and Bear this afternoon, a former hotshot broker, disgraced now, really vile. But anyway, I overheard this creep say, faith is believing in something you know isn't true. And he's probably correct. Yesterday, God, it seems so long ago, that faith was badly strained when 2 cities in Pennsylvania and 1 in Maryland defaulted on their municipal bonds. The street was skittish and set to stampede, and this morning one of the top analysts fired the shot. He predicted New York would also go into default, and that Trace Manhattan Bank would turn toes up. That's all it took. The institution and pension fund investors lit out for the hills, with the little guys running right behind them, hanging onto their suspenders. Down what, 800 points? 873 to be precise. That's awful. But I thought that after the crash of '87, they fixed it so that couldn't happen anymore. They put in safeguards, automatic circuit breakers or something like that. Wasn't it something like that? From what I've heard about '87, I was a mere schoolgirl at the time. That carnage was a result of internal factors. A market discrepancy between the New York Exchange and the pit in Chicago. A result of hedging short side in futures. The futures market didn't have any uptick rule. It could short into weakness. In a down market, Wall Street traders had to wait for an uptick to go short. So to stay in the game, they would hedge their portfolios in Chicago. What with the volume increase brought about by program trading, it simply caught up with them. Had Belford understood what you just said? And if he had not, how could he expect you to marry him? How could he expect that in any case? In the shine of passing street lamps, you had tried to project what Belford would look like in 10 years. Belford, the social worker. Jaws gone to jelly, wire-rimmed spectacles, bald on top, tufts longish and gray on the sides. Benjamin Franklin without a kite. And you're right, the SEC did fix it so that internal causes couldn't pull the rug out again. But protection against external events is virtually impossible. What are they going to do? Tape that damn analyst's mouth shut? Trading limits can't stand up to massive redemptions of mutual funds. They can slow it down, maybe, but once it's got momentum, they can't stop it. On top of that, there was some kind of atmospheric interference today, sunspots or something, that caused safeguard equipment to fail. Just a lot of bad luck, basically. Probably because I was so heavily invested. When Belford had admonished you for taking the crash personally, you laughed as if you'd been joking. But you had been partially serious. There are people, you have noticed, who have money genes. Posner, for example. Even Belford. It isn't that they always inherit fortunes, although they are inclined to do that too, but that they are genetically disposed toward wealth, connected to it on a molecular level. There's an extra golden chromosome attached to the helix of their DNA, and it attracts money the way that a chipped or blemished chromosome will attract disease. You were not born with it, alas, and attempts to have it implanted have inevitably resulted in rejection. The grafts won't hold. Therefore, in order to keep your system green, you are forced to have regular, frequent, painful injections. Might it have been different had your daddy been Ferdinand Marcos rather than Ferdinand Matty? Had your mom cared less for poetry? Maybe. As it is, however, you relate to cash the way a diabetic relates to insulin. Absorb it artificially, at a particular rate, or run the risk of shock. Even then, you experience periodic allergic reactions, as if your white corpuscles had been mobilized to fight dollars off. In any event, talking about the crash in a broad, somewhat objective fashion had made you feel better. Inspired, you'd been ready to treat Belford to a rehash of the Gwendolyn Maddy theory of economic riptide. What happens when the push and pull of concentrated wealth collides with the stagger and swoon of excessive poverty, and why it is imperative that you in the middle class swim like hell toward the channel of prosperity. But the Lincoln had arrived downtown, and its driver had become distracted by the very real, non-theoretical spectacle of poverty in the streets. You had kissed your fingertips, a totally safe practice since your nails are chewed down to the quick, and touched them to Belford's busted lip. What color was the striping on the mallet, did anybody notice? Would it ever be employed again in a sunny Sunday afternoon of croquet on the duplex lawn, the postman and his wife paired off against in-laws or friends, calm now, reconciliated, concentrating on wicket angles, while half a block away, hunkered down behind the wheel of a parked car, her lover glowers through dark glasses, and high up in the spire of a cedar, his eyes burning like joss sticks, his carrot-sensitive fingers parting his fur, in a silent harvest of fleas. A monkey also is spying?
You had wanted to share this vision of Andre's whereabouts,
Premonition. Or have you been made silly by your association with Cujo? But Belford had been busy, cooing to the underprivileged, as if they were his own baby kin. So you'd slipped away and rounded the corner of Union Street to rummage for one more frayed piece, perhaps, in the solid gray jigsaw puzzle of your destiny. Now, as you near the Bull and Bear, the bank's digital reader board informs you that the temperature is 49 degrees, the hour exactly midnight, the watershed hour, the volatile stroke, superstition's chime, midnight, when the monotonous tick-tock of diurnal progress is for one throbbing moment replaced by the cool but smoky honk of a saxophone, alternately seductive and threatening. Midnight, the black growth on the clock face that has to be biopsied every 24 hours to see whether it is malignant or benign.
12:01 a.m. The affable Saul Finkelstein and even more affable Phil Craddock are standing on 6th Avenue, in front of the Bull and Bear. If they have been out here for a while, it would explain why they didn't come to the phone. It is hard to imagine what would keep them in the night air so long, but happily, as far as you can tell, neither of them is barking at the moon. Great, you think. Now you don't have to go inside, breathe more tobacco fumes, face Posner, or encounter that Larry, that geek who has managed to ingrain himself in your bladder so that every time you take a pee, pardon your French, his portrait wafts up between your knees.
Hi, guys.
Phil nods to you, but Saul looks away.
That's odd.
But then it is apparent that they are both quite drunk.
Listen, I've been tied up at my PC.
You lie.
Correlating historical performance rhythms with debt levels to see if I can get a higher resolution on a recovery scenario. And I guess I worked right through the Nikkei close, silly me. Can you tell...
How long have you been in this business? Phil interrupts.
Me? In this business?
Uh-huh.
4 years.
Phil grins at Saul. Saul rolls his eyes. When you've been in the market 4 years, you think you know everything there is to know. When you've been around 20 years, you realize you don't know shit. Am I right, Saul? Never knew shit, never will.
Where is this coming from?
Must be whiskey, the great ventriloquist. You force a smile.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind, but I'm still understandably anxious for the numbers from...
I'll tell you something, little lady. Saul and me are the only ones in the firm who can stand you.
Right, says Saul, who looks you in the eyes for the first time.
And we hate your guts. 12:03 a.m.
As you hurry away, lips trembling, eyelids slapping down every teardrop that pokes its head out of a duct, you hear a voice call after you, the voice of Anne Louise.
"Churn and burn, baby," she says. "Churn and burn." 12:07 a.m. Folded like a sack of kittens over the wheel of your Porsche, you sob until you can sob no more. Then you sob some more. You haven't cried like this since your mother died. Not even the kiss-off from Harvard and Wharton pumped this much tear water. When at last you feel composed enough to drive, you squeal out of the parking garage, your nose in a Kleenex, your blurry eyes on the road. You head straight home, monkey mission aborted as far as you are concerned. You do telephone Belford as soon as you let yourself in. He'll worry when you don't show up at the rendezvous point, and you don't want him calling you, catching you unaware, and detecting pain in your voice. As expected, you get his machine. Someday even the call of nature will be answered by a machine. For the time being, however, one must attend to it personally, but you wait until you have brushed your teeth and creamed your face before you brave that final pee of the day and the name that it surely will sing in the bowl. Just back from Timbuktu. You dig out your old flannel pajamas for the comfort that is in them, put them on, and pad to the bed, stopping en route to empower the TV set and switch its channel to CNN. Good grief, Gwen, there is something in you that just won't let go. Sure enough, before 5 minutes have passed, there is a report on the market crisis. You feel embarrassed and amateurish. You feel marginal to be relying on public media for market information, but at least you're no longer in the dark. Hong Kong suspended trading, you learn. Singapore and Taipei remained active and were beaten to a pulp. The news from Tokyo is as oddly inconclusive as it had been earlier. Down, yes, but still not lower than Godzilla's kneecaps. What to make of the Nikkei's relative buoyancy? The announcer quotes an analyst as guessing that it could be because of the revenues expected to be generated by Dr. Motofusa Yamaguchi's cancer cure. Revenues that the good doctor has promised to spread evenly throughout the Japanese health sector, drug companies, hospitals, medical suppliers, and from which other stocks, transportation, hotels, banks, etc., are bound to benefit. Well, there you have it. Rather indefinite, but it could be worse. Whether or not Tokyo's relative resilience will help ease our own financial crisis remains to be seen, the announcer says. We won't begin to know before Monday morning, and that's a long Easter weekend away. Meanwhile, in Seattle, Washington, Dr. Yamaguchi met the American press on Thursday evening, and the suddenly famous Hokkaido clinic director had something, unusual to say. Stay tuned. You switch off the television and slide into bed. No sweetness like the sweetness of smooth, clean sheets. No protection quite so arrow-proof as a fluffy quilt. Hardly has your head dented the pillow, however, than you slide out and turn the set back on. 1:06 a.m. When news seeped out nearly 9 months ago that a physician at an obscure clinic on Japan's northernmost island was curing colon cancer on a routine basis, the word quack was pronounced so often the international medical community sounded like a duck farm. Eventually, as more and more cures were documented, and as Motofusa Yamaguchi's theories, if not his methods, were made public, experts conceded that there was some scientific validity to the program at Fugetsudo Clinic, but insisted that Yamaguchi's work was only experimental and that the marketing of experimentation as approved treatment was unethical, constituting, as it did, a profit-motivated exploitation of the desperate and the ill. The fact that Fugetsudo translates as the wind and the moon reduced nobody's suspicions, although why a simple reference to the natural world should foster mistrust in a profession founded upon observation of nature was a mite unclear. Nevertheless, the healings continued. The tabloids were full of them. Should Princess Di give birth to a 3-headed baby, the story would play second fiddle to the latest Yamaguchi miracle, unless one of the heads belonged to Elvis Presley, of course. The reticence of the New England Journal of Medicine on the subject was exceeded only by the reticence of Yamaguchi himself. It turned out that Dr. Yamaguchi was not marketing his cure, nor was he refusing treatment to those without means. In a rare interview granted to Texas Monthly, he had received his medical training in Houston. He professed a willingness to share his discovery with the scientific world as soon as it was technically feasible to do so. It was not quite as easy, he said, as chalking a secret formula on a blackboard or handing over the blueprints for some machine. Paradoxically, he hinted that his treatment was so straightforward that a layperson could comprehend it. If his former patients understood it, however, they were as inscrutable as their physician. Not one of them had anything revealing to divulge to the prying press, although this may well be attributed to the opium with which Yamaguchi admittedly anesthetized them. A gentleman from Kyoto did make reference to a ninja enema, a phrase that delighted tabloid editors as much as if they had invented it, but serious parties dismissed the reference as further evidence of the inadvisability of opium as a clinical sedative, or else something that got terribly lost in translation. In time, Fugetsudo Clinic was overrun. The town of Kushiro was overrun. The island of Hokkaido was overrun. The genuinely afflicted were exceeded in number by the self-diagnosed and the hypochondriacal, and those were exceeded by reporters and entrepreneurs. Logistical problems became so immense that they forced the clinic to shut down altogether. Yamaguchi said he would confer with his nation's leaders about what to do next. Meanwhile, people were dying. Colon cancer is the third most common deadly form of malignancy, and only cancer of the lungs takes more lives. Victims and their families put pressure on the U.S. government to import Dr. Yamaguchi's technology, but the National Institute of Health turned a plugged ear, and the Food and Drug Administration would only cluck about Yamaguchi's regrettable use of smokable opium. As for the highly politicized, highly competitive American Cancer Society, it seemed openly pleased that Fugetsudo Clinic was out of business. Out in Seattle, however, researchers at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center took a more positive, open-minded approach. They were impressed both with Yamaguchi's results and his impressive knowledge of MCC, a newly discovered gene that in its normal state produces the protein that regulates colorectal cell growth, but when defective acts as an impetus to polyp and tumor formation. Hutchinson gambled and sent a team of investigators to Japan. When it returned the previous month, it proclaimed, with only token hesitation, what even the Japanese Health Ministry, although increasingly enthusiastic, was reluctant to admit. Motofusa Yamaguchi could cure cancer of the colon. How? Well, the Hutchinson researchers were not completely certain. There were still many questions. However, Dr. Yamaguchi had consented to appear at a conference to be hosted by Hutchinson in early April. Yes, the man who would leave his clinic only for late-night walks in the woods was coming to Seattle, and perhaps he would explain everything then. Meanwhile, let us rejoice. And now, here he is, meeting the press upon his arrival at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. A hero's welcome. Strobe flash fireworks. City fathers jostling to get into every picture. Lots of American flags, as if America is so desperate for something to feel good about, it will try to transform a foreigner's medical breakthrough into an excuse for a patriotic rally. Not much to look at, you think, as a man, short, 50-ish, about your dad's age and height, though lacking your dad's ponytail, in a nondescript business suit, blinks and smiles shyly at the big bouquet of microphones that is being shoved stem by nodding stem in his face. When he speaks, his voice is as strong as his build is slight. His reasonably fluent English is lightly barbecued with a Texas drawl. His front teeth, now revealed, are the size and color of sugar cubes, and he has the odd habit of periodically tapping them with a Bic lighter that he seems to carry for no other purpose. 1:07 a.m. Pre-recorded and rebroadcast. Thank you. I am happy as catfish in muddy water to visit in U.S. again. Thank you. Dr. Yamaguchi taps his teeth with the Bic. Are you having many questions? As time passes, I will try my best to answer them each one. Pause. Tap, tap. But we must bear in our minds the best of answers is not always reliable. Answers can be open to interpretation. Answers are tricky things. Yamaguchi says things the way a Texan would. Fangs. It is rather disconcerting.
Yamaguchi widens by a centimeter or two, his almost painfully shy smile. Please indulge me to tell a small story. In the 8th century there lived Joshu, a great patriarch of Zen. One day, a monk asked Master Joshu, "Does a dog have Buddha nature, Master?" Pause. Tap. Does a dog have Buddha nature? To that, Master Joshu was said to answer, "Wu." Now please, Wu is in Chinese language a negative response. Negative. No, yes? But the word have many fine shades of meaning, many nuance. So, depending upon inflection, subtle nuance in pronunciation, Wu could mean absolutely not, or probably not, or possibly not, or usually not. Could mean emphatic no, or could mean I am rather inclined to doubt it. So, for 1200 years, scholars have argued exactly what did Master Joshu intend by Wu, what inflection, what shade of meaning. 1200 years they argue and argue, but I am here to tell you. Long pause. No tap. Dr. Yamaguchi is in fact gripping the bic with both hands. When asked if dog have Buddha nature, Master did not answer Wu. That is big misunderstanding. When asked if dog have Buddha nature, Master answer woof. For a second, Dr. Yamaguchi beams merrily at the reporters and dignitaries. Then he throws his head back until the slits of his eyes are pointing toward the ceiling. Woof, he barks. Oh, woof, 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 woof. Friday morning, April 6th. In the Temple of Busted Luck. 5:30 a.m. Sears, Philip Morris, Merck, General Electric, American Express, Coca-Cola, International Paper, AT&T. You are sitting on the side of your bed, eyes closed, breath shallow, little titties still rising and falling to the tempo of sleep, but you are reciting the Dow Jones Industrials just as you have first thing every morning since you were a sophomore in college. Alcoa, DuPont, McDonald's, Exxon, General Motors, Texaco, Woolworth, Boeing, Goodyear Tire. On the West Coast, stockbrokers must begin work early in the day in order to be in sync with Wall Street time. At the university, you trained yourself to awaken at 5:30 a.m., even though your first class was not until 9. Wake. Swing bare feet out and plant on floor. Chant. Union Carbide, United Technologies, Chevron, 3M, Eastman Kodak, Westinghouse, Walt Disney, Procter & Gamble. You were strict from the start. The morning after you lost your virginity, you were a junior then, it was Sears, Philip Morris, Merck, General Electric, etc., while the boy, a rugby star, you would have preferred a golfer, frankly, lay there dumbfounded, wondering if he had deflowered a saint or a kook. He was young enough to think there was a difference. At Exxon, you felt a warm trickle down your inner thigh, and for a moment you were dumbfounded too. There was a time when the recitation of the list expressed a sacred passion. Behind the pugnacious curl of your long lashes, you entertained visions of golden smokestacks taller than the Himalayas, saluting the heavens with holy smoke, of tires that turned like prayer wheels, of cash registers that chimed like temple bells, of vats of molten metals illuminating the void. The incense of distant pulp mills enlivened your pious nostrils. Your being was enveloped by that Buddhistic calm that only a substantial line of credit has the power to sustain. Today, you remain in awe of the Tao and its throbbing green aura, but like Grandma Mattie running laps around her rosary beads, you have come to invocate its pantheon by rote. Caterpillar, J.P. Morgan, Bethlehem, in whose steel manger an exalted prophet was born, I.B.M. You always save IBM. Poor old Big Blue for last, because of its long-held position of honor in the hagiographic hierarchy, and because the energizing manner in which its mantric syllable reverberates in your diaphragm serves to alert the frontiers of your consciousness and shake you fully awake. I.B.M. As a final droning M rumbles out of your torso and into the ether, your eyes slowly open, and you face the world. But not for long. The sun is rising like it isn't street legal. The sun is coming up sneaky, finding not a single cloud behind which it might take cover. It seems hesitant, furtive, afraid to pop its clutch. The feeling is contagious. As soon as it dawns on you that this is not only a holiday but also the morning after the worst day of your life, you dive back into bed and cover up your head. If, however, you fail, you will only lie there and fret, you are pleasantly mistaken. By the time the sun drags its tailpipes over the speed bump of the horizon, you are sound asleep again. 8:14 a.m. The Buddha is walking his dog. The dog's name is Sparky, and her leash is a long silver thread. The Buddha is walking his dog on a golf course. Hey, you, the golfers yell. Somebody, please get that fat fool off the green. On the 17th hole, the Buddha picks a mushroom. On the 18th hole, he eats it. Now, the Buddha is flying his dog like a kite. The silver string snaps, and Sparky floats away over the pitched slate roofs. Her bark is a yappy kind of thunder. She rummages in a cumulus as if it were a garbage can. In the restaurant district, cooks bang on their pots and pans and toss scraps of meat into the air. Buddha's dog Soup would fetch a fancy price if they could just coax her down. Famous chefs scurry up ladders and fire escapes, striking woks with wooden spoons. The banging grows louder, louder. Then you are awake. The banging wakes with you. Okay, I'm coming. Your new condo will be in a security building, complete with 24-hour doormen. Belford won't be able to barge in like this. You are positive it is Belford at the door. Claiming to need to marinate her psyche in the deepest, thickest marinade for the longest possible time, Cujo is never, ever up before 9. Highly improbable that it would be anyone from the disco. Should Posner want to can you, should Phil or Saul wish to apologize, they would attend to it Monday at work. You are correct, of course. It is Belford. And he looks a wreck. 8:15 a.m. Rough of cheek, bleary of eye, Belford obviously has been awake all night. His men's warehouse suit is rumpled and bloody. His nose and lips are swollen. For the first time in his adult life, his hair is uncombed, and his left hand and left cuff are coated with a sticky yellow substance, the result of his having sat on the steps of his building wagging a banana popsicle, Andre's favorite breakfast, in the dawn's early light. You are disgusted, but then you suspect that you too are functioning below the summit of your grooming potential. You withhold criticism of Belford, while you flee to the bathroom for a consultation with a mirror. The eyes that blink back at you are puffy and red from weeping, but aside from that, your reflection reveals nothing untoward beyond the usual surprise at your Philippine demeanor. In all these years, you still have not gotten used to it. Thanks to your mother, who was mostly Welsh,
you managed to avoid growing one of those flat-bridged noses that cause all Philippine women to look like tomboys, even those with truckloads of black lace bras and 2,000 pairs of high-heeled shoes. Your crisp little nose is your mother's gift, but everything else, your skin, your hair, your eyes and mouth, came over on the gene boat from Manila Bay. While growing up, you made several attempts to home in on your heritage to no avail. First, you were born in Oakland and reared in Seattle in a milieu more bohemian than ethnic. Second, there was a pervasive lack of self-definition that characterizes the Philippine Islands in general, a result of 3 centuries of Spanish occupation and half a century of nestling under America's iron-feathered wing, not to mention the Japanese invasion, prolonged Chinese emigration, and 2 decades of drastic dictatorship. Moreover, your ancestral homeland was the only nation in that part of Asia to be colonized by the West before it had developed a centralized government or an advanced culture. While still a teenager, you decided to deal with the identity problem by ignoring your packaging and focusing on its contents, which you are convinced is Yankee through and through. It is understandable that others do not always see you as the all-American girl, but what is really annoying is the smirky way that mirrors regard you, as if to say, "Who are you trying to fool?" You wish you knew. Face washed, teeth brushed, hair flounced, bladder emptied, not a whiff of asparagus enzyme to taunt you during the meeting of waters. You check your reflection again and decide that the flannel pajamas must go. Off they come. Then right back on. Better frumpy than naked, you reason, as you return to your bow. Belford is lying on the bed, eyes closed, and an expression on his face that could end 3 Italian operas and still have enough anguish left over to butter an existentialist's toast. You lie down beside him. You wish only to comfort him, you tell yourself, as if Belford could not be comfortable with his fly fully buttoned. He grows in your hand the way money ought to grow in your account. Well, time to take some profits. Belford's eyes pop open. He scarcely can believe you are being this bold. You can't believe it either. You are blushing, in fact, while you shimmy out of your pajama bottoms and lower yourself onto him. Whoops! Tad off center. His burgundy knob bangs against your perineum. A 1/4 inch to the south, and you'd be following the path, so to speak, of Anne Louise. You raise up, adjust, and try again. This time you close around him like silo doors closing around a heat-seeking missile. You bite your lip to keep from squealing. Admit it, Gwendolen, you needed this. You really needed this one. Spine arched, head thrown back, your own hands cupping your breasts, squirming and jouncing all the while you ride into the morning. It's a short ride, actually, and none too smooth, but it takes you where you want to go. As a lover, that is pretty much how you regard Belford Dunn. Cheap transportation. 8:40 a.m. Cujo claims that you have never had a genuine orgasm. How would she know? Even with an ear against your bedroom wall, she wouldn't know. Moans and groans are not your style. On the other hand, she could be right. How would you know? What you do know is that at some point in the coital embrace, you reach a stage where you think you have been plunged waist-deep into bubbling hot chicken fat. And afterward, you feel embarrassed and a little soiled. If that isn't orgasm, what is it? Mercifully for you both, Belford falls asleep immediately following ejaculation. Careful lest you rouse him, you slip out of bed and back into the bathroom, where you shower long and hard, as you always do after sex. Then, creamed and powdered, you stare into your closets for a while, surveying the Chanel suits, the Ralph Lauren blouses, the Donna Karan blazers, many of which are not paid for yet,
The longer you stare at your wardrobe, the more strongly it occurs to you that you ought to be nice, very, very nice, to Belford Dunn. With all the quickness in your Porsche, you zip to the Queen Anne Thriftway and return with the makings of a traditional breakfast, one of those deadly bacon and fried egg repasts that lumberjacks and Filipino drummers seem to enjoy. Cujo claims that the thing men enjoy most in all the world is what vulgar people call a blowjob. Cujo says, "Show me a wife who doesn't suck cock, and I'll show you a husband I can steal." The very thought of it causes you to spit, albeit daintily, into the sink. 9:30 a.m. It turns out that Belford has given up bacon for Lent, but he relishes the eggs, even though you fried them so long and so hard that their edges are as black and lacy as one of Imelda's bras, and their yolks have the texture of gum eraser. In the process of devouring 5 slices of jam-lavished toast — he hasn't eaten since lunch on Thursday — he compliments your cooking to the point where you start to get annoyed. You would be annoyed even if he weren't spraying crumbs. But you spoon your yogurt and hold your tongue, and after he has done the dishes — you couldn't dissuade him — you put your arms around him and say, "Now, dear, I realize you want to rush out and drive around some more, and we can do that later on. But first, don't you think it's in Andre's best interest, as well as everybody else's, that we go downtown and file a report with the police?" Belford grimaces. You are rather pleased. You prefer a look of agony to his customary placid grin. "I realize it's the right thing," he admits, "but what if the police find him and won't give him back? I mean, even if he hasn't done anything, once they learn about him, they might not give him back to me." "No, that's silly. You convinced the French to trust you with him, and you couldn't speak their language." "I bribed the French." "Belford, you never told me that." "Well, then, there's no problem. You think the cops in Seattle would turn down your dough?" Your boyfriend, whose stock appears to be ascending in reverse ratio to IBM's steep slide, is pensive for a moment or two. "Okay," he says at last. "Let's go. Maybe you ought to stop at home on the way and change clothes?" It is a prudent suggestion. In addition to its bloodstains, the rumpled wad of a suit now sports about its fly an encircling white crust of dried semen and vaginal juices, like an alkali lake on the moon. "No time," says Belford, with a glance at the kitchen clock. "We should get downtown and right back, else we'll get tied up in traffic." "It's a holiday." "Yes, but there's a parade at noon." "Are you kidding me? A Good Friday parade?" "Not exactly, no. It's some kind of celebration for Dr. Yamaguchi." 10:20 a.m. You take the Porsche because you don't believe Belford is in any shape to drive. You are in less than pristine condition yourself. Oh, you look fine enough in your Italian jeans, Anne Klein blouse, and a cashmere blazer, but there's an albatross around your neck as big as Mount Rainier, the volcano whose titanic snow cone is filling the southern quadrant of the sky with such massive majesty that even lifelong Seattle residents are compelled to gawk. Of course, due to the rain clouds that customarily cling to the city like clods to a hopper, nobody gets to see the mountain very often. On the rare clear day, such as this April morning, when not so much as a cellophane pasty censors the mammary display, the frost-nipped breast of the Queen of the Sasquatch, Seattleites are caught wondrously off guard, a fact attested to by a concomitant escalation in traffic accidents. You keep one eye on the road, one on the peak, but take delight neither in technology nor in nature. In your present situation, both seem hostile, threatening forces. To your mind, an American could no longer count on either technological advances or natural resources to generate glad gobs of gelt.
Once at the Public Safety Building, you are directed to the 5th floor. There, the elevator discharges Belford and you into a small, shabby, windowless lobby. There are doors forbiddingly closed, with signs of them that read, "Police Only." Everything is gray, the walls, the linoleum, the 3 wooden benches. You have the feeling that while it may be spring outdoors, it is always winter in the house of the law. You actually shiver. Maybe you are remembering the several occasions when your father came home with his skull split open. It couldn't have been his fault every time. When you and your little brother would ask why the cops beat him, he always answered, "Brown eyes, black hair." Around the corner there is a reception window. The two of you don't get much of a reception. Belford is disheveled and obsequious, you, as in your custom in the presence of public servants, haughty. Persons who are haughty to porters and clerks are thought to be expressing an overt sense of superiority, although it is more likely that they are trying to widen the distance between themselves and their servers to make the gulf so broad that fate would have logistical problems freighting them back across it. Inside, every career woman who stiffs a waitress is the lingering fear that she herself might have to wait tables someday. The haughtiness is a pathetic attempt at protective voodoo. The receptionist, she probably has a different title, is a 40-ish matron who looks as if she might have spent a lot of time in a freezer locker. Her face is ashen, flat, and lopsided, like a stone-axed cut of caveman meat, a reptile steak for a prehistoric barbecue. Her eyes are spots of gristle, and her thin mouth is an axe wound in the fillet. When she learns that you are here on behalf of a monkey, it is her turn to be haughty. "Don't you know the police are busy with important matters?" she asks, as if you are so dumb you have learned nothing from all the cop shows on TV. "You should have gone to animal control." Belford turns on his realtor's charm, but she keeps repeating, "Animal control, animal control." She wants to send you to what used to be called the Pound to present your problem to an animal control officer, a dog catcher in less self-important times. Eventually, poor Belford bites his busted lip and commences to fill her in on Andre's background. He doesn't get very far before, smirking all the while and rolling her dead yellow eyes at the other clerks in the office, she rings for a detective. You have the distinct impression that she is acting out of suspicion rather than compassion. In fact, you hear her stage whisper, "Harborview," to the girl at the next desk, Harborview being the hospital where the cops dump indigent citizens who have blown their bonnets. For more than half an hour, you wait on one of the hard gray benches, with not so much as an out-of-date magazine to help you pass the time. You are annoyed by the delay, but hardly surprised. Undoubtedly, the woman with the face of singed saurian sirloin was speaking the truth when she said there was only one detective on duty in that division. The city can no longer adequately fund its service agencies. Everywhere the infrastructure is deteriorating. Fiscal funeral directors circle America's largest municipalities like buzzards. Archaeologists are pointing shovels at towns that aren't even buried yet. In any case, with no distractions other than Belford, you are forced to sit there and dwell on Monday morning's market, weighing whatever slim chances you think you might have to cover your badly exposed ass. A wave of nausea gasses your gobble. When the detective finally shuffles out, Belford has the presence of mind to hand him his business card, and you quickly follow suit. The cards have a positive effect. A realtor? A stockbroker? Why, these silly shits might tip cocktails with the mayor, and the red-faced, white-haired detective, who looks like an Irish priest who has banged his nose a few too many times against the grill of the confession booth, listens politely, even interestedly, to Belford's tale. 11:10 a.m.
You ask me what kind of monkey is this lost monkey. Well, officer, if you know your monkeys, you'll have a good idea of Andre's description when I tell you he's a tailless macaque of the type commonly called a Barbary ape. An old-world monkey, about yay tall and yay wide. Fur is a dark brown, sweet-tempered, unless provoked. Crazy over banana popsicles, raisin bread, those little packaged apple pies from the convenience store, you know. A regular macaque-type monkey, I guess. Little or no tail. But excuse me, officer, if that's all there was to it, we wouldn't be using up your valuable time. We'd be over at animal control. Belford pauses to compose himself, and in the interlude, the detective looks up from his notepad and stares at you. It's a hard stare. The detective is wondering, you surmise, whether a young, spotless, well-coiffured professional woman such as you could possibly be responsible for the mess en soleil around Belford's fly. How embarrassing. On the other hand, he could be glaring at you because he has his savings invested in stocks. Or is it the brown eyes and black hair? You shudder and shift your weight from left cheek to right on the derriere-numbing bench. You see, I brought Andre back from France over 3 years ago. He'd been in some trouble over there. A whole tub of trouble. Exactly what kind of trouble would this ape have been in, sir? For some reason, he stares at you again. Good grief, what disgusting thoughts might this public servant be entertaining, and how can you stifle your blush? Andre was not a new monkey, by which I mean he was a previously owned monkey, and his previous master was a Belgian animal trainer turned bad, turned jewel thief, to be frank, famous jewel thief. Or would that be infamous? Go on. The detective apparently did not moonlight for the grammar police. You may have heard of the guy, Congo Vandenbos. No? Really? Well, in any case, it was entirely Congo's fault. I mean, what would a monkey want with a movie star's emerald necklace or some old Aztec jade? Or the Hope Diamond, for that matter. I mean, you know, a monkey may be kind of smart, but they're only animals when all is said and done, and they don't have any idea that these brightly colored stones and golden metals are so valuable to us human beings. Andre was just doing what Congo Vandenbos, I'm surprised you never heard of him in your line of work, taught him to do. It was like a circus trick, you know, as far as little Andre was concerned. There's absolutely no way a monkey could comprehend it was criminal activity. From a law enforcement perspective, wouldn't you say that's so? Go on, sir. Okay, you see, I was in France on a tour a few months after Mr. Vandenbos got himself busted. He was caught red-handed in Saint-Tropez. That's a town on the Riviera, not the sort of spot where I normally hang out. And it was at that time that the authorities finally realized he had trained this monkey to do his dirty deeds for him. It explained his success. I mean, you know, who's better than a monkey for getting in and out of billionaires' bedrooms? Well, there was a trial, and Congo was convicted and sent to prison. But then there was the question of what to do with Andre. Oh, Andre is the monkey's name. I guess there was a big to-do over it because the authorities wanted to put Andre to death. They swore up and down that he now had ingrained criminal habits and couldn't ever be trusted. But the animal rights groups over there intervened, and eventually they turned this poor, exploited creature over to the Saint-Tropez Municipal Zoo. Now, this was about a week before my tour hit the Riviera. Well, unfortunately, Andre was only in the zoo a couple of nights before he, escaped, and, Belford lapses into a sorrowful silence. Please, go on. At this point, you have the feeling that the detective is less hurried than curious. Go on, he orders.
So on Belford goes. Making annoying excuses all the while, he tells the detective how the monkey broke out of the zoo and went on a rampage. In one night, Andre tore through half a dozen villas and nearly as many hotels, stealing watches, rings, and brooches, only the finest stuff, selecting and rejecting with the eye of a connoisseur, although sometime before dawn he snatched the false teeth from a glass of water on the police chief's dresser. The police chief took it as a deliberate personal insult, and when Andre was captured the next afternoon in the midst of a siesta in the crow's nest of an anchored yacht, the chief vowed that the monkey would die. It was difficult to argue for Andre's life. Heretofore he had presumably been carrying out the commands of his master, a poor dumb beast under a villain's control. Now, however, he had robbed of his own volition, had robbed discerningly, expertly, and most of all, voluminously. When Congo was directing him, he seldom made more than a couple of heists a month. Clearly no ordinary animal, Andre was, in the police chief's words, diabolically clever and a threat to priceless private property. Wags claimed the chief clinched his repatriated dentures as he said it. Nevertheless, animal rights activists came once more to the monkey's defense. Led by a former film star, protest demonstrations erupted all over France. Belford watched one of such protests from the balcony of his hotel room in Paris. Belford saw, in the streets and on television, photographs of the condemned monkey. In his heart, Belford felt something shine, like a hot but distant planet. Involuntarily, Belford reached out toward the monkey in the picture, as if to take its tiny hand in his. Andre's execution hour arrived. The police chief and 3 of his men held the animal in place for the veterinarian's hotshot. The needle was centimeters away from shaved haunch when there was an explosion of breaking glass, and Brigitte Bardot herself leapt through the vet's window, followed by a dozen fellow activists. While the 2 sides scuffled, a judge in a hearing room a few blocks away granted a stay to Bardot's lawyer. The attorney raced to the vets, pulled the chief off his client, and presented the document. When his tour group arrived in Saint-Tropez, Belford learned that the little rascal, as he had begun to refer to the macaque, had been temporarily spared. Belford shouted, "Hallelujah!" right there on the French Riviera. He could not help himself. I've always loved animals, officer. Somebody mistreat a dog, it'd really get my dander up. This French monkey was so cute, and its life had been so unfair. Well, right away, I got me an interpreter and went down to City Hall, to the police station, and to the court, and offered to take Andre off their hands, to bring him to America, land of the free and home of the brave. Good grief, you think. When will the corn stop and the ball begin? At first they wouldn't even listen to me, but I was persistent. You learn that in salesmanship. Persistent and polite. My tour went on to Spain, but I stayed behind, and nearly every day I stopped by the office of some official or other in Saint-Tropez and made my pitch. I don't know which the chief got the most tired of, the controversy in the media or me on his doorstep, but one day, after about a month of hard lobbying, he called me in and said in perfect English, "If you can get this damnable brute out of France by tomorrow night, it is yours." Those were his very words, and with great joy I complied. The detective scowls. "The French didn't file a report with U.S. authorities? Nor you either?" "No, officer, he did not, and I did not. Maybe I was in the wrong, but I wanted to give this poor monkey a new lease on life. Why bring his past with him to Seattle? You see, I was convinced I could reform him. And I did. As Miss Mattie is my witness, I did." The glance the detective gives you is like a coin tossed to a leper. To Belford he asks, "Now, how do you know that, sir?" "'Cause after 6 or 7 months or so, these things take time, I could leave baubles and beads and imitation jewels lying around all over the place, and Andre wouldn't even touch 'em. Why, if I dangled a rhinestone bracelet in front of his face, he'd screech and run out of the room. Maybe, you think, he was screeching at your bad taste. You believe that monkey can't tell rhinestones from diamonds? How did I accomplish this? Well, part of it was conditioning, simple rules of animal training. Although it isn't always simple, it requires a heap of patience. And part was my faith. I'm talking about prayer now. Lord, how I prayed and prayed over that monkey. And I taught Andre to pray too. Okay, you can look at me funny, but for the last year and a half, Andre has been kneeling down beside me every night at bedtime and bowing his head. And folks may say, monkey see, monkey do, but I believe sincerely there's more to it than that. Andre is devout. He is. You should see the way the little rascal reacts to pictures of Jesus Christ. I know, it's only a dumb animal, but who's to say Andre does not have a soul? A little monkey soul. Sure, he's been retrained, but I'm prepared to go further than that. Andre's been reborn. The detective clears his throat. Scarcely looking up, he asks Belford about the circumstances of the monkey's disappearance. Yesterday morning while I was at work, he unlocked the apartment door and just took off. No warning, no nothing, and then assures him that the police could not hold Andre once apprehended unless he has committed an offense. In fact, in the absence of a crime, the only action the detective can take at all is to issue an information report. A non-emergency, read low priority, bulletin would be broadcast to patrol cars advising them to be on the lookout for an unrestrained monkey. At this point, appearing a trifle stunned like a priest who's heard the confessions of a dormitory of hormone-laden schoolgirls, the detective excuses himself and scurries away to the safety of his office. Gee, says Belford, that wasn't real satisfying, was it? Well, didn't I tell you to mention the bribes? Might have given him some inspiration. 11:30 a.m. Outside, it has gotten surprisingly warm, and not so surprisingly hazy. The air tastes of sauerkraut. The metropolitan ozone layer wiggles like a mold of rat jelly. Although there's barely a cloud in the sky, Mount Rainier has virtually vanished. It is a spook summit now, a ghost tit behind the haze, and the sun is ghostly too, its blazing oceans of nuclear radiation no match for the spew of tens of thousands of little Japanese cars. Don't breathe this air, you say. You don't know where it's been. Behind a hydrocarbon hood, the city is outlined like the features of a robber under pantyhose. I can remember, says Belford, when Seattle didn't have any smog. It was not that long ago. We shouldn't complain, you say. It's the smell of money. Happily for you, Belford pays for parking. You suppose you're going to have to start pinching your pennies now. A thoroughly depressing idea. For some odd reason, you think of that creep in the Bull and Bear and what he said about the fun just commencing. Harbor View, you hiss. And Belford, believing you are referring to the police receptionist, hastens to add, we probably did strike her as a bit demented. Poor woman. By driving along the waterfront on Elliott Avenue, you manage to avoid any congestion generated by the Yamaguchi parade. It turns out not to be a parade anyhow, but a rally at the downtown Westlake Mall. The mayor gives Dr. Yamaguchi the key to the city. Cancer patients from a 5-state area and British Columbia mill about crying out to be blessed. The good doctor promises the crowd and the press that he will reveal findings of some importance at the conference on Monday, and then, with shy smiles and bic taps, relates a little story about how his parents consented to his studies in Houston only because they thought Rice University sounded sympathetic to a homesick Asian's dietary needs. On the climb up Queen Anne Hill, you stupidly ask Belford if he has considered the possibility that Andre might have been stolen. He shakes his head assuredly, but his confidence turns quickly to panic when you elaborate.
I'm talking plot here. A professional job. I mean, there are criminals all over Europe who know about Andre and his special talents. Maybe one of them traced him here. Okay, so they wouldn't know how to control him, what commands to give, and so forth. But what if Congo Vandenbosch informed them? Suppose he sold the information to one of his jailmates, or they beat it out of him. Suppose Congo's been paroled. It's been 3 years. Early release happens all the time in America, so why not in France? Suppose Congo's here. Suppose...
Lord, Belford moans, Lord, Lord, Lord.
Why didn't I think of that?
He insists that you turn the Porsche around and fetch him right back to police headquarters so he can alert the detective. It taxes your powers of persuasion to convince him that he can accomplish it just as easily over the telephone.
Call as soon as you get home. Then take a nap, for goodness sake. Drink a glass of cooking sherry. You're a load of nerves.
You are not as nurturing as you ought to be, perhaps, but you have devoted the entire morning to Belford at the expense of your own agenda. You simply must catch Cujo before she leaves. Her tarot deck awaits you, with its lurid colors and obscure archetypes, an extravagantly fashioned, if spitball-plugged keyhole in the door to your temple of busted luck. 11:50 a.m. You don't make it. Her appointment with the Garden Club tourist is at noon, and it appears as if she is going to be on time for a change. To you, whose creed is to never, ever be late for anything, she once quoted Oliver Goldsmith, "Punctuality is not an admirable trait in a woman of grace." You surveyed her beanbag rolls of bouncing flesh and saw a travesty of grace, but the best you could come up with in response was,
"The early bird gets the worm."
Naturally, she had some fun with that, at your expense. In any event, today, of all days, Cujo Huffington has left for work on time. Her work, in this case, being not in her primary capacity as tarotmancer, but in her secondary role as professional one-woman captive audience for travel bores. Nearly a decade ago, on a metro bus, Cujo slid her tectonic plates of tootsie-wootsy tonnage onto a seat next to a, fortunately, tiny, black-clad crone who, it turned out, had recently returned from a visit to her ancestral home in Greece. When Cujo responded with some semblance of enthusiasm to the already dog-eared snapshots the old woman pulled out of her purse, the woman said, "You come to my house. Look at my pictures. I pay you $10. And Cujo, because she felt sorry for the lady, and because she could use $10, complied. Later, it occurred to her that the world was full of people with similar needs. Some were old and alone, some were weird and friendless, some had friends but were in danger of losing them if they subjected them to another illustrated account of their last vacation. Some were simply incorrigible show-offs. What they had in common was that each of them had been somewhere and wanted to tell somebody about it, in great detail. So, Cujo hired herself out. She would sit in their parlors or dens or cramped apartments, occasionally an executive suite, and pore through their scrapbooks and photographs, applaud their slideshows and video presentations, ooh and ah at their souvenirs and mementos, listen attentively to journal entries and passages from guidebooks and hyperbolic brochures, and generally exhibit appreciation and curiosity. She learned early on that the more questions she asked, the better tips she earned. Although it was prudent to ask only those questions she was reasonably certain a client could answer. From family reunion picnics in Iowa to the Folies Bergère in Paris, from the magic mice of Disneyland to the killer rats of Kabul, Cujo had an occasion to comment on them all, sometimes more than once. Her clients tended not to travel often. Some took only one trip in their entire lives, and it was fairly common for her to be invited to review the same journey twice or thrice or more. If you have told her once, you have told her 40 times. Her little scam may be creative and clever, but there's no money in it, no serious money. She says she doesn't mind.
It's supplemental income. The tarot business seems to fluctuate a lot according to the alignment of the planets.
According to the state of the economy, in your opinion.
Anyhow, my clients rely on me emotionally,
she maintains, a sentiment not appreciably different, it seems to you, from the bleeding heart attitudes of Belford Dunn, which she often joins you in ridiculing. No matter, Cujo has gone off on a job just when you need her most. However, as you discover when you walk down the hall to your own more spacious unit, she has left you a note. 11:53 a.m. Wedged in your threshold is a small rectangle of black rice paper that, when unfolded, reveals the following message handwritten in silver ink.
Gwen, baby, regret we missed connections. I'll be back by 3. Meanwhile, the cards are spread on my reading table. I've shuffled them, meditating on you and the questions I'd bet the ranch you're dying to ask. So, pick a card. You know how. Study it and we'll get together later. Ta-ta. Cue the huff.
She wishes you to select a single card. That's the way you do it these days. Now that you have grown close, she has difficulty giving you a full-scale reading. Her feelings, her fears, and hopes for you show up as static in the psychic transmission. She says that tarot can have a plethora of meanings, and when she looks at the cards that come up for a friend, she, due to a protective instinct, tends to lose her objectivity and over-accentuate the positive. As a result, the friend is misled, and Cujo's gift is compromised.
Tarot with a stranger is kind of like a one-night stand, she explains. It's usually both more dangerous and more honest than sex with the partner you love.
Recalling the first time she ever read you, you have to concur. That was nearly 3 years ago. You were new in the building, having recently purchased your apartment from Belford Dunn. You were also fairly new at Posner's Disco, and it was a mix of career anxiety and career ambition that led you to ring Cujo's bell, although she contends it was actually other concerns altogether. Just as the University of Washington was the only school of any consequence that would accept you in its graduate program, Posner, Lampert, McAvoy, and Jacobson was the only brokerage house that would hire you. God knows you applied at the jumbos first. Granted, you had not been any academic whiz, but you earned your MBA fair and square, except for that teensy bit of cribbing and brown-nosing to which every pressured student occasionally resorts, and you were confident of eventual success. After all, it was the only thing you had ever wanted. Okay, if you were forced to launch your career at a regional firm, so much the better. You could become a big fish in a small pond and soon be invited to swim downstream, to the sea, where the big bucks splashed. Of course, it irked you to no end that Posner was unimpressed by your MBA. "We're here to sell," he said, "and I'm giving you a chance because of your experience in selling." You had paid your way through college by working afternoons, weekends, and summers at Nordstrom. The store had started you out in the lingerie department, but you became so blushingly flustered whenever a male questioned you about intimate apparel that they had to transfer you to outdoor wear. Oh, yes, you moved a mountain of ski jackets over the years, but that's another story. If Posner couldn't differentiate between Gore-Tex and government bonds, that was his problem. Your problem was that your performance the first year at the disco hadn't quite lived up to your expectations. True, you were better off financially than you'd ever been in your life, but the major juice seemed annoyingly just out of reach of your dipper. And Mr. Dunn, as you called him then, had to pull some strings at the bank to get your loan approved. At exactly what juncture you became aware that your neighbor down the hall was Seattle's most highly regarded tarotmancer, escapes you now. Vivid, however, is your recollection of the evening that you, with hesitation, cynicism, and more than a dollop of shame, pressed the chewed tip of your index finger against her buzzer. Disoriented by her size and attire, you blurted out that you would like to schedule an appointment, just for the fun of it, you know? And she said, "Well, how does immediately strike you? My 6:30 gig just canceled." Stammering excuses, you attempted to back away, but she looped the loafish lump of her arm, the baguette of the behemoths, around you and drew you across the sill. "Come on, you look like a girl who's into instant gratification. Why procrastinate when we can precognitate?" Before you could protest further, you were being seated at an oval cherry table in a living room. Parlor is a more descriptive term that might have been decorated by a Midwestern grandma on a shopping spree at Sears in 1939. Furniture in the room was covered with a nubby upholstery that is mildly but incessantly irritating to both the skin and the spirit. Sofa pillows were stiff and scratchy, curtains were of dingy lace, and adorning the walls, where you expected to see, if not heathen mandalas, at least inspirational slogans superimposed over pictures of rainbows and sunrises, there were landscape paintings of the type sold in perpetually going-out-of-business furniture stores in the gritty parts of town. When she noticed the way you were scowling at the decor, she waved her arms and said, "Psychic forces find this atmosphere hospitable." Good grief, you thought. Is she implying that the higher self sleeps under chenille? How ill at ease you were as you shuffled the cards. Cujo could tell that you were totally unfamiliar with the tarot, but she provided very little that evening in the way of history or background. In the years that followed, she lectured you extensively on the subject, although, as you would be quick to admit, most of it went in one ear and out the other. You returned the deck to her. "Listen," you said, "I'm a stockbroker, and the reason I came to see you is, I'm wondering, my timing has been off lately vis-a-vis the market, and, frankly, I've picked some sinkers and thrown some wide darts, and—" You fumble in your purse. "I don't have a stock guide with me, but I can run down the hall and get it. I was hoping that we could look it over just a little bit, and you might—" Cujo put a plantain phalanx to your lips, issued a brief, derisive chortle, and said, "Now you listen, honey, and you listen good. Do you really believe that if I could pick stocks that are going to double, or winning lottery numbers or racehorses, that I'd be living in this one-bedroom apartment smoking rot-lung tobacco and wearing last year's turban? Come on! I'd be styling and smiling in a nice little villa in the Himalayan foothills, fountains, peacocks, Ramdas in the guest suite, both a French chef and a weight-loss doctor on duty around the clock, so forth, so on. You get the picture. And another thing, I cannot accurately predict your future. We need to get that straight, too. I can't. No psychic can. And any that claim they can are swindlers." She rapped the deck with the same musacious digit she had employed to hush you. "A crystal ball this is not. And you damn well ought to be glad about it. It isn't tea leaves or goat entrails, neither. What it is a highly refined, highly efficient system of symbolic knowledge. The symbols that were carefully chosen over the centuries speak directly to the deeper levels of the mind, the Western mind. In the East, the I Ching cuts the very same mustard, but with a more, shall we say, intricate turn of the knife. Never mind that. The images here in the tarot will serve to open up and free certain aspects of your subconscious. Once the symbols have unlocked your subconscious, I can use my own psychic vision to read what the hell's going on in the recesses of your pumpkin. I read your subconscious thoughts. They're damn near as legible to me as the Seattle Times, but I don't read the future. Comprende? As intimidated as you were disappointed, you nodded in the affirmative and upon Cujo's direction cut the cards. One by one, off the top of the deck, she began to turn the cards over and lay them out systematically in an arrangement that soon approximated the shape of a Celtic cross.
Now, for one reason or another, your subconscious knows things your conscious mind doesn't. Oftentimes, it's ahead of your conscious mind in regards to the direction you're leaning regarding a particular situation or decision. So, in that respect, the information I glean for you tonight may, at a later date, seem to you to be a prediction coming true. Follow me? What have we here? Likewise, if the tarot and I detect trends in your behavior, such as patterns and that kind of thing, we can be at least semi-predictive. You know, if you see that somebody is driving down I-5 70 miles an hour blindfolded, you can safely predict that relatives of that person will be coming into money, providing that the person's adequately insured, okay, Gwen? But if a psychic claims she or he can actually know future events, well, that's denying that there's free will, and I happen to believe in free will. The future's not preordained. Anything that I reveal to you tonight can be changed. You, of your own free will, can change it, reverse it, redirect it, whatever. You can remove the blindfold and slow the hell down. Remember that. Now, let's have a look. Mind if I smoke? Although tobacco fumes tend to turn your stomach, you signaled that it was permissible. She fired up her stinkweed, filled her sails, and fell into a light trance. In that state, her voice became soothing, almost hypnotic, her manner of speech more articulate and formal. Nevertheless, it didn't take long for her to ram her supertanker into your amusement pier.
In the number 3 position, which is the card representing current concerns and influences, you see we have the 4 of Pentacles. What's happening in that picture, Gwen? Don't try to analyze it. Just look at it as if it was an illustration in your favorite children's book. That's the way I want you to always look at the cards, okay? What's the figure doing? Grasping, right? He's holding down 2 pieces of gold with his feet. He has his arms tightly wrapped around another piece, and a 4th one is balanced on his head. Gold on the brain, in other words. What the 4 of Pentacles in this position suggests is insecurity about money, fear of financial loss. There are basic security issues here. You seem to be worried about accumulating sufficient funds or of losing what you have already. And if you should lose your money, what would you be worth as a human being? Who would you be? Your identity is wrapped up in material wealth. The problem here, Gwen, is that the more desperate you are to achieve financial success, and the tighter you hold on to what you've got, the greater your chances of losing it. Money's like love in that respect. You might want to focus on other aspects of your life for a change. It could benefit you to loosen your grip.
Shock of recognition? Not enough to matter. Neither informed nor impressed by what you've heard, you thought, what a scam. She could have extrapolated everything she said from the comments I made when I first walked in. You were decidedly annoyed, and it wasn't destined to get any sweeter. It seems that a 4-inch tag of pasteboard called the 5 of Rods was familiar with your modus operandi to the degree that it could accuse you of causing problems for yourself without realizing it, of tripping yourself up, of struggling too hard and spreading yourself too thin. There was yet a 3rd card representing stress around matters financial, while in the position that was alleged to disclose how others viewed you, there thundered an almost comically aggressive dude on a charger, the Knight of Swords, whom Ms. Huffington described as consumed and pushy, a type who wouldn't allow anyone or anything to block his or her path to the payoff. If there was a crouton of fact in that nettle salad, and you had to admit there was a crouton. It could be dismissed as temporary and trivial from your point of view, certainly not deserving of the hulking hanky-head's conclusion that you either had chosen the wrong goals or the wrong way to pursue them. You had been on the verge of compensating her.
Do you accept Visa? Now that's a card that knows how to treat a woman.
And fleeing to the comforts of home when she proceeded to the Queen of Cups and regained your attention in a prime-time way.
A slender, fair-haired blonde in royal robes sits on a carved wooden throne at the edge of the sea. Clams have gathered about her feet, caroling perhaps. The tide sucks her toes. Oblivious to salt and shine, to ships on the horizon and pearl-making in the surf, the queen gazes intently at an ornate golden chalice that she balances in her hands. She gives the impression that the sky could burst without interrupting her fix on the Grail, her fidelity to its hard beauty.
"This woman, the Queen of Cups, is delicate and dreamy," said Cujo. "She's a romantic, an aesthete, though sometimes in a morbid way. She can be gentle and nurturing, but obsessed with philosophical questions she can't understand." Cujo looked up from the layout.
"Gwen, this woman obviously isn't you. She must be your mother."
"Yes, she's your mother. Your mother was a loving person but emotionally imbalanced. Probably tried to be there for you, but didn't know how to because she couldn't even be there for herself. I say tried because I sense she's gone to the other side, with which she was always very intrigued. Your mother took her own life. You still are unable to say why."
How could this fat fraud know that? How dare she know?
It was the future she was hired to scan, not the past. You were outraged,
but the tears you were choking back were not of fury.
Cujo found your father in the layout, the immature and unreliable Page of Cups. She pointed to the 5 of Cups and the 7 of Swords, the former indicating a loss and loneliness, she said, you've experienced in family matters, the latter suggesting anger and separation. She alluded to ducked landlords, bare mattresses, and spilled Chianti, to revolutionary rants and thrift shop school clothes, even to mimeographed poetry magazines, and those all-night bongo parties that had caused you to fall asleep in freshman algebra. She spoke of a forgiveness card, but you couldn't tell which one. By that time you'd lost control, your sobs growing wet and muscular. The arms with which the psychic enveloped you were like inflated beach toys, rubber horses pumped up with molasses. You pulled away, but you were both purged and comforted, and you knew you would visit her again. 11:55 a.m. You let yourself into Cujo's flat. It has the same tiled fireplace and exposed beams as yours, but whereas your red maple floors are bare and polished, hers are nearly hidden by threadbare oriental rugs. Whereas your leaded windows sparkle unadorned, hers are draped with dry rotted lace. Whereas your apartment is airy, modern, minimalistic, hers is dense and itchy. As ever, in her quarters, you experience oddly mixed sensations of solace and suffocation. The tarot deck is on the cherry table, dwiddling its tens of thumbs, tapping its tens of feet. Instead of the cruciform layout, it is spread face down across the tabletop in a gambler's fan. Not bothering to pose a question, what could possibly be on your mind other than the market crash and the extent of its repercussions in your life, you immediately point to a card. As you're about to pick it up, however, you withdraw your hand. Somehow that card doesn't feel right. Giggling nervously, you glance around the room as if you're being watched. You feel suddenly foolish. The nation, if not the world, is in economic turmoil. Your career's on the bubble, and with it your dreams, your security, and you're wasting your time consulting a deck of picturesque cards provided by a roly-poly occultist in absentia. Oh, but what the heck? Cujo complains that you never take the tarot's advice anyhow, so where's the harm? It's a game, a frail amusement, and who couldn't use a little diversion? Slowly, you pass your hand over the deck, until it experiences a slight tug. You've never felt that before. Like a water witch's Y-stick that has sniffed out an underground spring, your pointing finger, bobbing and twitching, is pulled downward until it touches a particular card. You pick up the card and, without examining it, clasp it to your heart, as Cujo has encouraged you to do, and return to the less cloying oxygens of your own place. 11:59 a.m. As you enter your apartment, the phone is ringing. You elect not to answer it. You fear one of your clients could have gotten your unlisted number and is calling to berate you, although more likely it's Belford. Andre has come home. Andre has not come home. Andre is a hostage. Andre is kaput. Andre, in a blonde wig and glasses, has been spotted in Vegas, or on stage with the gospel choir at a Billy Graham crusade. Give you a break. Right now you aren't interested in Andre. The voice that crackles out of the answering machine speaker, its intonations afuzz with auditory hairballs, is not Belford's, however. It's Cujo's. "Gwen, baby, it's Huff," she says. "I stopped by Fratelli's for a sundae and a shake, so I'm running a little late. But I wanted to let you know we're probably going to miss the early movie because I've scored another job and won't be home till 6 or so. Guy's hiring me to look at some interesting slides for a change. At least they could be interesting. He's just back from Timbuktu." Friday afternoon, April 6th. Tell him Salvador Dali sent you. 4 p.m. The afternoon lasts approximately as long as 4th grade. However long it takes a woof of light from Sirius the dog star to reach its reflection in a puddle of tar on the doghouse roof, that's how long it takes the afternoon to go by. The afternoon is a million-car train rattling at half speed through a crossing in a prairie town. The boxcars are empty, and you try to fill them up with market research. At least, that's what you tell Belford each time he phones. "No, I can't help you hunt for Andre right now. I'm doing market research." What you actually are doing is reading Friday's edition of the Wall Street Journal, poring over every paragraph in a largely futile quest for salvation. The experience is both disheartening and marginalizing. There was a time when you could have gone to the disco on a weekend or holiday and availed yourself of the tools and materials of the trade, but 5 or 6 months ago, Posner asked for your key back, saying that the partners no longer felt it was in the firm's best interest to have its brokers working overtime when they should be relaxing, replenishing their energies. At that moment you thought it a well-intentioned, if misguided, policy. Now you can't help but wonder if he confiscated anybody's key but yours. The post-crash journal is a gray blizzard of statistics, studies, casual figures, history, forecasts, and interviews. They must have interviewed 100 analysts, managers, regulators, marketers, investors, and consultants of all stripes, including that two-faced Saul Finkelstein, and although they were busy bear dancing on hot coals, they were cogent enough to offer plenty of rational explanations for what went wrong. Most cited the magnitude of government and corporate debt, and the slow growth in the nation's money supply. There were the usual references to overvalued stocks, flat profits, and escalating foreign competition. A few complained anew about the perils of computerized trading, while a couple of financial newsletter writers wanted to lay the blame on institutional criminality. Jesse James got himself appointed to the bank's board of directors. Saved wear and tear on his horse, Saul Finkelstein was quoted as saying. On a fundamental valuation basis, America's been in economic never-never land since Reagan's first term in the White House. Funny you never heard Saul bring that up at a meeting. The afternoon is as sunny as it is interminable. You open a window to let the sunbeams in. They behave like tourists, which in Seattle they practically are. Dressed in panties, white with 2 tiny pink bows, and an Exxon Corporation sweatshirt, you prop yourself up against a cloud bank of pillows that rises above the ridgeline of your headboard. There on the bed, the newspapers spread about you like a wino bride's dowry, a pitcher of Filipino-style iced tea within reach. You ought to be serene. But, of course, you are not. You are anxious. You could just as well be balanced on a spider-infested log in a sewage lagoon. That's how anxious you are. And it is virtually impossible to separate the work-related anxiety from the anxiety about Cujo. On second thought, it isn't impossible at all. Although you are sincerely worried about Cujo, it's not a looming, career-crumbling-sized worry. To be honest, it is not so much a worry as outrage and bewilderment. Is this a monstrous coincidence? Another of those tasteless practical jokes that the fates love to spring on you and then roll on the linoleum with laughter? Or is there some cause and effect in operation here? Was Larry Diamond, that was the creep's name, wasn't it, aware that Cujo and you are supposed to be friends? And if he was aware of that supposed friendship, wouldn't it stand to reason that his employment of Cujo was in some perverse way connected to or directed at you? But why? You suppose it could be the other way around. He approached you at the Bull and Bear in the hope that you could grease the rails to Cujo. There are men, descendants of the New England whalers, perhaps, who are aroused by women of scale. If only you had answered the phone in time, you might have warned her. The huff moves surprisingly fast, especially after taking on sugar. Fretting, you change position on the bed, causing your sweatshirt to ride up and expose abdominal flesh. The sunbeams, cameras around their necks, immediately form a line to get into your navel. 4:30 p.m. The afternoon drones on. The specialists in the Wall Street Journal drone with it. Management blames labor. The American worker is underproductive and overpaid. Labor blames management. When a guy's wearing a golden parachute, he doesn't care if the plane's on fire. Whereas the prudent might cite the international wild card of oil prices. The cynical refer to such things as the thick blindfold of patriotic optimism that the military-industrial complex and its political flunkies have wound around our eyes. One overwrought pundit charges, America's economy is a sinking ship deserting the rats. Harumph, you harumph. Who's he calling a rat? Until yesterday, none of these experts foresaw anything more traumatic than a keen correction. We were expecting a spanking and got a beheading, one admits. Annoyed, you toss aside the interviews and return to the charts. Technical analysis was never your forte, and you are struggling to comprehend a particular configuration of linear data when the telephone rings, causing you to jump so sharply you spill iced tea in your belly button. The less said about sunbeams, the better. You are reasonably certain it is Belford on the line, but unless he's reporting that the born-again monkey has fetched home a diamond as big as the Motel 6, you have scant interest in answering another of his calls. On the other hand, it could be Cujo, a desperate Cujo in the clutches of a fiend. Refusing to consider the possibility that Cujo might relish the clutches of a fiend, blotted from your memory is the time you walked in on her with not one, not 2, but 3 Russian cadets from the training ship Pallada climbing about in her rigging, you spring from bed and hover over the phone. If it is Cujo, time could be of the essence, but you chance it and wait. Following the 5th ring, you hear your own voice and cringe. You spend hours recording and re-recording the message, and you still hate the way you sound.
Hello, you've reached the temporary residence of Gwendolyn Matty. I'm not home right now, but if you'll leave your name, number, and time that you called, I'll get back to you the instant my busy schedule allows. Speak slowly and distinctly as soon as you hear the beep.
Click. Beep. Hey, Squeak! That you? Where you, Squeak?
Good grief, him! Are you ever glad you resisted the temptation to pick up the phone?
Hey, man, I don't dig talking when nobody dare. You want to record me? You got to see my agent. Hey, but Squeak, hey, I playing tonight, man, yeah? New club in Belltown. A woman raise. It's so cool you think you're someplace else. Hey, they got this Andy Warhol robot tending the bar. A real robot, man, but this robot got Andy Warhol body parts in it. Look just like him, but it's a robot. I not sitting in with the band. I solo, man, drums and poetry. I read some of your mama's own poems, huh? Love is like a snowmobile racing across the tundra. It flips over, pinning you underneath. At night, the ice weasels come. Bop, bop-a-wop. You know, so drop in and see your Papa Squeak baby, huh? Tonight, tomorrow night. Women raise, okay? They got another robot working the door. This one called Marcel Duchamp. He's strict, but he let you in. Tell him Salvador Dali sent you, okay? Ciao!
5:10 p.m. The next time the phone rings, it really is Belford. As you listen to him apologizing profusely after interrupting your work, you have to laugh. You laugh with irony. Because you have been unable to focus on the charts since your father called, you laugh with something approaching genuine amusement because you cannot imagine you and Belford Dunn applying for admittance to the Woman Ray Club. Belford has never even heard of Salvador Dali, which is perfectly all right. Salvador Dali and 50 cents will get you a cup of clock melt. In any case, Andre remains at large, it seems, and Belford has come to the conclusion that your suspicions are well-founded. To wit, the monkey has been abducted by its former owner or associates of its former owner. Andre would not have flown the coop of his own volition. His character is simply too strong, too loyal, too loving for that. Belford has been trying to reach the French Consul General in San Francisco to ascertain whether or not Congo Vandenboss is still incarcerated, but the consulate is closed for the Easter holidays. So, your alleged beau has booked himself on a late-night flight to San Francisco where he will attempt to track down the Consul General and persuade him to provide information and assistance. It is an international matter now, after all. I'd love to invite you along for the weekend, sweetums. There's supposed to be a really inspirational sunrise service in Golden Gate Park, but I'm going to beseech you to stay here and keep searching for the little rascal in my absence. You know, just in case. You flash a smile that could polish every wine sap in Happy Valley. This is the best news you've heard since the last time the Fed lowered interest rates. How lovely to have Belford out of town, out of your hair, for the remainder of the weekend. Now you'll be free to devote all of your attention to your shaky career and the external and internal factors that are shaking it. In Belford's absence, moreover, you ought to be able to get a clearer perspective on his role in your future. As fiercely as you might wish to deny it, you are compelled to admit that an Abba-Dabba honeymoon with Mr. Dunn is a feasible solution to your current problem. Oh, but what if you should marry Belford, and he discovers that your problem is a tad more, shall we say, complicated than that of the average broker caught in the crash? Upon the stage of worry that dominates the theater of your mind, you imagine a scene in which a distraught hubby comes home from his flourishing realty office, you would hope not from some grubby cubicle in the Department of Social Services, to confront you. "Gwendolyn," he says in his sternest manner, "it's common knowledge that brokers push stocks and other instruments based on what the brokerage firm wants to peddle on a given day or week. It's also common knowledge that unsuspecting customers are sold specific securities.
Mutual funds are a good example that result in the highest commission for the broker. It's a fact of life, sad but true, that most brokers have their own interests at the forefront of every buy and sell recommendation that they proffer. That just goes with the territory, I guess. But when Mr. Posner has informed me that you were unethically churning your accounts, he was concerned about that possibility from the start. Posner hired you not because of your MBA or your unusual voice or your good looks, but because once at Nordstrom you sold his daughter 3 pairs of ski pants when she only needed 1. He both liked it and feared it that you were so money-motivated. And his worst fears came true. You solicited orders night and day, pressing to switch accounts from one mutual fund into another, but rarely explaining trades properly. You set up portfolios with an atrocious disregard. You had the wrong clients in the wrong stocks at the wrong amounts and with the wrong expectations. When the market finally fell, you left a killing field in your wake. It's erythrophobia time, and as usual, your fear of blushing causes you to blush. But there's no pigment of guilt in the puccoon that reddens your cheeks. Instead of shame, you feel resentment. You would have operated differently had conditions been different. As it was, you were tricked by circumstance, cheated by history. Were you supposed to just surrender to the zeitgeist? Be a pebble? Go where you were kicked? In your fantasy, your groom forgives you. Belford Dunn is nothing if not forgiving. Of course, you have to earn your redemption. I want you to get down on your knees, Belford orders. Not for a blowjob, but something equally degrading and distasteful. I want you to pray to Lord Jesus, Gwendolyn. Andre and me will pray with you. So you kneel between the flea-bitten macaque and the square-headed Hulk in his Men's Warehouse suit, and you endure the triple ordeal of confession, contrition, and avowal. Then, new leaf smartly turned, you are released. Off the blasted hook. Wahoo! By the time this simulated confrontation has played itself out, you are feeling pretty swell. Certainly the best you've felt in 48 hours. Actually humming a little lazy river, you pull jeans on over your panties, close the window against the cooling air, fold and set aside the Wall Street Journal, exchange your iced tea for a goblet of Chardonnay, check the clock, half an hour until Cujo's due home, and turn on the television in pursuit of further hope. If the president has taken extraordinary measures, if he and his administration have acted boldly for a change, marriage to Belford could be an option whose bristles you no longer are obliged to caress. Alas, it is neither the president nor one of his economic advisers whose face fills the incandescent glass rectangle. Rather, it is Dr. Yamaguchi. "Doctor," a reporter calls, "Doctor! You've come here from a small clinic on the northernmost tip of Japan, and our mayor's given you the key to the city. The governor's planning to wine and dine you. There's been a huge public rally in your honor, people cheering you, clamoring for you, press from around the world constantly shooting your picture. How does all this attention feel, Doctor? How does it feel?" With that tiny furtive smile peeking out of the corners of his mouth, Dr. Yamaguchi lowers the bick, sighs, and shrugs his shoulder. "Ah, another day," he says, "in the life of a fool." 5:31 p.m. You suck in a breath that could tatter every squash blossom in Happy Valley. The card. You had put down the card while you were listening to Cujo's message, and so frazzled were you by the implications of that message, he's just back from Timbuktu, that you forgot about it. All afternoon, as you itched and fumed about the fate of the market, the audacity of Larry Diamond, and the safety of the Huff, the card has lain on top of the bookcase, face down, unexamined, ignored. Goodness knows when you might have thought of it again if it hadn't been for Dr. Yamaguchi. "Fool," he said. Fool. 3 of the last 4 times you have selected a card from the tarot deck, it has turned out to be the Fool. 3 times in 4. Baby, the tarot's got your number, said Cujo. This is your card. Gee, thanks a lot. That's encouraging as shit. You must have been upset you said the S word. Hey, I've always suspected you were a closet fool. If I hadn't, I'd have given up on you long ago. If that is a compliment, then a rapscallion is a hip-hop onion. However, you ought to be grateful, you suppose, that Cujo maintains a more positive view than you do of that figure some experts regard as the beginning of the tarot and others regard as its end. A giddy youth is skipping through the wilderness, seemingly oblivious to the dangers around him. His cap is on backward, as if he doesn't know or doesn't care whether he is coming or going. Dum-dum-de-dum. Skip along, skip along. In his left hand he holds, as though presenting it to society, a white rose, the apple's opposite, emblem of purity and innocence. Over his right shoulder, tramp style, a stick with a bag hanging from it. What is in your bag, fool? Dum-dum-de-dum. We will trade you a kilo of gold for the contents of your bag, sight unseen. Dum-dum-de-dum. He is an admirer of clouds, and with his eyes turned upward, he has skipped right to the brink of a deep and rocky chasm. The promontory is crumbling beneath his boots, yet forward he goes, clear eyes, squinting in the sun, a smile on his lips, his bag of useless trinkets swinging wildly. According to Cujo, the whole tarot deck, or at least the 22 trump cards of the major arcana, may be read as the Fool's Journey. On one important level, she explained, the major cards are chapters in the story of a quest. I'm talking the universal human quest for understanding and divine reunion. And it doesn't matter whether the quest starts with the fool or ends with him, because it's a loop anyhow, a cycle endlessly repeated. When the naive young fool finally tumbles over the precipice, he falls into the world of experience. Now his journey has really begun. Along the way, he'll meet all the teachers and tempters. The tempters are teachers too, and challenging situations that a person is likely to meet in the task of his or her growing. The fool is potentially everybody, but not everybody has the wisdom or the guts to play the fool. A lot of folks don't know what's in that bag they're carrying, and they're all too willing to trade it for cash. Inside the bag, they have every tool they need to facilitate their life's journey, but they won't even open it up and glance inside. Subconsciously, the goal of all of us out-of-control primates is essentially the same, but let me assure you of this. The only ones who will ever reach that goal are the ones who have the courage to make fools of themselves along the way. Now, that's all fine and dandy, you suppose, but the word fool plays whoopee cushion music in your ear. It's a label you would hasten to scrape off your pigeonhole with the first sharp object at hand. When you learned that in medieval tarot decks the fool sometimes was identified as the beggar, you knew for certain you wanted no part of him. Anyone who heralds poverty is no friend of yours. The Brinks truck, not the circus wagon, is your transportation of choice. It's not enough to be in the money. You want to be in money. Inside of it, like one of those dead presidents looking out. Anybody who doesn't build themselves a fortress of money is a fool, you once said. Exactly so, quipped Q the Huff. 5:35 p.m. With forced nonchalance, you saunter up to the bookcase. Every book on the shelves is about investment strategy, save for an encyclopedia of wine, a Porsche picture book, and a skinny volume of your mother's poetry. Cupid reflected in the drool of a zombie, while the white butterfly attends the lilacs after the heat has gone. Published posthumously. The card is on top of the case, next to the Bauhaus vase, and with continued nonchalance you lift it up. If I get the fool again, you think, I may go stick it back in the deck and take another card. Psychic or not, Q-Joe would never know. Wait a minute, hold on, what the You come within 2 consonants of pronouncing the F word. Well, who could blame you? This card, why, you've never seen this card before. At one time or another, you've at least glanced at every card in the tarot, and you are absolutely positive this one has not been among them. What the fun? To a degree, it resembles the star card, except that the nude female who was kneeling beside a pool has, on this card, green scales on the lower half of her body, and her hands and feet are webbed like a frog's. Moreover, she's wearing a headdress that resembles the tail of a fish. At the bottom of the card, where it would normally read the Magician, the Tower, the Empress, or in this case perhaps the Star, it reads in the usual block letters, the Nomo. The Nomo? What the? Looming in the sky, above the kneeling nude, there are the same 7 silver stars and the 1 giant central gold star that you remember from the star card. Only now, the silver stars are very faint, as if clouded over, and the big, bold gold star has some kind of markings on it. After a minute, you recognize the markings as the dim outline of the head of a dog. Huh? Like the maiden on the star card, this one holds a pitcher in each hand, or should one say, flipper. With the pitcher in her left appendage, she pours water onto the ground. With the pitcher in the right, she is pouring water back into the pond. As you walk toward the window where the light is better, you notice that the pitcher on the left is gold, the other silver. And then you notice something else. In the background, behind the pool and beneath the dramatic sidereal display, there is a little tree with a bird perched in its uppermost bough, exactly as there is on the star card. But here a word is inscribed in the bird's body, and the word, ooh, how many goosebumps does it take to cobblestone the epidermis of a full-grown Filipino? The word is bozo. Perplexity lines your face like the type in an arrest warrant. You collapse into the nearest chair like a reverse phoenix sinking back into the ashes. Q-Joe Huffington had better get home soon. Friday night, April 6th. The dream ain't over till the white dwarf sings. 7:50 p.m. Why aren't we as smart when we wake up as we are in our dreams? The sunset had been spectacular. In recent years, pollution has both expanded and intensified the solar palette, and tonight, without the customary clabber of cloud to diffuse its hues, to make it resemble, as it so frequently does in Seattle, a poultice of quicksilver and peach juice, it spread the full length of the western horizon like the nuée ardente blood spill of a day-glow Christ. It was the definitive Good Friday sunset, and you had watched it from your chair until the last sanguineous drop of it was absorbed by the greasy gray waters of Puget Sound. The sky had been as crimson as any of your blushes, plus a great deal more luminous, and at one point you actually had thought about Jesus and how Belford and Grandma Mattie both referred to him as the light of the world. You were on the verge of being consoled, maybe even uplifted, but then the darkness rolled in from every direction, and you said to yourself, "That figures." Shortly thereafter you nodded off. You dreamed that you were holding up that weird Maverick tarot card, the one that in actual fact was lying on your lap, only in your dream the card seemed ancient and worn, as if it were made of parchment, a papyrus or something, and there was a kind of aura around it. But it had not puzzled you in your dream. You intuited its meaning. You understood it perfectly. A man was standing behind you, looking over your shoulder. He was never identified, but his voice was familiar. Even now awake, you are within one synapse of recognition. This is what he was saying.
Sarah Bernhardt was such a powerfully popular, awe-inspiring actress that when she toured in North America, her performances were invariably sold out, even though she spoke hardly a word of English. Whatever play she did, Shakespeare, Molière, Marlowe, or whatever, she did in French, a language few 19th century Americans could comprehend. Theatergoers were provided with librettos so that they might follow the action in English. Well, on at least a couple of occasions, ushers passed out the wrong libretto, a text for an entirely different drama than the one that was being staged. Yet, from all reports, not once did a single soul in those capacity crowds ever comment or complain. Furthermore, no critic ever mentioned the discrepancy in his or her review. At this point, you distinctly remember the man nudged you. Then he went on. We modern human beings are looking at life trying to make some sense of it, observing a reality that often seems to be unfolding in a foreign tongue. Only we've all been issued the wrong librettos. For a text, we've been given the Bible, or the Talmud, or the Koran. We're given Time magazine and Reader's Digest, daily papers, and the 6 o'clock news. We're given school books, sitcoms, and revisionist histories. We're given psychological counseling, cults, workshops, advertisements, sales pitches, and authoritative pronouncements by pundits, sold-out scientists, political activists, and heads of state. Unfortunately, none of these translations bears more than a faint resemblance to what is transpiring in the true theater of existence, and most of them are dangerously misleading. We're attempting to comprehend the spiraling intricacies of a magnificently complex tragicomedy with librettos that describe barroom melodramas or kindergarten skits. And when's the last time you heard anybody bitch about it to the management?
Those were his exact words. You recollect them with a peculiar clarity. And sure, it was just some pseudo-philosophical nugatory babble, but where had it come from? Even if such a man existed, you had dreamed his speech, thus the words had to have come from you. Was there some part of you that entertained ideas such as those? How annoying, if true. And what of the inner you that seems to know so much about Sarah Bernhardt? You vaguely recall your mother once dropping her name before your mother dropped all those barbiturates and sank into the big snoozeroo. 7:53 p.m. Abruptly you switch on the floor lamp by the chair. When your eyes have grown accustomed to the glare, you re-examine the aberrant tarot card, and in the 150-watt beam of full disclosure, make a significant discovery. To wit, the card has been altered. Yes, it is as plain as the Welsh nose on your Filipina face. Watercolor marking pens and a black stylus were used to transform an ordinary star card into the fishy anomaly that so astonished you. A pale blue wash dimmed the silver stars. A bright green felt tip turned the maiden's feet into flippers. The words "The Nomo" were superimposed over the whited-out original title, "The Star." In a sense, your discovery is a big relief.
It means that you had neither overlooked this card in the past, nor that something, supernatural had occurred? Good. However, you are left to wonder why Kyujo would do such a silly thing, why she would deface the tarot, for which she harbors a profound respect. And you must wonder, further, about the intrusion of that word, bozo. Frankly, bozo has become a bit of a bother to you. When at last you check your Rolex, you were bothered all the more. Kyujo is almost 2 hours overdue, and she has not had the courtesy to phone. Oh, but what if she is unable to phone? What if she is bound to a fumigated mattress, the victim of unimaginable probes and squirts perpetrated by that pea sniffer? Once again, your emotions vacillate. Anger, concern, anger, concern. 9 p.m. Anger, concern. The upsetting oscillation continues, and now, with each swing of the pendulum, the to and fro are escalating in scale. Anger, concern. Well, to be scrupulously exact, it is more like anger, concern. Because you do have more faith in the Huff's ability to take care of herself than you do in her reliability, at least where men are involved. However, when the phone rings a few minutes after 9, you do not hesitate. You are at that phone like a trout at a gunk-filled fly. Oh, Sweetums, you're home. I just called to leave a goodbye message. I thought you and Kyujo were going out. I thought that was why you weren't helping me tonight. Look for Andre. I'm here. Kyujo is out, way the hell out, and the reason I'm not helping you look for Andre is... Your voice trails off. Just as well. Your tone is sour enough without getting specific about what you wish Belford would do with his monkeyitis. After a pause, Belford says, I don't read you. Listen, Belford. I'm worried about Kyujo. She had an appointment this afternoon with a really weird guy, and she hasn't come home yet, or called, or anything. So that's it. Well, honey, I'm sorry you're worried. I don't like you to worry, but Kyujo is a willful woman. A lot of willful woman, if I may say so, and nobody's likely to make her do anything she doesn't want to do. And what makes you think this client of hers is weird? I know him to be weird. Oh, you're personally acquainted with the gentleman? Under the fingernails of his voice, there can be detected the green cheese of suspicion. The gentleman? Yes. No, I mean, I met him yesterday at the Bull and Bear. He tried to, he referred to... Never mind. Trust me. He's an unstable individual. Kyujo's 3 hours late and hasn't called, and strange stuff is happening. What kind of strange stuff? He had you there. Should you attempt to articulate it, the strange stuff would sound pretty innocuous. How could you explain why a doctored tarot card and the stupid word bozo were distracting you from business and turning your Easter into Halloween? Belford, you say at last, do you think we're trying to follow the show with the wrong libretto? There is a silence on the line. Then he asks, what exactly is a libretto? Good grief. Get that man out of town before you marry him. What time's your flight? When do you come back? Plane's at 11. I get back late Sunday night. And, Hunnigan, since you're available now, I wonder if you'd be up for driving me to the airport. In my car, if you don't mind. I'd kind of like to leave you with a Lincoln so that when you're driving around looking for Andre, he'd be able to, recognize the car. Are you aware, he chuckles in a sad, proud way, that sometimes the little rascal sits on my lap while I drive? I think he wants to steer. When do you want to pick me up? You ask coldly. Anything, even this, is better than waiting around for the slut of the occult. 9:30. I'll be ready at 9:45. 10:40 p.m. On the way home from the airport, you ease the Lincoln up to 80 miles an hour. You aren't in that much of a hurry, despite your acute curiosity about Cujo's circumstance. It is only that you are certain Belford has never pushed the town car over 55, and for some reason, that irks you. "How do you like it, baby?" you ask the speeding vehicle, then blush all the way down to the gas pedal at the sexual innuendo in your remark. On a whim, or maybe not, you take the Seneca Street exit and find yourself downtown. From there, it's as natural as buying low and selling high to drive past Posner, Lampert, McAvoy, and Jacobson. You just want to see if the lights are on. Oh my goodness, they are. Moreover, as the fates would have it, there is a parking space right across the street. You pull into it and kill the engine. You are so nervous your nipples are vibrating. But hey, you have every right in the world to go upstairs and check out what is happening, and if no one is watching, to make an effort to cover some of your tracks. Uh-oh. The entrance to the elevator lobby is blocked by what is called a street person, and he is armed with one of those high-tech weapons that were so popular after the last Gulf War. No, calm down. It's not a mini-missile after all. It's a telescope on a tripod. $1, lady, you can see the man in the moon. $2, you can look at Sirius. Why is it more for Sirius? It's farther away. You can't argue with that. Well, a gander at the stars is better than a serenade on a squeeze box. A street person last week wanted 50 cents to play Strangers in the Night on a Jew's harp, and if you humor him, he might step aside and let you pass. His face is kindly, if a trifle hollow-eyed and dissipated. He is probably an astronomy professor who has lost his job in the crunch. You fork over $2, bend at the waist, and put one brown orb to the lens. Where? I don't see it. Oh, wait, I think I found it. You press your eye against the eyepiece until, like the row of stiff bristles on the leg of a sossid, your lash rakes and combs the optical glass. There's a bright dot there. Is that it? Not much to look at. The astronomy bum snorts, then he hacks, spitting onto the sidewalk a glob of such substance that you hear it splat. Lady, there's 8.6 light-years between it and us. Well, that doesn't sound so far. Is this a good telescope? Shit, lady, that's trillions of miles. I said trillions. Even so, it's pretty damn close. It's relatively close and relatively big. Brightest star in the sky. Oh, come on. Who does this tramp think he's kidding? I've seen a lot brighter ones, without a telescope, too. There comes a cackle, a snort, a cough, and a splat. You shudder, imagining something the consistency of pancake batter and the color of the life forms in a bachelor's refrigerator, but you keep your eye on the dancing point of yellow fire at the end of the tube. What you may have seen, missy, the vulgar fellow dares to correct you, was Venus or Mars or Jupiter. They're planets. For Christ almighty's sake, Sirius there is a star. Okay, he may be right about that. You aren't going to enter into a discussion with a marginal astronomer. By his aroma, you can tell he has moved nearer. Fact is, he says, Sirius is a binary star. There's two of them. Sirius A, the dog star, so-called, is the big sparkly one. But he's got a teeny-weeny buddy, Sirius B. The little one's a white dwarf. That's a technical term. But I can understand how a person like you might think it's poetic. Can I see it? The little star? You really aren't that interested, but you want to get your $2 worth. Maybe if you squint real hard. It's to the lower right of the big one. As you strain to pick out Sirius B, there is a pop and a flash, as if Sirius A has exploded, and the heavens, and all that doth loom and lurk and leap and lie beneath them, disappear. When you regain consciousness minutes later, you are flat on the sidewalk, your jeans and panties down around your ankles, the contents of your purse strewn about you,
like a dead Pharaoh's favorite things. 11 p.m. Everybody in town has a front row seat at the first public showing of your twat. Each and every hair countable. Labial roadmap unfolded for consultation, clitoris a gleaming morsel awaiting cocktail fork or chopsticks, yet you are not blushing. You are beyond blush. You have fled that which blushes. It is the worst day of your life, Part 2, and you have crossed the river and climbed a tree. Gradually, however, for better or worse, you are winced back into your body. The pavement is frigid against your bare derriere, and the glare of a street lamp beats against your vision like a board. You sit up, slowly. There is no spear of pain. Nothing flops around as if broken. Tugging up underpants and pants, you rise to your feet. Buckling your belt, you look around you. To your surprise and relief, you are alone on the street. The shabby Sagan has vanished, and with him the assorted beggars and buskers who previously had populated the block, although in the distance you perceive a clump of shadowy figures from whose midst there floats the unmistakable refrain of "Strangers in the Night" being played on a Jew's harp. You scoop up your possessions and fling them into your purse. I've been raped and robbed, you think, and I must notify the police. But not here. Not on the payphone in the lobby, and most assuredly not upstairs in Posner's disco. Looking over your shoulder all the while, you hurry across 6th Avenue to the car. Once inside the Lincoln, doors locked, engine running, you begin to shake and sob. You also begin, as the shock wears off, to doubt that you've been raped. Your crotch is neither sore nor damp. The sting, the scent of violation are nowhere upon you. Wary as a worm yanking robin, lest any of the homeless sneak up on the car, you take inventory in your bag. The cash is still there, all $40 of it, minus the $2 with which you purchased the latest affront. So, oh joy, is your Visa Gold Card. For that matter, so is the altered tarot card, which you brought along to show to Belford in the event he proved receptive. He did not. The way things have been going, it would not have astonished you had the dumb card been the only item missing. In a sense, you are greatly relieved to the point of saying, "Thank you, dear God," to an entity whom you have long suspected of the most flagrant indulgence in insider trading. On the other hand, you feel short-changed in some perverse fashion, as if you cannot even be properly raped and robbed. You massage the back of your neck, which has commenced to ache. The gutter Galileo must have taken you out with a rabbit punch. How appropriate at Easter. Since your various treasures are intact, the assault must have been motivated by a desire to humiliate you. Such crimes, vented against the haves by the have-nots, are on the rise, you've heard, prompted by envy, resentment, and vengeance movies. If only they knew how near you are to having not. 11:14 p.m. You are traveling home by a curiously circuitous route due to the fact that every time you see in the distance a congregation of street people or a gang of threatening teenagers, black hair plus brown eyes equals thread, eh, Gwen? You turn so that you won't have to drive past them. Perhaps you worry that should you spot the astronomer, you could not resist swerving onto the sidewalk and sending him to the moon with the front end of the Lincoln. Or maybe you are afraid that a well-groomed woman alone behind the wheel of a luxury automobile will be perceived as an opportunity, and at a traffic signal or stop sign, lightning could strike twice. Affluence has its downside. In any event, still shaking and sobbing a little, you are now on 2nd Avenue, a one-way artery running south, which is to say you are heading away from Queen Anne Hill rather than toward it. A problem in navigation that will have to be corrected. As you slow to investigate the advisability of the next cross street, a sudden surge of music smacks the car with a force that makes you jump. You swivel to see zigzags of festive neon and a marquee that reads, "Live Friday, Betty, Spaghetti, and the Meatballs." Aha! The Werewolf Club. If only you had consented to go there tonight, maybe Cujo would have come home on time and none of this would have happened. On the other hand, had Cujo better taste in music, the werewolf would not have been an issue. For that matter, you could not agree on a movie either. You had wanted to attend a Cary Grant double feature at a revival house. Cujo was excited about a transcendentalist porno film entitled Deep Thoreau. Good grief, yours is a futile friendship, but you sure hope she has finally come home. As you are wheeling onto the side street, you notice a throng in the middle of the block. Immediately you brake and shift into reverse, considering a retreat back onto Second. But no, that won't be necessary. You make out that the people are dressed in trendy leathers and are lined up more or less before a velvet rope. You ease forward. Neither marquee nor neon here. A discreet brass plaque identifies the place as Club Woman Ray. The Marcel Duchamp robot, a fuming cigarette in its rubberized lips, is admitting would-be guests only after careful scrutiny of their bearing and attire. The dorky, the insolvent, and the over-anxious are summarily rejected. You like that? It's like the 80s. Nowadays, most clubs and restaurants are so financially strapped they practically pull in patrons by their collars. Marcel, how, you wonder, did they program him to be so discriminating, opens the door to admit a couple in matching outfits of pink snakeskin. For a fleeting moment, you see all the way to the stage. There, in Filipino guerrilla garb, squats your father with his bongo drums, as you have seen him squat 1,000 times. Before the heavy steel door can swing shut, you catch a few familiar lines. With gaudy teddy bear one at man's Cheeto carnival tucked under my tendrilist armpit, I climb into the pickup truck with death, lured by his hypnotic kitschy coo, by the everlasting licorice of his lollipops. Right, you remember. That one was called All Day Sucker. She wrote it just before she threw herself off the Aurora Bridge. You linger to catch another glimpse of your dad, but a stretch limo pulls up behind you and blasts its horn. You drive away. 11:22 p.m. Should you choose, in your moment of parental reverie, you could motor to Queen Anne by way of the Aurora Bridge, ascending the hill from the north, but it is the long way home, and besides, you are not really certain the bridge is where your mother took her life. The truth is, you don't know what method she used to liquidate her mortal assets. What you do recall, and recall vividly, is that in the June of your 12th year, your mom, emulating her poetic idol Sylvia somebody, turned the oven on and stuck her head in it. Unfortunately, or fortunately, as the case might be, she was guilty of an embarrassing oversight. Your family had an electric stove. Instead of gassing herself into sweet oblivion, all she did was get unbearably hot and set her hair on fire. An awful odor filled the flat. When you crawled out of bed to see what the smell was about, she was kneeling in the middle of the kitchen, smoking like a smudge pot, while your father emptied a jug of red wine on her head. That was your last sight of her. She was overnight in the hospital for treatment of scalp burns, and the next morning you and your brother were dispatched to Oakland to spend the rest of the summer with Grandma Mattie. Sometime in August, your mother was successful at suicide. They decided to spare little Squeak the details. 11:35 p.m. You parked the Lincoln outside your own building. If Belford thinks for 1 minute that you're going to comb Queen Anne for that goddamn monkey, he's lost his mind. Even had you not been brutally attacked, you wouldn't look for Andre, not tonight at any rate. Tomorrow is another day. Before going inside, you steal an impulsive peek at Sirius. Sirius A. Sirius B is invisible to the naked eye, if indeed there is any such thing as Sirius B. The guy could have been leading you on. Psst, little girl, want to come up and see my white dwarf? You will have to ask the Huff about it. Cujo told you once that all of the heavy elements in the universe, including those in the human body, were created by the terrible death throes of iron in the stars. This knowledge made her feel a kinship, she said, with the most distant galaxies. All it did for you was to remind you that you hadn't taken your vitamins. Well, looking up at Sirius, which is bright all right, isn't helping your sore neck any. You climb the stairs and bang on Cujo's door. No response. You scoot down the hall and check the messages on your machine. There is only one, and it is from Belford, calling from the airport to tell you he misses you already. Belford's an unmitigated dweeb, you think, but in a way, you miss him too. You desperately need somebody to talk to. On a whim, you go down the hall and let yourself into Cujo's place. Nothing has changed. She has not been home. The cards are still spread on the table. Her appointment book is still lying open on the rickety old chiffonier. Hey, the appointment book. Good thinking, Gwendolyn. Alas, the lone entry for Friday after the noon session with the garden buff is a hastily scribbled reminder, call LD. That's the extent of it. Call, obviously, Larry Diamond. But no Uckingfay number, excuse your pig Latin. You take a chance and look him up in the directory. Naturally, he's not listed. Posner might possibly have Diamond's number, and Posner is a night owl, but you are feeling just too vulnerable to ring him up. Before you speak with Posner again, you have got to recalcify your shell. You sit down at the cherry wood table where, by the low-wattage shine of a tasseled lamp, you first slowly, absent-mindedly, then with rapid purpose, turn over the tarot cards. It is reassuring to find that no other card has been tampered with, although it makes the mystery of the Nomo card seem all the more befuddling. You rummage through the disarray of your purse and retrieve the card in question to return it to the deck. Let somebody else deal with it. You've got enough in your mind without pondering web-footed star-girls. As the card slides through your fingers, however, you feel an electrical fizz in your nerves. For no logical reason, you get up and take another look at Cujo's appointment book. There it is, lying on the page like a jellyfish on a beach, imperceptible until you're about to step on it, but then, oh my, how it looms. Friday morning, 9:30, Larry Diamond, Thunder House, 783-0190.
11:55 p.m. What will you say when he answers? Wouldn't it be wise to disguise your voice? Can you ask for Cujo Huffington without quaking or squeaking? An hour ago you were assaulted on the street. Why aren't you in bed, in the shower, at your doctor's? On the phone to the police. You are shaking again as you touch 7, touch 8, touch 3. There's a hole in God's ether where all the ringing goes. One burble after another passes through your brain on its way to the nirvana of noise, where it will either join eternity's choir or reincarnate as, say, the sizzle of a patty or the mew of a cub. One more ring. You'll give it one more ring, and then you're hanging up. Okay. One for good measure, that's all. The last ring is interrupted between the burr and the bull. There is a second or two of canned silence, so easy to distinguish from good old-fashioned farm-fresh organic silence. Then, holding your breath, you hear these recorded words. You're wasting your time calling here, unless, of course, you've gotten your hands on the appropriate libretto. Aside from the shock of its content, two things strike you about the message. One, while the man is speaking, there are huge rumbling and crashing noises in the background. Two, his is the voice from your dream. Saturday morning, April 7th. Cheeseball thunder. 6 a.m. Once, in a spasm of sappiness, You asked Cujo if she thought your dreams would ever come true.
You aren't talking about dreams,
she corrected you.
You're referring to your pathetic bourgeois ambitions. Dreams don't come true. Dreams are true.
You thought about that as you tossed and rolled, sleepless and dreamless, through the night, but there were so many thoughts playing bumper cars in your brain that you hadn't more than a few seconds to spend with any particular one before it was rear-ended or broadsided by a different thought that then took its brief turn leading the pack. You tried to stay focused on the market, on your chances for survival if there wasn't a major rebound on Monday, but there were simply too many other cars careening and carooming in your cerebral motordrome. For example, even though a squeamish examination of your vagina convinced you that you had escaped sexual molestation during your downtown ordeal, you could not help but worry if you should not be tested for AIDS. With the disease rampant these days, a test might be prudent and only moderately embarrassing. Certainly less embarrassing than taking your pants-down story to the police. And speaking of the police, maybe you should. No, Cujo would be home in the morning. Just forget about her, the oracular hussy. Yet you could not forget about her for very long. Thrice during the awful night, you got up to give her a call, and following the third unsuccessful attempt, you redialed Larry Diamond's number as well. You were almost relieved when you got the same pompous message as before, but it set you thinking about your libretto dream, and about that dumb word, bozo. Apparently, Diamond had been Cujo's Friday morning tarot client, in addition to hiring her to look at his Timbuktu souvenirs on Friday afternoon, so it was probably him, Diamond. You'd bet 100 shares of Microsoft on it, who had messed with the Huff's star card. To what end? She must have permitted him. To what end? Assisted him. To what end? Tossing on the pillow, you felt a pain in your neck. A welcome pain, because it clammed the Diamond car against the rail of the arena, allowing yet another thought, ooga, ooga, blink, blink, to scoot triumphant out of traffic. Now at 6 a.m., your eyelids as heavy as rubber bumpers, but your transmission too jarred and jangled and conditioned by the brokerage business to let you rest, you bounce out of bed and patter to the window, through which you notice, with mild surprise, that the rains have returned. 6:15 a.m. The rains have returned. The runaway sky, as though connected by a bungee cord, has been yanked back to earth, where peaks are perforating its bladder and ridges are wringing out its glands. Your building is surrounded by the soft, the gray, and the moist, as if it is being digested by an oyster. This is Seattle. The brief, bright spring has stalled, and the rains have returned. They have stolen down from the Sasquatch slopes. They have risen with the geese from the marshes. It rains a chattering of totem teeth. It rains a sweat lodge of ancient vapors. The city with its office towers and electricity has been somehow primitivized by the rain. Every hue darkened, every wheel slowed, every view foreshortened, every modern commercial mindset turned in on itself, forced to rub shoulders with the old salamander who sleeps in the soul. Hour after hour, the rain will fall. Apartments decorated to be showplaces will take on the character of burrows or nests. And espresso carts, the little pumping stations of Seattle's lifeblood, will glow beneath their umbrellas like the huts of shamans. Drops spiral from every cornice, every antenna, every awning. Drops glisten on each plate glass window, each tailgate, each inch of neon that sizzles in the mist. Dense, penetrating and modifying. The rain narrows the gap between nature and civilization. Forgotten longings stir in the crack. You read somewhere that in Botswana, the word pula means both money and hello. You like that arrangement. Whenever you meet someone, you say money, and they say money back. What a happy greeting! How honest and to the point. You read further that pula also may be translated as rain. That's nice, too. Pennies from heaven, so to speak. Old Botswanans knowing it's going to rain because their wallets get stiff. And never a need to save for a rainy day. Staring into the sheet music of precipitation, you try to think of it as cascading cash, yet you remain at least partially aware that somewhere out there, not many blocks away, failed businessmen and their families are taking refuge from the weather beneath freeway ramps and in cardboard shacks. Maybe money would be better expressed by aloha than by pula. In each hello, an implied goodbye. As for the rain, it manifests all of aloha's ambiguity and then some. Rain is protective in ways that the seemingly more affectionate sunshine can never match. It dims the monster's glare, dampens the dragon's fire. But like the pockets of a drowned sailor, it can conceal disintegrating packets of forbidden opiates and any number of rusty knives. You brew a latte, pull on a robe. With the wetness there has come a chill, and return to the window to stare some more. Andre's aquaphobic, you think. Maybe the downpour will send that darn beast home. All that comes home to you, however, are those strange old longings, the ones you thought your financial goals had long ago replaced. Sears, Philip Morris, Merck, General Electric. You commence to chant, but the magic words have little power against the rain. 9:10 a.m. Cujo Huffington loves the rain. She considers Seattle's prevailing meteorological mode a refreshment, a benediction. It blesses the brows of those who brave it and makes the little mushrooms grow. She persists in her belief that the northwest rains not only nurture and renew, but consecrate and sanctify, even though she is privy to reports of withering acids in the raindrops. You regard the contradiction as one more example of her proclivity for self-delusion, although you must admit that even the holy water sprinkled on christened infants is teeming with microbial life that, when magnified, is as fierce-looking as wolverines, yet does less harm than good. A resumption of rainy weather after a dry spell is one of the few things that can pull Cujo out of bed before 9 in the morning, and you are hoping that it has aroused her today, that it has piped her from the sordid sheets in which she undoubtedly has been wallowing. So firmly do you expect her within the hour that moving to the computer you are able to concentrate with reasonably pellucid focus on ammonias that might jolt the money gods from their swoon. The rich, from whose scroll your name is inconceivably and infuriatingly missing, maintain that a nice, forceful slashing of the capital gains tax is the tonic the comatose economy requires, although Saul Finkelstein et al. Contend that such a move would serve only to widen the moats around the palaces. There was a time when a cut in interest rates by the Federal Reserve could be counted on to stimulate borrowing and thus increase consumption. But like the flourishes of an aging arthritic magician, that sleight of hand has become so creakily obvious that only the myopic in the audience are fooled anymore. There are those, largely the marginal and uninformed, who blame the budget deficit for everything. But insiders such as you know full well that the Treasury could simply print stacks of fresh new money, a vision of such loveliness that it wets your eyes, and wipe out the deficit overnight. The fly in that green ink is that the good old worn money would no longer be worth as much, and the palace moats would constrict perhaps to a width that could be vaulted by the more spring-loaded in the middle class, among whom you, so taught of calf, would have to be counted. And since the mint is in the julep of the wealthy, you will not hold your breath until it cranks up the presses. A far bigger problem is America's short end of the trade stick. Many are the steps that Congress and the President could take to restore the balance of trade, but every single one of them would rub turpentine into the rectum of some sector or another of the voting public, and by now all but the terminally naive are aware that politicians, almost without exception, are more interested in re-election than in a daring rescue of the nation. Truly powerful Americans are multinational anyhow, and have been for decades, so what do they care? You can't blame them. You just wish you had a villa in Tuscany to which to repair, the Bahamas, anywhere, short of Timbuktu. What had taken a financial professional to that distant outpost, you wonder? For a second. Jesus, your mind must be a morbid thing to bring him up again. As if to exercise, Mr. Diamond, you shake your head until a single hair, decidedly gray, breaks loose and flutters to a landing on the computer keyboard, where it lies like a strand of Medusa vermicelli across the A, the S, the D, and the F. Well, girl, you cannot afford a haven in a foreign paradise and lots of luck convincing Belford Dunn to desert his native land in its hour of need. None of the aforementioned remedies are likely to be applied, and if they were, they probably would be too little too late, the ladder to the moon having already toppled. So what is the solution? The solution, you think, is war. Yes, why not? You type in war, knocking the errant hair aside as you strike the A, and watch the word shimmer like a line of phosphorescent battle dust on the PC screen. As you understand it, the United States has been operating under a wartime economy since 1941. With the end of World War II, there were those who feared a resumption of the Great Depression, and some who reasoned that an ongoing military state was an excellent way to control both the American populace and foreign competitors. So instead of beating our swords into plowshares, we invented a new enemy, the downtrodden, depleted, but godless Soviet Union, and devoted our capability to making bigger and better swords. This history lesson came to you, you must confess, by way of your dad and his radical pothead pals, and thus should be totally discredited, except that this morning you are finding a hemp seed of truth in it. Nobody can deny that in our national security society, with a defense industry smoking around the clock, we prospered. For a while. But a wartime economy sucking up tax dollars, like 1,000-foot teenager sucking up sugar in Greece, can flourish for only so long in peacetime. Eventually, growth in productivity dropped. The competitiveness of industry declined, wages stagnated, the once steady rise in living standards turned tail, and underfunded non-military priorities such as education, health care, and environmental protection went to hell. Meanwhile, the defeated nations of Germany and Japan, by ignoring the military and concentrating on the manufacturing of civilian goods, began kicking our butts from factory gate to bank door, and despite a few financial setbacks of their own in the early 90s, are kicking them still. Nobody can deny that either. Someday, perhaps, by shifting emphasis, we can revitalize our peacetime industries to the point where we can skin cats with the best, but that is long-term. Short-term, the stock market is lying in a pool of blood, and your Porsche is hiding in the bushes from the repo man. Short-term, the only way to stimulate a pulse in this flatline victim is to crack another vial of war under its nostrils. Is it so far-fetched? Certainly the president would have no moral qualms about it. Wartime presidents are more popular than Santa Claus, and this one is aching to be re-elected. As for an enemy, there is hardly a shortage of attractive candidates. Now that the USSR is gone, most of them are rather fish in a barrel, but they might hold out against us long enough to raise significantly the juice level in our pitcher, and who knows, one of them could prove as worthy an opponent as North Vietnam. To do you much good, however, war, or the imminent threat of war, would have to materialize with giddy haste. By Monday morning, to be exact. Okay, you realize that that prospect
is about as likely as one of your clients phoning to thank you for the tireless effort you put into separating them from their life savings. But nevertheless, in a move characteristic of your girlish optimism, in a move that frankly is several kilometers south of rational, you sort of absent-mindedly switch on the shortwave band of your radio just to check, casually to be sure, hope against hope, if there are any ominous growlings on the international scene. What you receive is a great deal of static, an indication that the solar flares, or whatever has been responsible for the cosmic interferences of the past few days, are still raging. At one point on the band, you momentarily intercept a clear transmission, but it turns out to be the scores from the East Indian Basketball Association. The Bengal Tigers have defeated the Singapore Slings. The Bombay Gin and the Black Holes of Calcutta are tied in overtime, and the Madras Shorts have moved out in front of the Kashmir Sweaters. The Pune Tang did not play. 10:15 a.m. Standing at the window again, still in your robe, you watch raindrops wriggle like daydreaming tadpoles down the pane. They seem perfectly healthy, perfectly formed to you. One round head, one tapered tail, translucent as you please, standard issue, right out of the manual. If they are mutated by contamination, they wear it well. Besides, you would venture that acid rain is good for the environment. Isn't industry part of the environment? In waves, orchestrated by the wind, drops dash themselves against the window, where they surrender their antic wildness, their whiplash abandon, their sea-bullet roulette, to join the zendo of daydreamers sliding in a slow, soft, wriggly meditation toward the puddle of being, the watery nimbus around the soul. The rain produces a sound that is somewhere between finger-drumming, your father at the lunch table impatient for his adobo, and the mumbly marriage-bed conversation that every child in the house strains to catch. Is there meaning in its nuances? Is it what remains of an Ur language once spoken by the common ancestor of humans and dolphins? Or are the raindrops no more than extras mouthing rotabaga, rotabaga on the set of a movie whose script they haven't been privileged to read? You are listening to the rain more carefully than you ever have, harder than someone in your position and with your goals ought, when the mood is shattered, thank goodness, by the loose hubcap on a UFO sound of the telephone. Cujo, at last you feel it, you know it, no doubt about it. She may be calling from her unit down the hall, from the payphone at the doghouse after a pork-chop breakfast, or from the quarters of that broken-down ex-broker who quite likely has taken advantage of her Winnebago silhouette, her voluminous unappeal to the normal male, to visit his most disgusting urges upon her. The source of the call is inconsequential. What matters is that it is she, and that that portion of your mind given over to anger and concern about her can now be cleared for more productive activity. Moreover, once she has endured your tongue-lashing, she can satisfy that itsy-bitsy twinge of curiosity you have concerning the altered tarot card and the other oddities that have afflicted your orderly life of late. At the very least, Cujo will lend a sympathetic ear to an account of your humiliating attack downtown last night, and she may well lead you to accept it with a kind of fatalistic grace. Though she cares little about the tragic accidents disabling your career, cynical as she is regarding profit and profiteers, she will prove fiercely protective of your physical health and vindictive toward whatever or whomever has endangered it. You are feeling almost sisterly as you lift the receiver, the embarrassment of your association with her displaced momentarily by a geyser of relief. But it isn't her. It isn't her. You can hardly believe it. You are beside yourself. It isn't Cujo. It's Belford. Hi, Honeykins. Sorry I didn't phone earlier, but I've been trying to track down the French Consul General.
I found out he's gone to the Napa Valley for the weekend to some winery or something, and I was getting ready to rent a car and drive up there, and it occurred to me that my little rascal could possibly have come home." He pauses expectantly. The expectant pause is so large that were it a house, Christ and all 12 disciples could live there, although Judas Iscariot would probably have to sleep on the sun porch. The expectancy, though silent, is so tremendous and insistent that you refuse out of spite to respond to it. And when Belford finally speaks again, panic, like an opera of termites, has undermined his voice. He squeaks worse than you, his beloved, when he asks, "There isn't any bad news, is there?" "Good grief, Belford, are you kidding? There isn't anything but bad news. Are you living in a pumpkin or something?" You fumble for the rheostat to dim your vexation. "If you're talking about Andre, and I assume you are, since that's the only damn thing that makes any difference to you, no, there's no bad news. No good news either. Everything's the same as when you left. At least it is where your ape's concerned." "You sound upset." "Me? Upset? Where did you get that idea? Have you been puffing on one of those San Francisco dope sticks? I bet you have. I bet—" "Gwen, honey, what is it?" "What's what? Everything's perfectly hunky-dory. Just another day in the life of a fool, to quote from the wisdom of the East. So why don't you go sober up, and if I run into Andre, I'll have him call your hotel. Bye." You slam the receiver down, you mutter, "Bozo." And for some inexplicable reason, it makes you laugh out loud. 10:30 a.m. Something has changed. You have changed. Your dad told you once that Dizzy Gillespie sat on his trumpet and bent it, accidentally creating an instrument that transformed his career. Change can occur that fast. Snap! Ouch! And the next thing one knows, one is blowing a whole new tune. Something about the telephone call, the disappointment of the call, the bozo that slipped out at the end of the call, the last straw of it, as it were, something ordinary yet indefinite, mundane yet mysterious, silly yet profound. Something tiny but very, very pure has happened, and you may never be the same. Nature, supposedly, rewards energy and aggression. Well, you have been energetic and aggressive enough for 5, and where has it gotten you? Perhaps it was a matter of improper alignment. Your horn was always pointed dead ahead, when it ought to have been crimped a little toward the ceiling. And now, this is idle speculation, mind you. This is fancy. Should anyone doubt, however, that you are in an unusual mood, they need only to observe the manner in which you tear off your robe and pajamas and pull a tight black dress on over your unwashed body, not even any underwear. The spontaneity with which you paint your lids and lips, and the steady, gleeful arrogance with which you punch in Larry Diamond's number. "If you're calling to whine about the market," his recorded voice responds, rumblings and crashes in the background, "you're not going to get any sympathy here. Did you really expect that a culture that believes the second coming is right around the corner, sucking on a breath mint and straightening its tie, could have the long-range vision or the long-term will to sustain a superpower economy? You guys are truly amusing." He cackles like a mechanical magpie laying a barbed wire egg. You gulp once and blink twice, surprised both by the content of the recording and that there is a fresh recording at all. But your nerve holds, and after the beep you say, "Listen up. This is Gwendolyn Matty. I want to speak with Q. Joe Huffington, and I want to speak with her pronto. If she's not in touch with me in 10 minutes, I'm contacting the police." Your voice is saw-toothed with determination, although, to be perfectly frank, you are still an octave or two away from sounding quite adult. While you wait, you select a pair of black pumps and the handbag du jour. Into the latter you pour the contents of yesterday's bag minus the stupid Nomo card, of course, which is now back in Cujo's deck where it belongs. You flick on CNN, and sure enough, the news pertains to the financial crisis. News is probably too strong a word for it. It is primarily conjecture about how the market might behave on Monday, assuming the SEC allows it to open on Monday. If it doesn't open Monday, then when will it open? One expert asks. If we wait until conditions significantly improve, it might not reopen in our lifetime. The tone is less than merry, but at least no one on CNN is blaming the crash on Christian dogma. 10:45 a.m. 10 minutes pass. In fact, 15 minutes pass. You want to be fair. When, at 10:45, Cujo has yet to call, you don your Burberry raincoat, seize a pretty polka-dot umbrella as if it were a pig sticker, and march out the door. Downstairs, you decide to drive Belford's Lincoln, reasoning that if by some miracle Andre should appear in the drizzle along your route, he might consent to come aboard. Driving the Porsche, you would deny him a ride even if he were standing in an intersection, flagging you with an SOS banana and a broken arm. You cannot forget the time you agreed to take Andre to the vet's for an annual flu shot. Belford was closing a big sale. Riding home, the cute little fellow ripped off every button and knob in your Porsche, bit holes in the leather upholstery, and swung from the rearview mirror. As you pulled into Belford's driveway, he tore open his jar of purple monkey vitamins, stuffed his mouth with them, then, screeching at their foul flavor, spit them out, permanently staining the seats, the floor mats, and your new Armani pantsuit. Belford made the brute get down on his hairy knees and pray for God's forgiveness, which is touching, you suppose, but to this day your $900 Hermès attaché case bears embarrassing purple spots. The choice of car proves academic, however. You encounter no stray animals and few pedestrian humans on your way to police headquarters. The relentless rain has taken its toll on that minute portion of the citizenry still brave enough, affluent enough to shop. From the occasional doorway or cardboard lean-to, arms can be seen thrusting soggy candy boxes into the gloom, hoping to attract a coin or a cigarette. Aside from that, little moves on Seattle's sidewalks except rivulets of rainwater. When between the U-Park and the Public Safety Building, a wild, wet gust turns your umbrella into a scarecrow chest X-ray, you begin to regret that you have ventured out. In terms of your reception, the weather is no balmier indoors. You might have anticipated it. Put yourself in their place. You step up to the window in the 5th-floor lobby decorated by Kafka's proctologist and announce, "I want to report a missing person." And the woman with a face like a slab of Cro-Magnon bacon regards you with a ripple of recognition on the flat yellow surface of her ox-bile eyes and says, "You mean a missing monkey?" "No, person." "Person as in human being?" "Exactly." "Person as in your gentleman friend who went looking for his chimp and got lost his own self?" "Negative." "May I speak with the detective, please?" Holding your temper is not unlike containing a pit bull in a pillowcase. "The detective ain't here. He's off on a real situation." "Are you insinuating that this is not a real situation?" "I'm not insinuating nothing, lady." "Can I make a report or not?" "That depends." "On what?" "Situation." So you try to explain the situation, but she keeps interrupting. "The individual's name is what? She weighs how much? She's been missing since when?" Eventually the carrion-faced clerk goes to a phone at a desk out of earshot and makes a call, doubtless to the detective who is alleged to be absent from the premises, although you suppose it could be to the nut squad at Harbor View. As she talks, her eyes never leave you. Her co-workers watch you as well. Such wariness, such suspicion. You are suddenly keenly aware that you aren't wearing underpants. After she hangs up, she returns to the window, intent on sending you away. The police, she explains, will not investigate the whereabouts of a person missing less than 24 hours unless there are mitigating circumstances.
Well, damn it, there are!
Well, damn it, there aren't. You said yourself that the individual has been known to stay out nights with male individuals. The fact that this particular male individual has a tattoo on his hand and talks smutty to you in a bar don't make him a suspect. If your individual don't turn up by 7 tonight, you can come back and an officer will take a statement. I'm obliged to tell you that. Myself, I think. She bites her suety tongue, and with a cross between a smirk and a glare, leaves the window.
Thanks for the help,
you yell after her. You are boiling. But can you really blame the cops? One day you waltz in with a soiled swain begging for assistance in locating a born-again French monkey jewel thief, and the next day you are here claiming that a 300-pound queerly named woman in a turban may have been abducted by a man who was paying her to look at pictures of Timbuktu. They must think you've got a 6-ring circus for a fantasy life. Okay, they can choke on powdered donuts for all you care. You are going to find Q. Huffington, dead or alive. 11:32 a.m. The rain has increased in volume, and inexplicably so has traffic. Cars hiss along with their lights on and spray water on one another. Pity the poor windshield wiper, for its Sisyphean labors will never attain the status of myth. For years now, most automobiles have been designed to roughly resemble eggs. Manufacturers claim the ovoid shape maximizes aerodynamic efficiency, but if that is true, how come a bird has to break out of the egg before it can fly? At Grandpa Matty's funeral mass, you asked why men were made to remove their hats in church and women were not, to which your mother replied, "In the Middle Ages it was decided that only men should have to remove their hats because women are already eggs." Your understanding of that decision remains incomplete, and this unintended meditation on eggs is making you nervous. More than once in the past, you have entertained horrific visions of Belford's sperm, so steadfast, so patient, so annoyingly persevering in their attempts to hoist their little sacks of fertilizer over the barricades you have erected at the portals of your womb. Good grief. You shudder and switch on the Lincoln's radio. A Zen nightmare of clapping hands roars out of the speakers. You assume the applause is for the president, who must be outlining to the nation his plan of action in the wake of Thursday's crash. Better late than never, you suppose. Alas, what follows, rather than a presidential proclamation, is just another Philippa Flapdoodle from Dr. Motofusa Yamaguchi. The governor of Washington State has just asked Yamaguchi if his cancer cure will usher in a better age for all mankind. "When one thing get better," the good doctor replies, with the hint of a giggle, "some other thing have to get worse. A big front has a big back." "Right, you tell him, Doc." Jesus. For some reason, you always expected the breakthrough in cancer research would come from a very sober, very earnest team of white-smocked, sharp-featured, metallically clean, handsomely paid Swiss chemists in the employ of one of those giant drug companies of whose alleged net worth you, in your time, have peddled oodles and oodles of shares. Life is full of surprises, most of which we could do well without. Woof! You bark at the radio as you turn it off. Better to listen to the curses of unseen street people. "Hey, drive me to the hospital in your Lincoln, bitch!" and the rat-a-tat-tat of the rain. A womanish figure in a red turban ducks into the doorway of a burnt-out building. Instinctively you touch the brakes, although you know from a glance the person could not possibly be Cujo, who,
as if living proof of Yamaguchi's law is equally big, front and back. This woman was way too narrow, and besides it was probably a bloody bandage wound around her head. Once when you told your large psychic friend that her turban made her look like some kind of cartoon swami, she responded, "May be a cliché to a tight-ass titmouse like you, but to regular human beings my turban is like the dome of a cathedral or the steeple of a church. It identifies what they can expect to find underneath it and guides them to a particular variety of assistance." Right or wrong, her towel head has remained an embarrassment to you, although you'd pay a pretty penny, had you a pretty penny left, for a glimpse of it this morning. Only the rain fills the void of Kyujo's parking space, however, and only silence greets your knock at her door. The lone message on your machine is from Belford, moreover apologizing that he had been insensitive earlier to your PMS. PMS? What PMS? Normally this would have taxed your sweet disposition, and indeed you are on the threshold of fury, but hey, your horn is tipped now ever so slightly toward the stars, and there is a fresh melodic line, reckless and vaguely self-amusing, that you seem destined to pursue. 11:55 a.m. From the Posner residence, Barbara Posner, a gracious blue-haired matron whom you have met socially on several occasions, takes a moment to register your name. "Oh, yes, of course, Miss Mattie," she says at last, and she excuses herself to fetch her husband. But it is her voice, not his, that next comes over the line. "Very sorry. It would be inconvenient for Mr. Posner to speak with you right now. But he said he is looking forward to a conference with you in his office on Monday. He had already penciled it in." "Tell him it's not work-related." "Oh? If it's a personal matter, Miss Mattie, perhaps that could be broached at your conference as well. Look, all I want from your husband is an address. Larry Diamond's address." "Who, please?" "I'm not sure we're acquainted with this person." "Would you ask Larry Diamond? It's vital." When she picks up the phone again, Barbara Posner says, "Yes, oh yes, we do remember Mr. Diamond. Rather a character. Left Dean Witter under somewhat of a cloud, I think, though he's said to have recently returned from the wilds of Africa, heavy with wisdom." "That's the guy," you declare, although privately you are unwilling to concede the wisdom part. "Sorry, Mr. Posner has no idea where Mr. Diamond resides." You swallow hard. "He doesn't?" "Happy Easter, dear." Neither Phil Craddock nor Saul Finkelstein is at home, and Anne Louise is too recent on the scene to have successfully offered Diamond her ass. Where to turn? What to do? You prepare a small salad, using the Mizuna and Patsoi that you had the Thriftway produce manager order especially for you. The store hasn't stocked greens like those since the 80s. They are bitter enough to turn a bunny rabbit into a carnivore, but you are too lost in thought to notice. Midway through the salad, Mizuna leaves virtually sawing on your tongue. You spring up from the table and punch Diamond's number again. The message hasn't changed, but it isn't his message that interests you now. Those rumbles, those crashes in the background, they are familiar somehow. You hang up and call again, and again. On the 5th call, there is a sudden, synaptic click, and the hall light flickers on in your brain. On the 6th call, a heavy, marbleized ball rolls down the hall. Excited, you drop the receiver and dash to the bookcase, from which you snatch the slender sheath of your mother's poetry. There it is, on page 14, Homage to the Chinese master Bo Ling. Fingers dipping like rat fangs into the round black cheese. O moon that orbits Milwaukee, you heave it onto the path, the wayless way, the long and slippery road at whose end there await, amidst thunder, The 10 Buddhas.
Bowling, indeed. Your mom wrote that poem after she had reluctantly accompanied your father and his friends to an Asian-American 10-pin tournament. You wish now you could remember which lanes. Never mind. You're on to something. The noises on Larry Diamond's phone. Thunder House. Yes, by Jesus, in an embroidered shirt. For whatever reason, goofy or corrupt, Larry Diamond is conducting his life from a bowling alley. Saturday afternoon, April 7th. Whither the amphibians? 12:20 p.m. 14 bowling alleys are listed in the yellow pages of the Seattle telephone directory. As you might have expected, there is not a Thunder House among them. There is, however, a Thunderbird Bowl in the Ballard district, and that strikes you as good a place as any to begin. Tarrying only long enough to step into a pair of panties, you most certainly are not about to risk encountering Larry Diamond with your little clam on the half-shell, so to speak. You grab your extra umbrella and the keys to the Porsche and set out. For about 5 seconds, you consider taking the Lincoln, but reject the notion on the grounds that wherever Belford's little rascal might be, he would not be in Ballard. A jewel thief in Ballard? Don't make you laugh. A lutefisk thief, perhaps. Ballard is known as Little Norway or Little Sweden, depending upon which side of the Skagerrak one's sentiments lie. The irreverent call it Snooze Junction, referring to the snuff some residents dip. "It ain't hip to dip," your dad once said, refusing to move the Matty family to a cozy cottage in Ballard, even though rents in that area were among the lowest in the city. Odd that Ballard's bowling alley would be named for Thunderbird, rather than, say, for Thor. But then, Indians lived on the site long before Scandinavians, so it may be fair. Ethnically, everything is all mixed up now anyway, you think. Cultures strewn and scattered among other cultures like shingles after a tornado. Japanese tourists in German cars stopping off at the South Seas Motel in Moscow, Idaho. Your Filipino father beating Caribbean drums and talking like he was raised in the streets of Harlem. You wonder if this multiculturalism of which Belford Dunn and his ilk are so admiring isn't at least partially responsible for the nation's economic fizzle. In point of fact, America has always been multicultural, but until fairly recently the nation was a symbolic pot in which various peoples were metaphorically melted, blending into one rich alloy, and it was that fusion of talents, philosophies, attributes and inclinations, renewable and adaptable, that gave the U.S. its zip and its zest. Nowadays, however, it seems few immigrants are inclined to assimilate. They bring their native cultures with them, virtually intact, and cling to them, refusing even to learn to speak English, and getting angry when the social institutions of their adopted land fail to address them in their indigenous tongues, which keeps them out of the workforce, naturally, and in a state of victimization, a selfish, self-pitying, self-perpetuating state insidiously exploited by leftists for their own political ends. Thus, instead of a strong, nutritious broth, pungent with the aromatic spices of labor and success, America has become a plop of separate little lumps of undigested stuff, kind of like vomit. Goodbye, melting pot. Hello, chamber pot.
Ah, yes, Gwen. But what if there was some way to take advantage of your minority status when the hatchets start to swing on Monday? You cannot deny that it has occurred to you that you might charge Posner, Lambert, McAvoy, and Jacobson with racial discrimination or sexual harassment, or both. Get a settlement at the very least, and maybe collect damages or preserve your job. That occurred to you yesterday. It occurred to you during the night. Today, though,
You feel strangely disassociated from the idea, as if you have somehow risen above it. Good grief. Will this rain never stop? Ballard is the home port of Seattle's fishing fleet, and as the Porsche plows through standing water onto the long bridge that connects Snooze Junction with Lower Queen Anne, you can gaze down through the business page format of the mist, endless columns of minuscule gray symbols furnished by some atmospheric equivalent of the New York Stock Exchange, and see workboats of various lengths and tonnage, from bantamweight purse seiners to monstrous floating canneries, hitched to the docks, twiddling their antennae, waiting for the salmon runs of summer. One might never guess the salmon were dwindling, the crab and the halibut too, from the plenitude of boats in the harbor. "Fish," you say aloud, with a squeaky and altogether mirthless chuckle. You could be thinking that it is quite amazing how much we human beings, evolved, civilized, sophisticated, created in God's own image, depend on those cold-blooded, elongated, squamous vertebrates, slippery, pop-eyed, and pornographically scented, that hide from us in unknown numbers beneath the waters, deep or shallow, broad or narrow, fresh or briny, rough or placid, of the world. Heaven forbid you are thinking of the Nomo card. Having traversed the bridge now, you turn the Porsche to the right and travel for a couple of blocks through an industrial neighborhood with direct links to commercial fishing. Then you turn north again away from the docks and motor very slowly up a street lined with the modest, clapboard cottages your father had been too cool to inhabit, until you spot, at an intersection with a busy commercial avenue, an excrementally brown, draconically oversized, windowless hellbox of a building that could only be an Albanian mental hospital, a Midwestern schoolhouse, or a bowling alley. And although its neon sign is not illuminated, like many local establishments, it must be trying to conserve on its utility bills, you are confident it is the last. Shifting gears, you speed up and fairly squeal into the parking lot. It's the Thunderbird Bowl, all right. You fix upon a nylon-jacketed man carrying a round satchel, into which a human head would fit perfectly, even a chubby-cheeked head bound in a turban. When he pulls open the wide front door, you can hear rumblings and crashes inside. The next thing you hear are your tires squealing back into the street again. 12:45 p.m. 4 times you drive around the block, the Porsche weaving in and out of the rain-slowed traffic like the essence of a Henry James sentence weaving in and out of prepositional phrases, dependent clauses, and parenthetical asides, periodically hitting the brakes to avoid misplacing a modifier. You are telling yourself all the while that the prudent thing to do, the wise thing, the safe thing, the simple thing would be to go home, or downtown to the disco if you can gain admittance, and concentrate on repairing your career. There's got to be a way to blow some smoke in Posner's eyes when he summons you to his teakwood desk on Monday. You can think of plenty of reasons to flee Ballard, not the least of which is the unlikelihood of coming across Belford's precious monkey here, and hardly a single reason to remain. In the end, however, you return to the Thunderbird Bowl, park, and get out of the car. What is it that irksome Yamaguchi said? Another day in the life of a fool? And as if you hadn't enough to feel foolish about, you allow your capitulating bumbershoot to expose its soft white underbelly to the fangs of the wind, so that seconds after opening it has gone from concave to convex, and joined its polka-dotted counterpart in umbrella Valhalla. By the time you reach the door, the hairs of your head, black and gray alike, are pearled with raindrops that jiggle and vibrate with each rumble, each crash. 12:55 p.m. Bowling. How doth Gwendolen Matty despise thee? Let you count the ways. 1. Bowling
is a marginal sport. Precious little athletic ability is required of its practitioners, most of whom seem more interested in drinking beer and chit-chatting than in the finer points, if there are finer points, of the game. 2. Bowlers are marginal people. In the hive that is America, only the drones go bowling. 3. Bowling alleys are marginal places. There's hardly a one that could not have been designed by Mussolini, built by his brother-in-law, and decorated by his teenage mistress. 4. Bowling is popular with the masses. Enough said. The instant you enter the Thunderbird, you are overcome with an audacious distaste and a puncturing depression. In the totalitarian glare of its half-hectare of fluorescent tubing, you suddenly are rubbing shoulders with working stiffs and blousy babes, the sort of blue-collar rabble that habitually you have gone to great lengths to avoid. You fancy you hear them belching and farting, quoting Clint Eastwood, exchanging off-color punchlines, and making all the other uncouth and threatening noises with which the rabble customarily express themselves, but soon you are forced to admit that most of it is in your imagination. In the lounge area, a selection of louts grin at you and beckon you to their various tables, but active bowlers, by and large, ignore you, and minute by minute your fear, if not your aversion, diminishes. At least nobody is barking. Trying your hardest to appear inconspicuous, you stroll around searching in vain every nook and cranny for Larry Diamond, or someone who looks as if he might in some way be associated or acquainted with Mr. Diamond. In particular, you scrutinize the area around the pair of payphones bolted to the wall near the entrance, scarcely more than a bowling ball's throw from the first of the Thunderbird's 16 lanes. Nothing out of the ordinary, as far as you can tell. Fishing a quarter from your bag, you decide to make a call. The equipment behaves exactly as any other public telephone. You attract no undue attention from patrons or staff, and Q. Joe Huffington doesn't answer at home. "Drat!" you exclaim, oblivious to the fact that no Filipina has ever in the history of the world said "drat" before you. Could it even be possible, you wonder, that Diamond lives in the neighborhood, in one of those dreadfully déclassé little snooze-stained houses, and slips into the Thunderbird to use its payphones? Of course not, dummy. He couldn't attach his answering machine to a public phone, and neither of the numbers on the payphones here matches his number. Even their prefix is different. Undoubtedly, this is a wild goose chase of governmental proportions. The relationship between Thunderbird Bowl and Thunder House seems about as close as that between toilet bowl and toilet water. Okay, but hold on a second. What about the prefix? You could ring up the telephone company, give them Diamond's prefix, and they would tell you what part of town he's in. Good grief. It has taken you this long to think of that? You are to detective work what Grandma Moses is to German expressionism. The directory assistance operator seems to have been waiting all morning to honor your request. 783, she says quickly and cheerfully, is one of the prefixes for Ballard. As you hang up, you glance over both shoulders, while something cold and bristly, like Nanook of the North's toothbrush, runs up and down your spine. 1:09 p.m. The Thunderbird's office is located in a loft area above the cocktail lounge. As you climb the stairs, you are both pleased and alarmed that you may be homing in on your target. You remove your index finger from your lips, where you have been gnawing on its nail, and press the buzzer. On the other side of the door, there is a scampering sound, causing visions of gerbils, hamsters, field mice, deer mice, voles, muskrats, wood rats, lemmings, and all things crustaceid to scurry past your eyes. "What do you need?" somebody asks, and you think your voice is squeaky. The door is opened by a woman not a whole lot taller than a bowling pin, and you think you are petite. Is the manager here?
Not today. It's Saturday.
As the woman answers, you are furtively looking past her, which is simple to do. One can look around her, over her, as easily as if she were a garden ornament. Why, one could wind her entire body in one of Cujo's turbans and have enough fabric left over to wrap King Tut's biscuits. Speaking of which, Cujo read in one of her esoteric magazines that genetic scientists, using dried blood scraped off mummy bandages, may someday be able to clone the pharaohs. That's nice, you told her, but I wouldn't buy any stock in the company, considering that the demand for resurrected pharaohs is likely to be weak.
Yeah, she agreed. But there's other applications for the technology, and I suggest you and I squirrel away a few used tampons just in case.
Remembering that conversation makes you blush. The midget, probably believing her appearance the source of your embarrassment, commences to fidget and shuffle her feet. Visions of gerbils, hamsters, field mice, voles, etc. scurry past your eyes. You hasten to speak. I'd like to call the manager next week, then. You say, would you mind giving me the number here? The office, cramped, cluttered, and entirely banal, lacks a single element that might connect it to Larry Diamond, yet you are sure he is somewhere in Ballard, either in a bowling alley or with bowling alley sound effects on his telephone tape, so you must turn this stone.
7,
gerbles the tiny clerk.
8,
she field mouses. Yes.
1,
she voles. And before she can hamster another numeral, you are swiveling to leave, disappointment and relief lying in a lover's braid upon the unmade bed of your heart. 1:14 p.m. Because bowling, on the whole, is not a particularly strenuous activity, the clothing of the bowler is seldom soppy with the moisture secreted by a body in a state of exertion. A body playing basketball or tennis, for example. The attire of the bowler is at risk from spilled beer, but that is a different matter. If there is anything that you might mark in bowling's favor, it is its relative aridity. Whenever possible, you avoid any but the most distant association with sweating persons. Except in the abstract, you find the term honest sweat regrettable. On the other hand, no sweat is a phrase coined in paradise with you in mind, although it is unlikely that your mouth would pronounce the phrase sweat, being one of those words that thicken the tongue. Your mother did not perspire. Ever. So she boasted. As for you, you are uncertain whether or not you are guilty of the act of perspiration. You would be inclined to contend that you have inherited your mother's glandular immaculacy, except that there are times when your breasts and belly are so wet you have to wonder if that much wetness could be entirely the output of the pores of Belford Dunn. In any case, you shower immediately following sex. When a person is fastidious, to the point of being very nearly squeamish or prim, odds are 40-1 in Vegas that that person's secret inner sanctum is a mess. One needn't be a riverboat gambler, a psychiatrist, or a sage from the Orient to figure that out. Through the rickety basilica of the Thunderbird, your shortish but shapely legs transport the unmade bed of your heart. Happily, if that isn't too strong of a word, none of the bowlers whom you pass en route are visibly sweating. As has been noted, bowling is not ranked among the arduous sports, but many look to have the potential to perspire, to sweat like hogs, in fact, and that is quite enough to spur you to quicken your pace. So, you quicken your pace. But where, Gwen, are you going? Well, your first stop is back at the public phones, where, by consulting the directory, you learn that there is one other bowling alley Sunset Bowl and Recreation by name, in Ballard, but the Sunset's prefix is 782 rather than 783. Still, you will have to check it out, you suppose, although for some reason you are disinclined to abandon the Thunderbird right away. While the jukebox vocals of Bruce Springsteen and Waylon Jennings fill the space between rumblings and crashes, while the fluid levels in glasses, bottles, and bladders rise and fall, while chicken wings flap their last in the deep fat fryer, as if waving to the memory of henhouse companions they will never fan again, while spares engender whoops and splits give rise to groans, while tobacco smoke steadily accumulating attacks your sinuses, and the hungry eyes of the lounge lizards attack your derriere, you stride over to the bulletin board area purposefully, giving the impression that you are expecting a message there. League standings have been recently posted. The Swedish Pancakes, you discover, are leading in their division, easily outdistancing the Danish Moderns and the Norwegian Wood. In the Tuesday night league, it's the Troll Patrol out in front of, who cares? Elsewhere on the board, there is a history lesson. Bowling, it seems, is a very old game. The ancient Egyptians enjoyed outdoor bowling about 7,000 years ago. How about that? If mummy wrap cloning proved successful, the pharaohs could form a bowling team. Flyers on the bulletin board also alert you to the existence of a bowling Hall of Fame. Honored therein are champions with names such as Marion Ladwig, Andy Verapapa, and Ed Lubansky, hailing from such burgs as Grand Rapids, Milwaukee, your mother's poem was on the money, and Akron. Your mother's verse was also correct in establishing a link between bowling and religion, although the connection is not to Buddhists, but to Protestants. No less a Protestant than Martin Luther, who took it upon himself to fix the number of pins officially at 9. Prior to Luther's edict, nailed perhaps to the door of the 16th century bowling alley, there had been considerable argument among German churchmen concerning the correct number of pins. Surprised? You shouldn't be. Did you think theologians were referring to something other than bowling when they argued over how many angels could dance on the head of a pin? Today, of course, there are 10 pins in the game. Maybe the Dead Sea Scrolls proved Luther wrong. According to the fascinating literature at hand, and this item is more down your alley, so to speak, bowling emporiums flourish in hard times. Financially troubled populations tending to gravitate toward cheap, wholesome recreation. But of course, when the going gets pinched, the pinched go bowling. What conclusions about the depth and potential length of the current economic trough might an analyst draw from the fact that early upon a Saturday afternoon, the Thunderbird is packed like a tin of Norwegian sardines? A party of white-haired, ruddy, snooze-dipping septuagenarians has assumed responsibility for feeding the jukebox. As a result, Bruce Springsteen and Waylon Jennings have been supplanted by Lawrence Welk. Nobody in the Thunderbird seems to mind, least of all you. One form of blue-collar music is as unfortunate as another, in your opinion. It is not a Lawrence Welk polka, then, but the grudging admission that you really ought to be investigating economic indicators over at the Sunset Bowl. Might it be crowded as well? That propels you at last from this particular cacophonic cavern of cretinous kegglers and out into the torrent. Despite the lack of a functional umbrella, you stop midway between the exit and your car. The unmade bed of your heart stops with you. Are you certain, Gwendolyn, absolutely certain, that you haven't overlooked something here? God knows you wouldn't want to have to come back. 1:30 p.m. Like a rice farmer in an upside-down paddy, you stand amidst the self-harvesting stalks of the rain, thin as chopsticks, and chopsticks straight, greenish-gray as the strings of the ocean's zither, the stalks hang from the clouds by their roots and shake free their bursting grains. The rice bowl of your collar is soon overflowing. When you hunch your shoulders, they make rain sushi. In the parking lot, 3/4 of the stalls are occupied. Is this indicative of a recessionary economy, whereas full occupancy would signify an out-and-out depression? That the vehicles in the lot are mostly battered pickup trucks and aging Japanese minicars is probably meaningless. You suspect that avid bowlers drive clunkers even in the best of times. Your Porsche stands out like an orchid in a septic tank. And speaking of the Porsche, it's going to be just grand getting in it and driving away. First, however, you had better walk over a wee bit closer to the ramp that, as you have just discovered, descends to what apparently is a lower level, a sort of daylight basement of the Thunderbird. At the bottom of the incline, there is a handsome wooden door that, in substance and design, seems incongruously juxtaposed with the cheesy dead zone aesthetic of the rest of the building. If this is a service entrance, it is an unusually fine one. There looks to be a sign of some sort on the door. With raindrops bouncing off your astigmatic eyeballs, it's difficult to tell. Yes, you are nearer now. It is a sign. Or rather a plaque, one of those handcrafted redwood plaques, the kind that say, the Schickelgrubers, or Bob and Mary Ann, or Loafing are Us, in an awkward, chiseled script. You are more than halfway down the ramp before your tremulous suspicions are confirmed. The plaque reads, Thunder House. 1:36 p.m. The clouds are throwing shoes, as well as rice. You feel like the bride at an elemental wedding. Somalia could wring out your hair and end its drought. Still, you stand in the deluge for another minute or two, weighing alternatives, plumping your nerve. The smart thing to do at this point would be to scour the parking lot and adjacent streets for Cujo's car. Yet what would you learn, really, from its presence or absence? This business has gone on long enough. You may have to wait until Monday to find out how many spoonfuls are left in your honeypot, or what sharp bees may be circling its rim, but here is a mystery that can be solved now. You rush down the ramp and pound on the door. It's a hefty door, with strong iron hinges, its central panel embellished with low-relief carvings of cumulus spitting zigzags of lightning. The wood is dark, the carvings discreet and hard to see. That the door requires study is fortunate, in that it gives you something to do while you wait. You are hardly surprised that Larry Diamond would keep you waiting. You have the impression that he is the sort of person who might not answer his door at all. Larry Diamond might not answer his door even if he didn't have your best friend Cujo bound to his round waterbed with leather thongs and rubber goods, which he probably does not, but still, this business has gone on long enough. Don't they understand? The U.S. stock market is swirling down the drain, threatening to suck foreign markets into the vortex, unraveling world economic order, and creating chaos and despair. Don't they get it? Chaos and despair. A great unraveling, which means the same thing as raveling, an etymological fact that you find wholly irksome. You haven't time for this nonsense. Cujo, Diamond, as your tight little fist strikes the door another blow, you make a mental note that the stylized thundercloud against which your knuckles are rapping is an American Indian motif. That realization should have lessened your astonishment when the door is opened by a rather large American Indian. It should have, but it does not. Muscular, more stocky than tall, the man is dressed in clean-pressed denim and a beaded headband that holds in place hair as black as yours was once, before occupational pressures, bad luck, and life's annoyances took their toll. His age is indeterminable, as it often is with you non-European types. He has a narrow brow,
a nose more broken than hooked, a mouth with thin, straight lips, and heavy eyebrows curved like elk-hide canopies over a pair of serene, though slightly protruding brown eyes. Coldly returning your own rude regard, the man is motionless, silent. His entire being, especially his eyes, suggests an interruption of an inward gaze. Feeling as if you have intruded upon an arcane reverie, you cannot help sounding apologetic when you stammer, "Hi, hello, I'm looking for a guy called, Larry Diamond." The Indian's smile is so slight, so shy, it reminds you of Dr. Yamaguchi's. Such a contrast to the grins of the bowlers upstairs, grins as loose as bar rags and wide enough to put the cat out through. "Larry's not here," he says softly. There is a syncopated cadence to his speech. Well, where is he?" you almost blurted out, forgetting the manners your mother managed to teach you, even as your father was deriding good manners as a tactic designed to camouflage the insidious motives of the bourgeoisie. Again, the hairline smile, like the first chalk scratch of daylight on the blackboard of the little red schoolhouse of dawn. "Larry went to see the amphibians," he says. At that his smile widens, but the door closes. As if trying to be helpful, or maybe they're just rubbing it in, raindrops repeat the Indian's parting words in your ear. "Larry went to see the amphibians." Good grief. 1:41 p.m. This is the scene. You are standing in the wind and rain, beating on the basement door of a bowling alley in Snooze Junction, shrieking in your Twinkie-tone falsetto, Where are the amphibians?" And the bowlers, those entering the Thunderbird and those leaving, are looking at you as if you are a lunatic. They are laughing at you and hooting, and one woman yells, "Get a life!" as if you don't have more of a life in your toilet than the blousy bimbo has in her entire life. These are bowlers ridiculing you, low-life bowlers, for God's sake. And you are red all the way to your bones. Yet neither embarrassment nor fury stops you from pounding or from shrieking, "Where are the amphibians?" Although you do tone things down a bit when a couple of bon vivants in thin nylon jackets and baseball caps commence in unison to croak like frogs. You are in such a state that it is slow to dawn on you that you might not really want to know the whereabouts of the amphibians. There is information that is not in one's best interest, although one must decide for oneself. The decision should never be the prerogative of the government, the networks, or the medical profession. Moreover, until one possesses the information, it is nearly impossible to judge its effect. At any rate, a vision of the NOMO card, or rather the disfigured star card, begins now to flicker in your consciousness. You recall the young woman with the green scales and the flippered feet. Green scales and webbed toes are hardly normal attributes of a healthy human female, but may be regarded as commonplace, if not definitive, in the amphibian sector. Listen, is activity of an occult nature being dabbled in here? The very fact of Q. Joe Huffington's involvement infers an affirmative. Ice cubes clink against the swizzle stick of your spinal column, and you start to wonder if this would not be the ideal moment to go home, take a hot shower, and curl up with a glass of Chardonnay in front of a friendly computer. However, when one is playing with a tipped trumpet, one does not retreat so easily into the tried and true. You square your shoulders and give the Thunder House door another rap. As you strike it, it creaks open again, and there stands the big Indian with that look of someone who has been reading the Book of the Dead with his eyes closed. Once more, you have the guilty feeling that you are tracking mud onto a prayer rug. "Let me explain," you say, making an effort to lubricate the conspiratorial syrinx that you reserve for clients on whom you are trying to push a particularly risky investment. The Indian has scant interest in your spiel. He treats you to a faint, almost pitying smile, hands you a piece of paper, and with the confidence and ease of somebody who is growing accustomed to the act, shuts the door in your face. 2 p.m. Built for the Seattle World's Fair in 1962, the Pacific Science Center remains one of the most handsome structures in the city. Perhaps handsome is too masculine. With its reflecting pools and soaring freestanding arches of swan-white filigree, the Science Center resembles the Taj Mahal, if the Taj Mahal had been eaten away from inside by trillions of marble-eating termites so that only a lacy shell remained to blind itself with its own reflection, a snowy honeycomb secreted by angels, and as gleamingly bright in rainy weather as in sunshine. No. The Science Center is more beautiful than handsome, especially when compared to the beige Kleenex boxes that stand on their monolithic and monotonous ends downtown, buildings that would appeal not to the taste of delicate insects, but to sewer worms and ogres. Architecturally, the Science Center is decidedly feminine, although the human enterprise it was erected to honor seems at times to have been rather thoroughly usurped by the very worst facets of the male sensibility. On this rainy Easter Eve, however, activities inside the center have scant connection with profit, property, or power. The focus here today promises to be a small, quiet focus, having more to do with curiosity about small, quiet things than with breakthroughs along yet another path to pay dirt. Not that you wouldn't prefer the latter, but you were directed here by the flyer the Thunderhouse Indian shoved at you, and for better or for worse, you have a general idea what to expect. The flyer announces the annual Reptile and Amphibian Fair, sponsored by the Pacific Northwest Herpetological Society. Are toads really slimy? Do boas actually crush their prey? Have all of your questions about reptiles and amphibians answered. Gee, Gwen, what are your questions about reptiles and amphibians? Only one comes to mind. What's the best way to go through life without ever having to encounter such things? On display, more than 100 live non-venomous reptiles and amphibians, from the common to the exotic. You like the non-venomous part. Moreover, an event that lists among its attractions brown bag puppet making featuring turtles and frogs has got to be reasonably innocuous. On the other hand, kitties adore the creepy and the disgusting. Your worst nightmare has you popping out a little Belford Dunn Jr. and watching it play with garden slugs and the contents of its diapers. The wind has gone on break and the rain has nozzled itself down to a mizzle, a bit late as far as your hair and eyeshadow are concerned. For some totally illogical and annoying reason, you are feeling self-conscious about the possibility of meeting Larry Diamond in your present bedraggled condition, and you walk slowly, even cautiously, across the Science Center's spacious open-air atrium. Pausing beneath one of the Easter white arches, you think, if there's a McDonald's franchise in heaven, this is what it looks like. Then you wonder if, considering heaven's entrance requirements, there are enough customers there to support a McDonald's, and would fast foods not be irrelevant in eternity? The concept of eternity has always, since you were a child, made you queasy. You can understand how life in the hereafter might go on for an extremely long time, millions of years. Heck,
even billions or trillions of years, but to never stop. Never, ever, ever stop. How can there not, sooner or later, be an end? Some people might take comfort in the notion of eternity, but to you it is confounding, overwhelming, even horrific. Forever, in the literal sense, is a shock to the system. You are about to continue your march to the ticket booth, where, with great misgiving, you will shell out $5 dear to go wander among tanks of crawlers and slinkers, among clouded salamanders and Illinois chorus frogs, among river cooters, diamond-back terrapins, red milk snakes, island night lizards, hellbenders, mud puppies, and rough-skinned newts. You are about to dip into your endangered capital to finance an excursion into the realm of the relentlessly repulsive, when a voice close to your ear says, "Time doesn't exist in eternity." You nearly jump out of your rain-ruined pumps, and when you see his face so close to yours, you jump again. Eternity is timeless, he continues. It's by definition outside of time. So terms like beginning and end are meaningless. Your first response is, "How dare you sneak up on me before I've had a chance to go to the women's room and repair myself?" But what you actually say is, "How did you know what I was thinking?" To which he replies, "A little trick I picked up in Timbuktu." 2:04 p.m. "What are you doing here?" you ask. It is almost an accusation. The real question is, what are you doing here? First you refer to the bozo, then you show up at the amphibian exhibit. Leads me to conclude that you could be on the pad. What pad? If this is some crude masculine reference to menstruation, you'll be sorry you asked. The alien pad. I don't have the foggiest idea what you're talking about. I'm a native-born American citizen whose father happens to be from the Philippine Islands, and if you can read my mind, Mr. Diamond, then you ought to know what I'm doing here. He laughs his jungle movie laugh. If Belford were listening, he'd think you'd found Andre. I can't read your mind, Diamond says. The nature of consciousness being what it is, anybody can pick up on another person's thoughts occasionally, if the thoughts are strong and the person receiving them is open enough. Since I've been on the pad, I've found that I can sometimes get into other people's heads or into their dreams. He puts his hands on his hips and gives you that leer that could peel the velvet wallpaper off of the walls of virtue. But what I'd really like to get into is your pants. You pivot and walk away at a swift clip. If he follows you, you'll scream bloody murder. Several families are crossing the atrium, parents blowing the weekly entertainment budget so that the kids can participate in brown bag puppet making featuring turtles and frogs. Surely some stalwart dad would rescue you from him, the degenerate, the wet willy. Your soggy pumps have covered less than 10 yards, however, when it occurs to you why you came looking for him here in the first place. You stop and spin around. For at least a year you have needed glasses. Vanity has blocked your path to the optometrist, but Diamond's ripsaw smile stands out quite clearly in the mist. "Where is she?" you yell at him. "Where's Q-Joe Huffington?" "You mean you don't know?" "Hell no, I don't know. What have you done with her?" He starts towards you. You prepare to scream, but the leer, the vulgar comic, has been hooked off stage, and in its place stands a trustworthy and concerned expression, the Hamlet look of a TV anchorman during yet another national crisis. "I think you and I should sit down and talk," he says quietly. When you hesitate, he adds, "About Q-Joe, not romance." To tell you the truth, I don't think getting in your pants is a very good idea." You could not agree more, but all the way to the coffee shop you can't help wondering what made him change his mind. 2:10 p.m. You walk in silence, although Diamond seems to be humming under his breath. As much as possible, you avoid looking at him directly, but you observe him sufficiently to note that his eyes have lost much of their savage redness. It must have been the alcohol and the smoke that colored them on Thursday. A coarse rye stubble still bendays the gaunt planes of his chin and cheeks, however. His long hair still swings like the tail of an Arabian stallion, swaying languorously home from stud. He has neglected to change his leather jacket, which seems old and oily, like the skin of a goat, or to remove his golden earring. The drizzle has set gem chips in it, and light passes effortlessly through the frayed areas of his jeans. His snakeskin boots strike you somehow as inappropriate footwear for a visit to a reptile and amphibian fair. With each step, would not a wave of dread echo through the vivariums? And his tattoo makes you cringe from the uncouthness and immaturity of it, although you don't get a clear look at his tattoo until you are seated across from him in a booth at Pony Expresso. While he is placing his order and flirting shamelessly with the waitress who is taking it, you sneak a glance at the back of his left hand, the hand that is rattling a pair of sugar cubes as though they were dice. But where you expect to see a death's head, a rearing cobra, or a grass-skirted hula slut, there is instead a weird configuration of celestial symbols. Since Diamond's attention remains elsewhere, what's so darn interesting about that fluzoid waitress? You help yourself to a longer look. The tattoo depicts 3 circles, stacked, one above the other. They are a lot like sun symbols, or rather variations on sun symbols, for each one is different. The top circle is broken in 4 places, and its rays are broken also. The middle symbol, the most conventional, resembles a sun drawn by any child with a neat and steady hand, the kind you might have drawn in kindergarten, while the bottom sun, the one closest to his bony wrist, is more elaborate, consisting of 2 concentric circles emitting double closed rays that are a lot like petals. "Admiring my skin art, I see." You flinch, and then, it goes without mentioning, you blush. "Not really," you say, trying to sound casual and disinterested. "Would you like to hear about it?" No, I wouldn't. I want to hear about Q-Joe, and that is all I want to hear about. Thank you. It is not lost on your central nervous system that it might be sharing a booth with a dangerous maniac. Your hands are all a-tremble, and you wonder how you will handle your tall vanilla latte without betraying your fear. So far, you have resisted the urge to go to the ladies' room to reapply makeup and brush your drenched hair, reasoning that any improvement in your appearance might encourage predatory tendencies. You have, however, removed your sodden raincoat, revealing your reasonably dry, relentlessly tight black dress. "Q-Joe is your friend." "Yes," you bark. Then it dawns on you that this is the second time ever that you have owned up to that friendship. The first time was earlier today at police headquarters. An extra stratum of strawberry surfaces in your blush. "As far as you know, she hasn't been home?" "That's right." "You have no idea where she is?" "No, I don't. The last I heard, she was with you." You muster the courage to stare him in the eye. Now that their capillaries are no longer rupturing, his eyes are deep blue, and would be rather nice were they not as mocking as crows and as lecherous as fleas. "Yesterday." "Beg your pardon?" "Yesterday she was with me, as you put it, yesterday afternoon. Q-Joe came to my place to look at slides of a trip I recently made. It was a business arrangement. Right, and after the business was dispensed with, she decided to stay on. It got, shall we say, social in nature? Diamond smiles. It is a raw, stinging smile, like a cat scratch. Oddly, there is something forgivable, even likable about it, as if the scratch were made by your favorite kitty, and you are convinced it was only playing. Quite the opposite, he corrects you. She left before the business was completed. Oh, really? You envision him coming on to her in such a gross, twisted manner that even Cujo, who is not averse to a pinch of kink, was driven to bolt for the door. So, you scared her off. He smiles again. You feel the claw rake your brow. If she was frightened, which I sincerely doubt, it wasn't by me. Not personally. I wasn't even in the room. What do you mean? The waitress arrives with your latte and his almond soda, but you both ignore her. I mean, Gwendolyn. The way he pronounces your name, like William S. Burroughs ordering a root beer float, sends a shudder through your lungs. Your friend and I were looking at slides of Timbuktu, and I excused myself to go to the bathroom. When I came back, she was gone. 2:20 p.m. Gone? Gone. The waitress has set your beverages before you, but has not left the table. She is hovering, in fact. You regard her with annoyance and with pity, recalling the attraction that naive young victims were said to have had to certain serial killers. Diamond regards her as well, which should come as no surprise, but then the way she is hovering, neither of you has much choice. Hope you guys don't mind, she says apologetically, but the boss is going to turn off the ball game now. She lifts a shoulder toward the television set on a shelf high above the counter, and you notice for the first time that a Mariners game is in progress on the 19-inch screen. I guess the president's going to make an important speech or something. You scowl at her for confusing you with one of those Cheeto heads who short their potential and downside their IQs watching televised sports. For his part, Diamond winks and says, "Go for it, darling. Tune in the old puff toad. I could use a laugh." From his tiptoes atop a bar stool, the manager manually changes channels. A pitcher dematerializes in the middle of a wind-up and is replaced not by an angel-headed reliever from the Twilight bullpen, nor by Dr. Yamaguchi, as you half expect, but by the man to whom journalists who ought to know better still refer as the leader of the free world. Having cleared his throat and fine-tuned his countenance, the president is poised to address that ever-shrinking portion of the population that isn't actively engaged in panhandling, smoking crack cocaine, or bowling. So, Gwendolyn, as I was saying, when I came out of La Toilette, your friend had— Shh, you shush him. I want to hear this. Diamond cocks his head and shoots you a look that could give sarcasm a bad name, a look that, in its every cynical nuance, questions the sincerity of your concern for Cujo. Listen, you say, I have a job, I have clients to protect. This could be jumbo. Be my guest, he says, and lifts his Italian soda. Until now, you thought it impossible that one could drink and smirk at the same time. Meanwhile, the president is saying how he doesn't wish to minimalize recent disturbing events in our great land. Then he proceeds to downplay every item on the hellish list: bank failures, credit revulsion, municipal bond defaults, rising national deficit, declining property values, falling oil prices, mortgage foreclosures, unaffordable health care, personal and corporate bankruptcies, water shortages, racial tensions, poverty riots, street crime, the legionary exodus from New York City, and attempts by Hawaii and Vermont
to secede from the Union. The black cherry atop the cyanide sundae, of course, is the stock market tumble on Thursday. Each of these pesky golfers in the broad green lawns of the American dream can be routed, the President assures his constituents. The grass will sprout sweet and high, though not too high, at the base of our family flagpoles again. Alas, the rebuilding of financial America is going to require belt-tightening, is going to require lower living standards, is going to require, groan, personal sacrifice. The President has been meeting with his staff of experts day and night, it seems, and they have come up with some brilliant measures to assist us in sacrificing, just in case we cannot sacrifice sufficiently on our own. "Uh-oh," says the coffee shop manager. "Get ready to duck." You would nod in agreement, except that you wouldn't want to be nodding in agreement with a man of his low station. You refrain from nodding, but in your mind's eye you picture a federal green tow truck hauling away your Porsche. Picture yourself living next door to Q. Huffington until the cows come home, assuming, of course, that Q. is living. You glance guiltily at Diamond, who grins back at you like an unripe jack-o'-lantern carved with a nail file. "The Puff Toad's going to ask Congress to hike taxes," says Diamond matter-of-factly. "He's going to ask the Fed to increase M2. He's going to press to impose restrictions on foreign investments and blocks on currency exchange. He might even demand that a portion of Social Security reserves and regulated pension plans be appropriated to finance the deficit. Then he's going to do away with the civil service system and fire a whole gang of government employees. And you can kiss the welfare state sayonara." He puckers and makes a loud, smacking noise, which elicits a titter from the waitress and a scowl from you. At this point, the President commences to enumerate his measures, and they are exactly as Diamond predicted, except that the President soft-pedals them until they seem almost benign. He says, for example, that he will suspend, not do away with, the civil service system, and that rather than being fired, the targeted bureaucrats will be temporarily disemployed. Moreover, he suggests that many of these measures need not be enacted if world financial markets put on a happy face come Monday. You might have looked at Diamond admiringly were not the little strumpet of a waitress already doing that.
"Was this leaked to you in advance?" you ask. "Or can you read his mind, too?"
He scoffs. Any dimwit could have figured it out. I mean, what else could he do? Problem is, it's too late for a lot of those steps. They should have been taken years ago. And doubling the M2 money supply should never be done at all. It'll drive interest rates over the rainbow. Hope you weren't planning to buy real estate. Yes, by God, there goes the new condo, passing the Porsche in its haste to get out of your life. Not that you would have a life come Monday. 2:35 p.m. The President closes by imploring Americans to be thrifty and brave. 2/12 of a Boy Scout, says Diamond.
12/12 of a disaster, says you. Jesus, everything's an ugly mess.
Ugly? I think it's rather grand.
The fun is just beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. From the vantage point of the pad. The manager switches the channel back to the baseball game, nearly toppling off the stool in the process. The waitress wiggles up to see if Diamond wants another almond soda. You can sense the humidity thickening under her skirt as she talks to him. It's like Miami under there. "Here," you snap, shoving your untouched latte at her.
"This needs to be reheated."
She could probably bring it to a boil between her thighs. If you would go to the ladies' room and attend to your grooming, you doubtlessly could wilt this irksome flirtation on the vine, but you'll be damned if you will stoop that low, or assume that risk.
"Pardon my bluntness, Mr. Diamond," you say when the girl has torn herself away, "but I think you're sucking on about a vineyard and a half of sour grapes."
Do you now?
I think you're taking a childish pleasure in this crisis because you can't be involved in it anymore. In the market, I mean. You screwed up and got kicked out of the business, and now you're happy the business is in trouble. It's a vengeance thing, if you ask me. Pure spite. If you could get your job back, you'd be singing a different tune.
Diamond's irritating grin grows irritatingly brighter. I'd be suffering along with the rest of you.
Yes, that's one way to put it.
When he laughs, the waitress looks at you enviously from across the room, jealous, no doubt, that he finds you so entertaining.
"Oh, Gwendolyn," he sighs.
Such naivete in these times might be refreshing, if it wasn't actually pathetic. You turn as red as a cardinal's beanie and rise from your cushion, but Diamond doesn't seem to notice. "NASD never got around to banning me," he goes on, "and even if it had, their entire firms on Wall Street comprised exclusively of brokers who've been banned from the business."
This is interesting. You settle back down.
Within 3 months of the day I was sacked, I could have gone to work for any disco in the country with the possible, I emphasize possible, exception of the one that canned me. And I burned my employers as well as my clients.
Yes, indeed, this is getting very interesting. Seriously?
Of course. There's only one rule in the investment business. Squeeze juice. You know that. And as long as you obey that rule, it doesn't much matter what other rules you break. Wall Street loves guys like me the way a pimp loves a tight-twatted hooker with a habit. You were so intrigued you ignore the indelicacy of his analogy.
Let me ask you something, you say, in confidence. If Posner should let me go on Monday, if I'm accused of churning and stuff, and I'm not saying I will be, you think I could catch on with another firm? In due time, I mean. A relatively short time?
The way Diamond chuckles, the waitress must think you're Dorothy Parker's granddaughter. In one rainy Saturday afternoon, you've transformed Pony Espresso into the Algonquin. "Oh, probably," he says. "You can sell, so I hear. And there are chop houses that'll hire anybody who can sell. So, if you want to run for dwarfs, they'll run you. But frankly, I can't see you running for a jumbo, not even if you were clean, because you don't squeeze that kind of juice."
I very well could.
Doubtful, Gwendolyn, it's doubtful. You've got the drive all right, but you lack the talent. The truth is, you've chosen a profession in which you'll never be more than a marginal success.
Marginal? How dare he? You are so outraged you lose all fear of him. Why? Because I made a few mistakes? The same damn mistakes you made, only not as bad. Because I'm a woman. Is that it? Because I'm Filipino? I have an MBA. How would you know what my abilities are?
The more your voice rises, the more boopsy-whoopsy it sounds. The waitress is looking at you in a new light now. As they say in sports, Mr. Momentum has moved to her side of the field. Calm down, it's no big deal. If it was a crime collecting pay for a job you're not good at, half the country would be eating jail chow, including that evil puff-toad who just spoke to us from the Oval Office. Anyway, I'm not saying you're incompetent. You're probably an average bookie. But why diminish your soul being run-of-the-mill at something? Mediocrity. Now there is ugliness for you. Mediocrity's a hairball coughed up on the Persian carpet of creation. He takes a gulp of his soda. But how do I know you'll never be a major player? Simple. Day before yesterday, after the bell, after the crash, I watched the bookies stream into the Bull and Bear. Rattled, shaken, unnerved.
They were wringing their hands and sniveling, and you were right there sniveling with the rest of them. Now, if you had what it takes to be a major player, you would have been at your desk, calmly pinpointing buying opportunities, tracking down bargains. Believe me, that's where the all-stars were. You protest, "I couldn't buy, not even on the bargain table. I didn't have the liquidity." You had a computer, didn't you? If you know how to bulldog a computer, it doesn't matter if you've got cash in the drawer or not. Hey, right now you could cowgirl into your desktop and probably save your ass, no matter how much butter you've churned, if you were good enough. Extremely interesting. Are you good enough? He shrugs. I used to be. But you didn't save your job? I didn't want to. And I can't imagine why you would want to either. He grins. Now that you've met me and are starting to have an inkling that there are things transpiring in this universe that make the equities market seem like a cross between a gangbang and a Tupperware party. To what Diamond may be referring, you neither know nor care. You decide to play on his sympathy. Well, you probably come from a wealthy family. You say, for me, it's first and foremost a matter of security. I know what it's like not to have money. To go through life feeling up when the market's up, feeling down when the market's down, that's your idea of security? And don't try to play on my sympathy. I was an autistic child, and I'm still narcissistic enough to be virtually immune to hard luck stories. Everybody's got one, except the people on the pad. Okay, you have underestimated him. Perhaps because he's more than a smidgen crazed. To take advantage of his disco skills, you may have to resort to more unseemly and perilous tactics. You excuse yourself and head for the woman's room, your bag with its cargo of cosmetics clutched in your hand. 2:59 p.m. The waitress is mewing to Diamond when you return to the table. She is so engorged with hormones her eyes are bulging, but it doesn't matter. One look at you, spiffy now, vivacious, confident, smiling, with good reason, for you have had good news, and the screen door is slammed on her eager little clitoris. Try eating asparagus, you advise, woman to woman, as you push past her into the booth. Diamond is approving, you can tell, but although the red lanterns of lust blink continually from the marquee of his personality, he is not given to slicky boy flattery or Latin lover lines. As a matter of fact, he mentions nothing about your appearance, electing instead to turn the spotlight back on Cujo. I guess what you're telling me is that your friend has been incommunicado since she left for Thunder House yesterday afternoon. I'm afraid I can't help you much, but It's okay, you say through a smile of such width and wattage, an observer might confuse you with one of those uninhibited sprites who swill soda pop on TV commercials. Gurus and philosophers might as well give up, the Huff herself once said. Apparently all it takes to send human beings into ecstatic bliss is the right combination of sugar, carbonated water, caramel coloring, phosphoric acid, potassium benzoate, caffeine, citric acid, and natural flavorings. To which you reply, Coke is up 1 1/8 today, Pepsi up 1/4. I'm happy. What do you mean it's okay? The viperous way Diamond's eyes narrow, the switchblade spring of his voice, warn you anew that this is not a man to be trifled with. But you are not trifling. I mean, she's home. Cujo's back. From wherever she's been. He looks incredulous. I called when I went to the restroom, you explain. Well, Jesus, what did she say? I didn't speak with her. Her line was busy. Gwendolyn, that doesn't mean she's home. It could have been incoming on her machine. No, I waited for over 2 minutes and tried again. Still busy. She's home all right.
This whole thing must seem bizarre to you, but look, she was gone all night and most of today, and I truly did believe something awful had happened. I'm sorry I involved you in it, I really am. But Cujo's safe, and that's what matters. She's safe.
3:10 p.m. Larry Diamond has taken a bus to the amphibian show, so you offer him a ride home. He is thrifty, you are brave. The president must be very proud. Yet what else could you do? Had you simply gone off and left him at the espresso bar, he and that scruffy little server would soon be copulating like alley cats. It was written in the steam. For reasons that remain less than clear, you harbor objections to that union.
No, I insist. You insist. It's practically on my way.
As the thunderbird flies, he mutters, because even someone as unfamiliar with the local terrain as the average Seattle taxi driver is that Bengali they are speaking. Knows Ballard is beyond your mark. Diamond is uncharacteristically quiet, even sullen, on the way home. Perhaps he is hypnotized by the thin, steady rain, or else the purring of the Porsche is reminding him of the companionship he has forfeited by leaving the coffee shop. Well, you certainly have no intention of making it up to him, but in case he is suspicious that your Cujo story is a ruse, you swing into a service station a block before the bridge, where you suggest that the two of you try her number from the telephone booth. What's the matter with the car phone?
Doesn't work.
It looks mangled.
Yeah, it sort of does.
How can you explain that your boyfriend's pet monkey mistook it for a gymnastic device? You let Diamond dial, the pair of you dangerously close in the booth, and when he gets a busy signal, he seems satisfied. Back in the Porsche, he is talkative again. So you came to the amphibian fair actually looking for Cujo?
Well, yes. Why else?
Wishful thinking, I suppose. Does he mean that he wishes you'd been looking for him, or that he wishes you were on the pad? You decide not to pursue it.
Aren't you curious how I tracked you there?
Nothing surprises me anymore, but how did you track me there?
The Indian told me.
Oh, so you've met Twister.
Met may be an overstatement. Tell me, Mr. Diamond.
Larry,
are you really in such straits that you have to live in the basement of a bowling alley?
He lacerates you with that terrible smile again. Gwendolyn, I lived there when I was still in the business. I've lived there since '86. Your ill-concealed perplexity amuses him further. You work in the financial markets for the material rewards. That's okay. I suppose the market is as good a place as any to chase after that mirage of security that spellbinds this race of primates into which we erstwhile amphibians have devolved. But the money was never that important to me. Oh, Jesus, you think. Don't tell me this guy's just some hipper, weirder version of Belford Dunn.
Way I hear it, you say you cooked your career and just about cooked your disco, going after bigger and bigger scores.
He chuckles, somewhat like a demon and somewhat like a little boy. If I'd been interested in the jumbo juice, I'd have gone into investment banking, he says. But I did push the envelope of equity brokering about as far as it could go, yes. Yes, indeed. It was a game to me. And for a few years it held the drama and romance of any well-played game. Then it got boring. It was too easy. I was too good. Here I was in Seattle, Washington, putting Michael Jordan moves on the aces of Wall Street. Now, that was part of the challenge, part of the charm. But it got dreary, because no matter how sweet the scores, they never added up to anything. You know what I mean? He sighs. I suspect you don't. You don't. When legal squeezing ceased to be fun, I squeezed illegally.
That restored the thrill, the romance, for a while. Then I guess that got boring, too. I set myself up so that if there was a crash, I'd be naked. On October 19th, 1987, the crash came. It was a huge relief.
What about the people you burned?
First, I never burned any small fry, no old folks, no struggling young couples, no boat people seduced by immigrant dreams. As for the bigger investors, I felt a twinge of remorse for them, I suppose. But hey, they were playing a game too, even if they were too blind or too hypocritical to admit it. Did they really think Mother Teresa was dealing the cards? How sympathetic can you be toward people who buy into the lie, who cozy up to it, eat from its plate, kiss its ass, and then whine and snivel when the lie betrays them, as sooner or later it always will? You are not quite sure, but you think you like the tenor of these remarks, the defiant part, at any rate. As you pull into the Thunderbird parking lot, you ask,
So, in the end, you allowed yourself to be caught. That's fascinating. You wanted out. But suppose somebody wanted to stay in. You fight to keep your mind a blur, lest he get into your thoughts.
You, for example?
Okay, me. You realistically think I can arrange to stay in the business?
Yeah, sure.
If there is a business. What do you mean?
I mean, this could be the big one. The end of the lie. It probably isn't, but it could be. We could be hearing the death rattle of financial America. Your heart sinks like a roll of quarters in a wishing well. The pitch of your voice is that of a cartoony bunny who has just spotted Rodney Rabbit Hound between herself and the carrot patch.
You really think so?
Here comes that grin. Could be, he says. Isn't it grand? 3:25 p.m. You stop the car at the top of the ramp. For several minutes you sit in silence. You are unable to speak. Diamond chooses not to. The rain taps its cereal fingers against the windshield. Whenever the door to the Thunderbird is opened, rumblings and crashes spill out. Eventually, he grasps the door handle. The peripheral vision you have perfected in office politics tells you this. Thanks for the lift, he says. When you finish scolding Miss Huffington for the worry she's caused you, ask her why she ran out on me. I'd like to know. Then, just before he slides out into the weather, he leans over with mongoose speed and ever so briefly, but with electrifying pressure, kisses you on the mouth. 3:35 p.m. George Washington's teeth. Were they hardwood or soft, mahogany for strength or spruce for warmth and luster, painted, varnished, or raw lumber, carved from a single block or an assemblage of various small pieces? If the latter, were they glued, nailed, or simply notched and fitted together? Rot? Splinters? Woodworms? Did cherries stain them red, mustard turn them yellow? In use, would they clack and knock aesthetically like the clacking and knocking in traditional Japanese music, or would they have sounded more like a woodpecker in a sycamore? Accidentally dropped while crossing the Delaware, would they have sunk or floated like a toy boat? During love-making, were they in or out? What marks might they have left on Martha's nape? By candle shine, in an 18th century dining room, what shadows did they cast upon the walls? All the way home you think about George Washington's teeth. Your mother told you that whenever a person is confused and overwrought and not thinking straight, they should pause for a few moments and contemplate something from history. You have tried this many times, but the only thing from your history classes that seems to have stuck in your mind, aside from the Great Depression, which you simply refuse to ponder, is George Washington's teeth. Whatever calming effect, if any, the image of the heroic dentures might have on your mind, it does not carry over into your driving, which is erratic, to put it mildly. You go very fast,
too fast for the wet streets, and then you go very slow. Fast, slow, fast, and slow. An Italian automobile might understand mood swings of this magnitude, but the Germanic sensibility of the Porsche is sorely tested. It's probably going to require a tune-up. On the one hand, you are frantic to get back and find out what has been going on with Cujo. On the other, you want to drift along, allowing the waves of conflicting emotions that Larry Diamond has precipitated to break over you. You have fresh optimism. You have new fears. You have an electrifying tingle that surely ought to be unplugged. So you drive too fast. You drive too slow. And you think. Were the father of our country a careless smoker, might he have set his teeth on fire? 3:59 p.m. Cujo! Hello, Cujo! When Cujo did not answer the door, you let yourself into her apartment. It was instantly apparent that she or someone had recently been there. The place hadn't exactly been ransacked as though by thieves or cops, but it was in a state of mild disarray. Now an eerie sensation climbs your spine as you move warily from living room to bedroom to bathroom, calling her name. Cujo? There is no response. The unit is empty. In vain you search for signs that might indicate that she had come home and left again. Her multicolored shawl is not in her closet. Her oversized handbag is not on the dresser. There is no evidence of newly purchased groceries. Rarely does the Huff come home without food. The tarot deck is still spread on the table. You turn the cards over rapidly, holding your breath until the doctored star card shows up. You forgot to ask Larry Diamond about that card. There were several things you forgot to ask Larry Diamond. It is while picking up scattered sprigs of dried larkspur from the nubby sofa and returning them to their dime store vase that you notice that the telephone receiver is off its cradle. The eerie sensation intensifies, although indications are that the receiver was carelessly knocked askew rather than deliberately removed. In any event, you replace it, then hurry down the hall to your own apartment. Somebody has been in your flat, too. Jesus, Dow Jones Christ. You very nearly turn and sprint. As you are backing out the door, however, the mystery abruptly clears. It is not so much the overturned Dale Chihuly fruit bowl, the scattered pieces of orange peel, the bits of apple, as it is the open freezer door that identifies the intruder. Oh, yes, the logic is plain. There was a time when that freezing compartment had been a treasure chest of banana popsicles. 4:15 p.m. It is only after you have left your Burberry and your shoes to dry in the shower stall, cleaned up the mess Andre has made, poured yourself a glass of Chardonnay, and retrieved the messages from your machine that you collapse on the bed and ask yourself silently but emphatically, what's next? 3 of the 4 messages were from Belford, naturally. He has been racing around the Napa Valley, vineyard to vineyard, but the French consul general and his party are managing to stay one wine tasting ahead of him. Since you have not been home nor left any word at his San Francisco hotel, he can only assume that you are fully, and so far futilely, occupied with the dragnet for Andre. He appreciates your dedication, and again is sorry that he was callous to the psychological rigors of your monthly infirmity. Or ex-logger's words to that effect. Good grief. What kind of lover can't remember that his alleged girlfriend had her period just a week ago? The 4th message began, Hey, Squeak, last night at Woman Ray, mas cool, man. How come you? At which point you cut it off. Okay, have a sip of wine. Unzip your dress, for it is constricting your rump. Clear your mind. Without the aid, one hopes of George Washington's choppers. And consider the possibilities. First, you suppose you ought to get yourself over to Belford's to see if Andre is there. Yet had the little rascal found what he was looking for at his master's house, it is highly doubtful that he would have come pillaging in your place or Cujo's. The truth is, Andre does not especially care for you, probably because you see through his born-again act. No, there's no telling where he might be at the moment, where he might strike next. Now that the rain has given itself a haircut, he's likely roaming far and wide. At the very least, you should send word to Belford that his beloved beast is alive and well and looting. Of course, were he to receive such word, your prospective husband would be on the next flight to Seattle, and that is a homecoming you might prefer, rightly or wrongly, to delay. Regarding Cujo's continued absence, the correct course of action has become increasingly problematic. Suppose that Larry Diamond is responsible for her disappearance after all. That would mean that he is a far more sinister, far more dangerous psychopath than you had originally imagined. Conversely, if Diamond is as innocent as you in the past hour have slowly, begrudgingly come to think, he, being the last person known to have seen her before she, all 300+ pounds of her went poof, he could offer valuable assistance in your efforts to find her, not to mention the boost he might give your efforts to preserve your career, a prospect you cannot afford to ignore. The question, is Diamond useful or deadly? Or both? Between the horns of that dilemma, you swing so fast and long, you get sick to your stomach. It is at the bathroom sink, gagging down 2 tablespoons of Pepto-Bismol, stockbroker champagne, that you finally decide which card to play. 5:38 p.m. Like pigeon racing, telephone tag is a sport with no spectators. And although you have participated numerous times in the past, on this day, under these circumstances, you simply refuse. When Diamond's recorded voice comes over the line, you smile now at the rumblings and crashes, break out in goosebumps at his wickedly dry intonation, to say, "If you're calling about the president's speech, my advice is go out in the backyard and plant some potatoes. Better plant some in the front yard, too. While you're at it, dig yourself a frog pond. And don't forget to feed your head." You respond after the customary beep, "God damn it, Larry, this is Gwen Maddie. I need to talk to you, and I'm not hanging up until we have a conversation." You had expected a lengthy, perhaps indefinite wait, but hardly 40 seconds pass before he pipes up, "Gwendolen, what took you so long?" Naturally, his presumptuousness annoys you.
You were expecting me to call?
"Well, Cujo's not back at the ranch, is she?"
How did you know?
"Just a hunch." Yeah, maybe it is his keen intuition, or maybe it is because he knows where she really is. Maybe he has spent the 2 hours since he kissed you goodbye feeding her body parts to a sausage grinder. A gorge of Pepto-Bismol rises like flamingo diarrhea in your throat. "I'm sorry," he says, "that I've not been answering the phone, but I can't waste my time commiserating with frazzled bookies. Even your man Posner called me earlier. Can you picture Posner digging up his lawn?"
Posner phoned you, huh? Tell me, has Posner ever been to Thunder House?
It is a loaded question, but you successfully filter suspicion from your voice. "Hardly," he says. "Posner knows me mainly by reputation. Why? Has he been dropping my name?" You partially sigh with partial relief.
No. I've never heard him mention you, although his wife believes you've come back from Africa heavy with wisdom.
Well, she's wrong about that. People do not get heavy with wisdom. They get light. The wiser you become, the lighter you become. This is an unsolicited testimonial for lightheartedness, Gwendolyn. I suggest you pay attention.
Sure, okay, but what about Cujo? I'm not feeling overly bubbly about that situation.
Nor any one of a dozen others, you might have added. Why don't you come over to Thunder House then, and we can...
No!
You snap a bit too quickly, a bit too strongly. You have sworn on your mother's book of verse that you will never permit the spider to coax you into that noisy web. What, are you supposed to feel safe because some character named Twisted is roaming the premises? That zonked-out Indian isn't exactly the chaperone most guardians of health and decency have in mind.
No.
You say it softer this time.
How about this? I need to go downtown.
That is a lie. But meeting Diamond in a familiar and public place is essential to the compromise at which you have arrived.
Could we meet at, let's say, the Bull and Bear? In half an hour?
Sorry.
Oh.
No, Bull and Bear, I don't think I can take... Oh, all right. We won't be allowed a lot of privacy, but this economic catastrophe is so endlessly entertaining it'll be worth the interruptions just to hear what lemmings say to one another as they go over the cliff. But I can't make it in 30 minutes. My scooter's torn apart.
Your scooter?
You know, my bike. Unlike some things I could name, it doesn't perform well when wet. You wince. Is he talking about amphibians or about... Been working on it off and on all day. I'll have it together in an hour, but I could still be held up. I'm expecting a call. Let's say we meet at 7:15, but don't blow your little gasket if I'm late.
The call can't wait?
For some reason you are positive it is to be from that hotsy pants at the espresso bar. Animals! Haven't these people heard of AIDS? Afraid not. Getting Motofusa Yamaguchi on the line is no piece of cake. Saturday night, April 7th. The Queen's Wino. 7:15 p.m. By 6:15 the sky has gone as bald as a bottle of hair tonic. Not a strand of rain dangles from its smooth gray pate. By 7:15 the streets downtown are once again teeming with the dispossessed, almost catatonically passive in some cases, menacingly aggressive in others. You pass hurriedly among them, careful not to make eye contact. The sigh of relief you expect to release upon reaching the safety of the Bull and Bear dies, stillborn in your sternum. The Bull and Bear is closed. Your initial reaction is that the restaurant has gone in the bucket along with the market. Then you come to your senses. This is Saturday. Of course the Bull and Bear is closed. The Bull and Bear is never open on weekends. You've known that for years. Come on. Don't berate yourself. You are not a helium head. You have had a lot on your mind lately, more than the usual ration of stress, and this work week due to Good Friday ended early. It is understandable that you might lose track of time. But what about Larry Diamond? Did he, too, forget what day it was? Or did he let you proceed to the Bull and Bear, knowing full well that you would find it shut? Diamond might be capable of that. Even if he is not physically dangerous, he strikes you as the sort of man who likes to test people, likes to play with their minds. He probably would find it humorous in his dry, sardonic way to see you cringing in the restaurant doorway, constricting to make yourself invisible to the riffraff in the street, some of whom might remember you, pants down, from the previous night. You must decide whether to tarry here a while, it is still light out, thank goodness, or whether to retreat to your car. You suppose you could just drive around the block until Diamond arrives. While you are debating your next move, a bum lunges up. So closely does he resemble a teller who used to wait on you at Seafirst Bank that you are hesitant to shoo him away. "I know my body language is bad," says the man slurringly but politely,
But I need $5. You just stare at him. He looks so familiar. He begins again. I realize my breath is possibly objectionable. Didn't you? But I require $5. Used to work in small, unmarked bills. Good grief. You never should have made eye contact. How can you get rid of him without shelling out the $5 you saved by avoiding the amphibian fare? He won't believe you if you tell him you're broke. You're all decked out in a darling, snugly cut wool suit in bold tribal print by Ellen Tracy. Not to impress Diamond, perish the thought, but in the event some broker of note happened to be investing in Johnny Walker in the Bull and Bear Lounge. Big mistake. Oh, now a second bum. A short, ragged claw of a fellow in a derby hat is joining you in the doorway.
If you was to eat dog shit, says the newcomer, and then shit it out, would you have dog shit or human shit?
You are ripe with revulsion, faint with disgust. In your tummy, the cry rings out for more Pepto-Bismol. The teller bum, though, is studying the query. After a moment, during which he vigorously scratches his rib cage, he says, "We used to have a hound that would eat its own—" You jam your fingers in your ears. When you remove them, the second derelict is saying, "Righto, and that is precisely why the hound dog was no friend of Mr. Presley's. But it begs my question, bloke."
Use $5? The ex-teller asks him, jerking a thumb in your direction. It almost pokes you in the eye.
In my native England, says the other with some dignity, I was by special appointment wino to Her Majesty the Queen.
Use £5 then?
The Queen's wino.
Dollars weak against most major currencies, but at Gary's Mini-Mart it's as good as gold. Good grief. You feel a wave of nostalgia for the days when bums rarely spoke a word beyond spare change. Fumbling with the latch on your purse, you are about to slip them each $1 just to buy your way out of torment when across 6th Avenue, in front of a fancy florist shop, whom should you spot setting up his telescope but astronomy's Jack the Ripper, the sex-offender stargazer who showed the world your moon. 7:20 p.m. You shove the vagrants aside with such force that the one loses his derby, the other his balance, forcing a Mercedes-Benz luxury sedan and a smoke-spewing old Japanese minicar to slow for you. You dash across the avenue.
"I'm not open, lady. Waiting for a break in the overcast."
I'll break your damn overcast.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it's me, scumbag. And in a minute, it'll be the police. Did you really expect you could get away with that?
I didn't do it, missy.
There is such sincerity, such feeling in his voice, that you are momentarily hushed. Under your gaze, he commences to clear his throat, prompting you to step back a few paces in case he launches one of his mucoid projectiles. What do you mean you didn't do it? You were standing right next to me.
It was the rich boys. I didn't see 'em till it was too late. If I hadn't grabbed my scope and run, they'd have popped me, too.
Are you lying to me? You have heard of the rich boys, actually. Young men from wealthy East Side families who ride around and terrorize street people, much as some street people have been terrorizing the well-to-do.
No, I'm telling you, it was a car full of them, in a new BMW, stoned on something or other. They just jumped out and let you have it, having fun, you know? They were going to take your clothes and leave you naked. It's a joke they play on homeless women. But somebody was screaming for the cops and they got spooked and drove off. But
I'm not homeless.
The astronomer hacks. Before he spits, he smiles. Not yet, anyway. 7:24 p.m. One of the bums has followed you across the street. "I remember you," he says accusingly in his slow, slurry speech. "You're the one tried to get me fired at the bank."
You shortchanged me.
"She blames other people because she can't count money," he says to the astronomer. "And she shoves people." "There'll be an excellent view of Sirius tonight if we can get some clearing." "You bitch, you shoved me." The Bozo tribe in Mali describes Sirius as sitting down.
What did you say?
"You think you're hot stuff."
Not you. Get lost.
You address the astronomer.
About the bozo?
Seated, they say it is. How could a star be perceived as sitting down on something? Unless the bum is shoving you now, shoving you away from the astronomer whose words you are straining to hear. "It was sitting?" Snort. "You think you're better than other people? But you can't fool me." He pushes you against the marble facade of an upscale travel agency. "Like a frog, maybe." Hack. "Your account was always overdrawn." On top of a big old splat. "Now it's my turn, Mama. I want to withdraw 5 smackers." Because you are occupied with blushing, how dare anyone discuss your bank balance in public? And with slapping the disaffiliated teller's hands away from your purse, you cannot be sure you hear the disaffiliated astronomer correctly, but unless your ears and your imagination are ganging up on you, he uses the word pad. He says, like a frog sitting on top of a big old pad. 7:27 p.m. The bum's face is in yours, and his breath is indeed objectionable. Apparently, he is no longer self-conscious about his body language. Well, enough is enough. You kick him forcefully in the shin with the pointy toe of your new Kenneth Cole slingbacks. While he is howling like an alarm at the bank, you break away. As you dart past the astronomer, you sing out, "I'll be back." "Forget it, lady. They'll never pin anything on the rich boys." Darting back across 6th Avenue, you hear him add, "Sirius gave you your $2 worth." Your head is spinning. Your heart is playing a tape of one of your father's bongo parties. Adrenaline is propelling you toward your car, although what you will do, where you will go once you get there, is not something you've thought about yet. A grape-colored Vespa pulls alongside you, driving on the sidewalk, for God's sake, and you instinctively reach in your purse for the can of mace that you nearly used on the mad bank clerk. "What's your hurry?" asks a voice that sounds as if it were strained through a bowl of cheap dog food. "Making a sudden career move?" Although it is most certainly a passing situational emotion, you are relieved, happy even to see Larry Diamond. As decorously as you are able, it is incumbent upon you, you think, to maintain some semblance of propriety at this particularly barbaric moment of our cultural history. You endeavor to swing one leg over the comically putt-putting Vespa. Somehow, you had envisioned him roaring around on a big black Harley. You managed to climb aboard, but for a very short ride. Instead of whisking you off into the night and the wind, a prospect that adds 3 sets of bongos to your heartbeat, Diamond circles and brings the motor scooter to a stop a few yards away, directly in front of the Bull and Bear. "They're closed," you remind him, clinging ever so lightly to the back of his leather jacket. "Only to amateurs," he says, and he dismounts and limps toward the entrance. 7:45 p.m. You are so humiliated you could crawl into the peanut dish and cover yourself with salted goobers. The Bull and Bear, it seems, operates as a private club on Saturday nights.
Its doors are locked to the public, its blinds are drawn, but members gain access by punching in a code on a keypad. And who are the members? Why, everybody who is anybody in Seattle's brokerage community. Larry Diamond is a member, and he hasn't been in the business for years. Anne Louise, a newcomer, is apparently a member. You recognize her well-traveled rump at the bar. You, however, weren't even aware of the club's existence. In some respects, that is a more lacerating blow to you than the stock market crash. Something wrong? Diamond asks. Your eyelids are pushing back tears like security guards holding back fans at a rock concert. Oh, Jesus, you say, biting your lip. I swear, this has been the worst weekend of my life. It's not over yet. Yeah, that's what scares me. You drain a third of your wine spritzer and dab your lips and your eyes with a cocktail napkin. Every single thing in my life has gone totally haywire. That's a good sign. Disaster's always best when it's on a grand scale. As Yamaguchi puts it, a big back has a big front. Well, it's all back and no front from where I sit. Where's the flip side, Mr. Diamond? And while we're at it, where's all this damn fun you claim is just beginning? It's all around us, Gwendolyn. We only have to have the eyes to see it. You are under the impression that Diamond's idea of fun encompasses events and activities that a normal human being might regard as catastrophes. But you say, your eyes are obviously better than mine. If they can see fun, which is to the rest of us invisible, just think how clearly they'd see something the size of Cujo Huffington. You pause and take a sip of your drink. Where the hell is she? Lighting in the Bull and Bear is fuzzier than usual. The music softer. The patrons, of which there are less than a dozen, more subdued. The ambiance borders on the romantic, although you perceive the absence of commotion as a reflection of economic trauma. Still, you are grateful for a quiet, safe place in which to pick this warped brain. You are safe from rich boys and poor boys in the street. As for the perils of Diamond himself, well, Anne Louise has been shooting curious glances at your table. Should he wax amorous, you can always foist him off on her. Your companion has removed his jacket. Beneath it, he is wearing a collarless cotton shirt, fancifully stitched about the neck and cuffs. You would guess it to be African in origin, and while it is not much of a fashion statement, its motif blends reasonably well with your own expensive, more elegant, tribal print suit. He is drinking a tequila sour, but with less reckless gusto than you might have expected. Everything I know about Cujo Huffington could fit in this peanut dish. There goes your hiding place. And have enough room left over for a balanced meal. You seem to think her vanishing act has something to do with me. So I'm going to walk us through my 2 meetings with her, as brief as they were. I'm going to include everything I remember because some tiny things I barely noticed at the time could turn out to be a clue. Okay? Goethe said, and some famous architect built a career on it, God is in the details. Maybe Cujo's there as well. 7:50 p.m. I'd like to ask you one thing first. He subjects you in his cynical smile, the one that suggests that Cujo might not be at the tippy top of your personal agenda. Does your question concern business trends or gainful employment? You shake your head. Then fire away. You might safely conclude that, as a subject for conversation, your job status fails to entrance him. Not a favorable omen, Gwen, not a favorable omen. Yet, given the right circumstances, you can always change his mind. Meanwhile, you do have a question of a different order.
Well, you begin, you got us here tonight by punching a keypad, and I've been thinking there must be lots of clubs in Seattle and around the country which a person can only access if they have the entry code. So, does being on the pad mean you're a member of an elite social group that knows the codes to punch in on all the right keypads? Or, you hold your breath for a beat or two, does it refer in some way to Sirius? Sirius A, that is, and how the bozos say it's sitting like a frog on a lily pad? You haven't the remotest idea what you're talking about, of course. Just a couple of stabs in the dark. For the effect it has on Diamond, however, you might have been wielding a pitchfork at high noon. Impaled, he regards you with astonishment and grudging respect, and he regards you at considerable length before replying, "You're playing games with Uncle Larry, sweetheart. That's okay. Uncle Larry enjoys a nice game, providing the stakes are high. Uncle Larry's instincts tell him you're bluffing. He doesn't think you know jack shit about Sirius and the bozo. But somehow you know enough to connect the two and to recognize that the subject interests him, which indicates you've got a smear of jam on your toast. So he's going to take your question at face value and answer it honestly, even though he finds the first half of it insulting and the second half fiddle-fucked." "Well, gee, Uncle Larry, there's no reason to mince words. What kind of low IQ, low blood sugar, pathetically insecure, socially desperate cockroach would hallucinate that there was something more meaningful than a chicken poot in the fact that he or she has the entry code to an exclusive club? The whole idea of being on the pad is a conceit, I admit. But it's not a shallow conceit. At least, I hope it isn't. As for the bozo, their name for Sirius A is Seema Kane, which translates literally as sitting trouser. Yeah, that's correct. Sitting trouser. Even the animal outfitters at Disney don't put pants on frogs. So I don't know where you dug up that piece of misinformation. But there is a link between Sirius and amphibians. You're warm on that one. And you may be getting warmer. Some of this stuff will leak out as we talk, whether we want it to or not, so I suggest we just push forward. Unless you've got another fascinating question that won't wait until Q-Joe. I can tell that you do. No, forget it.
Go ahead, I insist.
Well, were you raised in the Midwest by any chance?
Why would you think a thing like that?
Your accent, the way you speak. You kind of sound like W.C. Fields.
W.C. Fields was from Philadelphia. 7:53 p.m. So far, the other customers in the Bull and Bear are leaving you and Diamond alone, although some of them, particularly Anne Louise, cannot resist looking your way. The waiter takes your order for another spritzer. Diamond stands pat. "I went to see Q-Joe Huffington because I couldn't eat mushrooms," he says.
Whoa, wait a minute. You scheduled a tarot reading to help you overcome a food allergy?
Sorry. Forgot who I was talking to. In the future, I'll try to gear down to your speed.
Don't slow down. Just make sense.
If you insist, here's the story. I've recently had my brain redone. A little cognitive redecorating. Started in Timbuktu and continued after I got back. Remodeling always takes twice as long as it's supposed to. You know how that goes. It's turned out real nice. But some days I wake up and look around at the new furniture, the new carpets and draperies and paint, and it's a minute or two before I know where I am. It just doesn't feel like home. Ever had that sensation?
No.
I wasn't fully integrated into my new cerebral space, you might say. Well, when it comes to reorientation, nothing aligns the old ontological gyroscope like 15 or 20 milligrams of psilocybic fungi. However,
You're talking about drugs?
plants, Gwendolyn, God's own sweet baby plants. However, I've had some medical problems, physical problems lately, and the fellow who's treating me advised against mushrooms. They're like squirrels, he said. You can learn a lot from them, but they chatter too much. Wearing on the immune system, I think, is what he's getting at. At any rate, I was in the market for a non-chemical alignment process, and when I heard that your friend Cujo was the Northwest's most gifted psychic, I decided to give her a whirl.
You've hardly touched your drink. Are you actually ill or something?
Tut, Gwendolyn. No hard luck stories, remember? If your misery's craving company, go talk to one of those bookies at the bar.
All right, Mr. Difficult, suit yourself. How did you get along with her?
With Cujo? Famously. Although the reading itself wasn't exactly Nostradamus on ice. For example, she said the Lover's card in the 7th position was indicative of impending romance. But since I'd already met you the previous evening, that came as no great surprise.
You are so busy blushing. Is all you can say. But you're thinking, Mister, when you redecorated your brain room, you hung the pictures upside down.
The 5 pentacles popped up, indicating poor health, as if I needed a reminder. I got the Tower in the 5th position, which signals upheaval or major change in my past. Hey, Tower's been my permanent address. I wouldn't live anywhere else. So, there wasn't much headline news, but I was entertained when right next to the Lovers, the Fool appeared. Big as life. Position number 3, the current influence position. Cujo wasn't sure if the Fool in that spot was me or if it was the new woman in my life. Me or you, Gwen? What do you think?
It's painfully obvious.
Yeah, I think it's you, too. Didn't you pull the bozo and Sirius out of that sack you're carrying? There's some amazing stuff in that Fool bag. If you just take it out and examine it, maybe this relationship of ours could evolve beyond the level of mere physical attraction.
What relationship? Would you just get on with it? Jesus, Larry. At the Exasperation Olympics, this guy would win all the gold medals.
On the other hand, the Fool might be Dr. Yamaguchi, except he never returned my call.
Sorry to hear that. Would you please get on with it?
If Diamond had any idea how often you had drawn the Fool card in recent months, you fear he would dive across the table to embrace you, or else run for cover. As I've indicated, it was a routine reading, no clouds parting, no veils dropping, no urgent faxes arriving from the other side. However, if we aren't learning something from a new experience, it's usually because we aren't paying attention, or we're following the wrong libretto. So I shifted my perspective on the cards, and the first thing that hit me was how much water they contained.
Water?
H2O. At least a third of the cards in the deck have got some image of water on them. An ocean, a lake, a pool, a river, a creek, a fountain, the whole aquatic repertoire. The Ace of Cups has got a nice crop of water lilies. You've expressed an interest in pads, if I'm not mistaken? They're fish, too, including a lobster that could scare the steak off of every surf and turf platter in the city. The Page of Cups,
Dear old Dad,
you mumble under your breath, features a guy holding an ornate sort of golden chalice. And there's a fish in the chalice, or goblet, or whatever the hell it is. There's a live fish that looks like it's talking to the guy, like it's trying to tell him something. In addition to all this aquatic stuff, there's the celestial stuff. The moons, the suns, the stars. And the place where the aquatic intersects with the celestial is where I've been hanging out this season, intellectually speaking. I know that the tarot pictures represent an ancient, highly evolved symbol system of apparently European origin. And the fact that these pictures, this system, contains images that suggest the same themes, some of the same themes, as the bozo in Africa, as the people on the pad, if you don't object to my conceit, this gave me a little buzz, which I shared with Cujo.
And I'll bet she told you to back off and quit analyzing.
You know her well. Yeah. She reminded me that the tarot's like our dreams. It comes to us from a level beyond the reach of reason. The tarot figures are creatures of the imagination, she said. The cold light of intellect will send them scurrying back underground. Since I'm convinced imagination creates reality and not the other way around, I could accept that, although underwater might have been a better word. But my buzz persisted, and when I began elaborating on my enthusiasm, she tuned in with both ears. I'm assuming she has ears underneath that turban. She fished a key out of her bosom. How she found something that small as a key in there, I'll never know. Talk about cleavage. I could have parked my scooter in the slot between her tits.
Please.
She fished a key out of her... Where does one buy undies to cover the Andes?
Please.
And unlocked an ebony box and showed me a fool card from a French deck that's 4 or 5 centuries old. In the lower left corner there was an alligator, or rather a crocodile. Are you aware that the Bible refers to crocodiles as the eyelids of dawn?
No?
Anyway, there it was, a full-fledged amphibian in the tarot. Both of us are excited now.
Physically excited?
Please.
You blush and urge him to continue.
We have an animated conversation, during the course of which I grab her marking pens and impulsively mark up the star card to show her how things might be if... Never mind that now. We could have flapped our jaws for another hour, but she had a previous engagement to look at somebody's travel photos for a fee, she said. And when I heard that, I offered to hire her to peruse my slides of Timbuktu. I thought she might provide another viewpoint, you know what I mean? She wasn't sure she could make it before next week. She said she'd phone later and confirm. But less than an hour later, she called from an ice cream parlor and announced she'd stop by Thunder House at 3. Guess I'd aroused her curiosity.
Was that the only thing you aroused?
Diamond pulls himself to his feet. Gwendolyn, I'm going to the men's room to give you an opportunity to rest your mind out of the gutter. If you fail, you can always follow along and join me. I assure you it wouldn't be the first time a couple ever consummated their love in one of the Bull and Bear's stalls.
Leaving you to boil in your own isochronous juices, he limps off to the restroom, from which he does not emerge for 15 minutes.
8:29 p.m.
You think he must have run into a former colleague and they're chewing over the market. You think he's doing drugs in there. You think he may have slipped out through the kitchen, which is fine with me. You think, if he doesn't come back, what in God's name will I do? You think, did Washington's choppers contract in the bitter cold at Valley Forge? You think, here he comes. The bookies are waving, but he won't acknowledge them. He never limped that much before. Are you okay? You never limped this much before. It's because I've been riding the scooter. The vibration's aggravated. Aggravate what? Old wound. Pork Chop Hill. Battle of the Bulge. Dien Bien Phu. I can't remember which. I don't like to talk about my war experiences. As a woman, you wouldn't understand. You think he's putting me on. But he knows that I know he's putting me on, so in terms of his overall veracity, I guess it's acceptable. I want to address, he says, what appears to be a concern of yours. The world is a very different place than 98% of its inhabitants think it is. Cujo and I understand and appreciate that. If there was any bond between us, that was it. Not one mote of sex pollen was released in the atmosphere around us. How could there be, Gwendolyn, when I only pollinate for you? Yeah? So what was that pixie dust you were sprinkling around the coffee shop this afternoon? He beams at you in the most infuriating way. Ah, yes, Natalie. What was I to do? The little pussy willow has an outgoing personality. You think, how does he know her name is Natalie? 8:30 p.m. Cujo showed up at Thunder House about 20 minutes late. She'd stopped on the way for a meatball sub. Sounds right. I gave her a brief tour of the flat, like any genial host, and then I dimmed the lights and commenced to project the slides. You do understand, do you not, that the dimming of the lights was intended to enhance the definition of visual images on the screen, and not for... Larry, let me make myself clear. I do not care in the slightest how you might express your basic urges with any consenting adult. I've only inquired about things of that nature because I'm trying to establish motive for what may or may not have happened to Cujo. That's perfectly understood. I just don't want you to get any wrong ideas. My ideas are pristine, I assure you. Well, all right. Well, all right then. So why are you grinning like that? I'm smiling because I'm merry and bright. In the circles you travel in, you've probably never met a man who was merry and bright. Gradually, his fractured smile rearranges itself into a fractured frown. Gwendolyn, are you by chance anxious about some upcoming dental work? You shake your head. I'm not even due for a checkup until July. Interesting. Well, I suppose I ought to leave the telepathy to Cujo. He rakes his nails over the stubble on his chin. You know, if her mojo was up to speed, she'd most likely be aware that we've been sitting around discussing her. At the very least, she'd be cognizant that you're worried. Yes, you had wondered about that yourself, but you refused to consider that it indicated that she was dead, unconscious, or even incompetent. Cujo is a complex, difficult individual, not unlike present company. Why, oh why, is it that fate gets a kick out of throwing you in with such people? Of course, Diamond continues, if the only thing she's picking up from you is a set of false teeth. Would you get on with it? You glare at your Rolex as if you had somewhere else to be besides watching television news or scouring the back streets for a monkey. 8:33 p.m. First of all, I projected the slides I'd taken in Bozo and Dogon villages. We talked some more about the Nomo phenomena that we'd discussed at her apartment after the tarot reading.
She seemed to be enthralled and asked lots of questions. I served her a plate of chocolate chip cookies and put on the slides from Timbuktu. I think she may have been surprised by how desolate it looks. Anyhow, she didn't have much to say after that. Could have been the desolation, could have been the cookies. I baked them myself. They were a wee bit charred. Come to think of it, they went very well with the desolation. About 2/3 of the way through the slides, pictures of the University of Timbuktu, started hitting the screen. She made me linger over each one, while she kind of mumbled through the carbon she was masticating. I had to go to the toilet then. I couldn't delay it any longer, so I left her staring at a group shot of the faculty. When I came back, she was gone. No note, no nothing. There were 2.5 cookies left on the plate, and she hadn't collected her fee. You're ready for another wine spritzer, but since Diamond has not finished his first drink, you feel it might be unseemly to order a third. Running out on food and money, you say. Doesn't sound like you, Joe. Let me ask you something, if I may. Let's see, how can I put this? Just now, when you went to the washroom, you, were in there, quite a long time. Relative to what? Relative to how long it takes a normal human being to go to the damn bathroom. Are you referring to number 1 or I don't want to talk about it, okay? Jesus, I just want to find out. I would like to know if you were in your bathroom as long as you were in the men's room here at the Bull and Bear. Approximately, yes. I was... No, stop. I don't care what you were doing in there. But can we safely say that Q Joe was alone in your apartment for 10 minutes or more? Yes, but it didn't trouble me. Unlike the average American, she has an attention span longer than a Mormon's orgasm. What about the Indian? You mean Twister? Oh, Twister has an extraordinary attention span. Twister, Twisted, whatever his name is, where was he during this time? Twister was in his wigwam contemplating his investment. His wigwam? Well, maybe teepee is the preferred word. What are you talking about? Twister refers to his flat as his teepee, which could be irony or it could be corn. Hard to tell with an Indian. Thunderhouse consists of 2 flats, his and mine. Adjoining? Does he have access to yours? Affirmative on both counts. Diamond is smiling like the Ma in Look, Ma, no hands. Pleased, but apprehensive. You know, Gwendolyn, you have a natural talent for interrogation. With a couple of bad breaks, you could end up a Republican lawyer. You shrug. That would certainly be preferable to nursing. How well do you know this Native American? Diamond signals the waiter, orders you a drink. In the process, he attracts the attention of one of the men at the bar, a broker from Payne Weber, if you're not mistaken, who trundles toward your table with a question about the ability of oil companies to unload industry-specific assets if the credit crisis worsens, forming like a petroleum bubble on his lips. Diamond waves him away. Oil, he snorts. How quaintly old-fashioned. Since you personally own 100 shares of Exxon worth approximately 1/3 of what you paid for them, you are anxious to pursue the subject. Obviously, if the dollar continues to decline as the world's reserve currency, there'll be even greater reductions in U.S. oil imports, but... Let me tell you about Twister, Diamond interrupts. Speaking of oil, his Comanche name is Tornado Warning. For business purposes, he went by the name of Tory Warren. But one of his associates, might have been me, nicknamed him Twister. In the 80s, he sold drilling rights in Oklahoma to some pale-face outfit and moved to Seattle with $500,000 in his jeans. His father's a famous Comanche medicine man, and this change of venue didn't sit too well with Papa. But the young buck did okay in the big city. Quite fortuitously, I became his investment advisor, and I made him a ton of wampum in the market. A ton of wampum. He was homesick, though. He missed Oklahoma, and one of the things he missed most was the thunderstorms. Driving back from the Ballard Locks one day, where he'd gone to watch the annual salmon migration, he noticed the sign for the Thunderbird Bowl and stopped in on a whim. Turns out the bowling noises actually did remind him of thunder, and he took to hanging out there, although he never bowled a frame. And one day, he up and bought the place.
Twister owns the bowling alley?
He owns the bowling alley and one other thing.
That's what I'm getting at.
He converted the basement into living quarters so he could lie in bed and listen to thunder in the sky, the way he used to do on the plains. At the price, I didn't think it was much of an investment. But joy is always more important than juice. Or do you disagree? There was a space in Thunder House for 2 large apartments, and when he offered to rent one of them to me, I felt like that guy in the movies, the only white man that natives trust. I was residing in a motel room on Aurora Avenue at the time, so anyway you sliced it, Thunder House was a step up. When they introduced all-night bowling, however, my Z's turned into X's. Lost a fair amount of beauty sleep before I adapted. I used to be considered dashingly good-looking.
By whom, you think? Biker chicks whose boyfriends were all in prison?
But your drink arrives, and with it a fresh saucer of peanuts, so you make no response beyond rolling your eyes. Couple of years after Thunder House became my primary domicile, Twister got seduced by the art market, fell in with the wrong crowd, started attending parties where guests stripped naked, and watched Sotheby auctions via satellite. To be fair, the art scene was generating jumbo juice in those days. Prices were doubling literally overnight. Every paint-spattered cockroach in Soho was riding around in a stretch limo. And if you were a dead European artist, every time the auctioneer's gavel came down, you'd twirl again in your coffin. So I was only half shocked when Twister shelled out 3 million clams for a drawing by Van Gogh.
Wow. 3 million for a Van Gogh drawing?
Yeah, but it was by Vincent Van Gogh, Gwendolyn, not his brother Elmer. The price wasn't out of line at the time. The problem was $3 million was the sum total of Twister's assets aside from the bowling alley. And a few years later, while he was waiting for his smeary little drawing to quadruple in value, the Japanese collectors came to their senses and the bottom fell out of the art market. A Dutch industrialist offered him $800,000 for the piece, but I guess Twister's got a genetic memory of the Manhattan Island deal. He wouldn't sell. Eventually, Twister's daddy got wind of his boy's art folly, and he flew into a shamanic tizzy. He showed up at the Thunder House one night in his buffalo robes and demanded to see the drawing. Well, the Van Gogh had been stored in a bank vault ever since its purchase, and that drove the old man nuts.
You waste big fortune on pictures you not even look at.
He forced Twister to bring the Van Gogh home and hang it on his wall.
Now we look at picture,
he said, and the two of them sat on the sofa and stared at it. Now we're talking about a murky, dark sketch of some peasants peeling turnips for about a week. Then the old man went back to Oklahoma. Meanwhile, though, Twister had gotten hooked on the drawing. He couldn't stop looking at it. He didn't want to stop looking at it. It became a meditation for him. It brought him peace and understanding. He still stares at it all day, every day. The Dutchman raises his offer every few months, but Twister won't listen.
What was the latest bid?
Oh, fuck, well, I don't know. That's not the point. The point is, Twister sits on his duff all day, lost in contemplation of the compositional and spatial flatness with which the expressive anti-naturalist Van Gogh turned ordinary daily experience into a vehicle for a new set of meanings that defied the history of Renaissance perspective. The point is, Twister's blissed out over his fucking turnip peelers, and there's not a chance in hell he would have harmed Cujo, even if he was the type to abduct grossly overweight white women, which he's not.
All right, you say, I was only asking.
8:45 p.m.
Waiter?
You call as your server passes by. You are aware his name is Brian, but you are reluctant to get on a first-name basis with the help.
Waiter, this spritzer tastes different from the last one. In fact, the second one didn't taste like the first.
You noticed? Oh, good. The bartender's trying out a new line of Walt Disney wines tonight. He made your first wine spritzer, if I'm not terribly mistaken, with the Donald Duck Chardonnay. The next one was with the Minnie Mouse Liefremilch, and this one's got the goofy Pinot Blanc. Aren't they fun?
The fun is just beginning,
you grumble, pushing the spritzer aside. It is all you can do to keep from burying your head in your arms. 8:46 p.m.
Gwendolyn, I've been automatically assuming that you've long since telephoned Cujo's friends, lovers, relatives, etc. to inquire if she might be with one of them. Now I'm forced to ask, is this a false assumption?
I would have called if I'd known where to call. I mean, her family lives in Ohio somewhere. I could have gotten their number out of her book, but I didn't want to worry them. Anyway, she wouldn't have just run out of your place and gone to Ohio. Cujo hates Ohio.
She's not alone in that, I'd venture. How about friends?
There's a couple of astrologers she's chummy with, but she certainly wouldn't stay overnight with them. I can't remember their names.
Lovers?
Nobody steady. She freelances when she can. Her size, you know?
Yeah, and yet you think that I might have found her irresistible.
Well, you're sort of unusual.
Not when you know me better.
Diamond lays his hand, the one with the mystical tattoo, on top of your own. You freeze. Then, ever so slowly, casually, fraudulently, you slip free, on the pretext of requiring a sip of your spritzer, for which you've actually lost all taste now that you've learned it was concocted with vin de Goofy. The free hand vibrates for a full 40 seconds.
Any suggestions?
You ask.
Absolutely.
He reaches again for your hand. You pull it just out of reach.
I meant about...
Cujo?
Yes, her, naturally. But also about my situation at work.
Ever so slowly, casually, fraudulently, you slide your hand back within his range. He shakes his head from side to side and looks at you with pity and dismay, exactly as your father used to look at you after your singing lessons. When you were about 14, Freddie Matty was struck by the notion that you could turn the tables on your funny little voice, make it work to your advantage. Freddie entertained a vision of your becoming a jazz singer in the mold of Blossom Dearie. Twice a week for a month, he made you bus after school to the Central District, where you were coached by a black woman only nominally slimmer than Cujo. Toward the end of each lesson, your dad would show up and listen with his eyes closed as your voice jumped from key to key like a tonality squirrel at harvest time.
Ah, squeak, he would sigh when it was over, and he'd shake his head the way Larry Diamond is shaking his now. Smarten up. Diamond says.
Sorry?
Smarten up. He resumes his W.C. Fields cadence. Just because you've got the cutest ass west of Chicago and north of L.A. doesn't mean you have to go around with your head up it. Leaves no room for me. Before you can do more than sputter, he says, rise above this job fixation, Gwendolyn. Rise above it and resign yourself to life with the toads.
Life with the toads?
Most toads can swim if they're forced to, but unlike frogs, they rarely enter the water. Since the planet is 2/3 water, where would you say the limitations lie? With the frogs or the toads? Frogs are smooth and sleek and moist.
Toads are rough and dry and warty. He scratches his jaw. There's one other problem with toads.
Oh, do tell me quickly, I beg of you.
They can't mate with frogs. You drain the remainder of your stupid spritzer and fake pushing your chair from the table.
Rise above this mating fixation, Diamond. Rise above it, or resign yourself to an evening without my company.
Touché, touché. And forgive me my resumption of my amphibian fancies. I'll try in the future to keep a lid on them. Acknowledging with his eyes that you are half out of your chair, he says, "If I can help you with your job, will you stay?" 8:50 p.m. Naturally, it is too good to be true. Diamond's idea of helping you with your job is to lecture you on the obsolete and retrograde nature of salaried employment. He goes on at length, in his constricted nasal manner, about how, in our social history, jobs are an aberration, a flash in the pan. Human beings have been on Earth for 1,000,000 years, he claims. You think he's mistaken about that, but have only had jobs for the past 500 years. That doesn't sound right either. An inconsequential period, relatively speaking. People have always worked, he explains, but they have only held jobs with wages and employers and vacations and pink slips for a very short time. And now, with the proliferation of cybernetics and robotics and automation of all types and degrees, jobs are on the way out again. In the context of history, jobs have been but a passing fancy. Nowadays, he would have you believe the state uses jobs, or rather the illusion of jobs, as a mechanism for control. When there is a public outcry about some particular vile instance of deforestation, wreckage, or pollution, the puff toads hasten to justify the environmental assault by trumpeting the jobs it allegedly will save or create, and then the protests fade like the rustle of a worn dollar bill. Foreign policy decisions, including illegal and immoral acts of armed intervention, likewise are made acceptable, even popular, on the grounds that such actions are necessary to protect American jobs. Virtually every candidate for public office in the past 70 years has campaigned with the rubber worm of more jobs dangling from his or her rusty hook, and the angler with the most lifelike worm snags the votes, even though all voters except the cerebrally paralyzed must recognize that there are going to be fewer and fewer jobs as time and technology progresses.
Would you say then, Larry, that those of us who are concerned with jobs are reading the wrong libretto?
He beams at you so magnificently that the infrared sensor in your groin is involuntarily activated, and you have to gaze off in the direction of Anne Louise in order to curtail the annoying, warm tide that is negotiating the locks of your perineal Panama. There's hope for you yet, he declares.
I wouldn't count on it.
The waiter, who had assumed your look was meant for him, minces up to take your order.
I'll have a martini,
you say recklessly.
And if there's a cartoon character on the gin bottle, I'm going to remove a can of mace from this handbag and bring both you and the bartender to your knees.
Diamond beams even brighter, and you can't help but grin yourself. You have to bite your lip, in fact, to regain a sober demeanor. Interesting how the bent trumpet summons levity. We already had a double-digit unemployment before Black Thursday, Diamond resumes. In the weeks to come, if there's not a magical turnaround, it could exceed 20%. But even that's a union-made paradise. In 2 or 3 decades, 80% of the able-bodied may well be out of jobs. You notice I said out of jobs, not out of work. The problem is we've forgotten how to work unless we're on the job. We're job junkies, and not one of our institutions is prepared or qualified to help us kick the habit.
Because the toads are too busy grinding out irrelevant librettos.
Facetious and profoundly accurate in the same breath, my dear. Not bad for an amateur. Here's your cocktail. I hope for Brian's sake it's a martini and not a martuni.
Oh, it's made with Tanqueray, Mr. D, I promise. Can I bring you another tequila sour?
Just a club soda, Brian. Twist of the old citrus peel. Now, Gwendolyn, wipe that unattractive smirk off your face and tell me who's better equipped to escape obsolescence. The toads of industrial fundamentalism, lost and hysterical in a world without jobs, or the transformative frogs who,
if they can't pay their grocery bills, one's just as dead as the other.
No jobby, no eaty, huh? Oh, they must have used a harsh detergent when they washed your brain. On the roof of Thunder House,